Hi friends, welcome to Arc Tutorials. Today we are starting a brand new series on Bootstrap 5. This is a full tutorial series for absolute beginners. If you are a beginner or an experienced developer or designer with Bootstrap, you'll find this tutorial extremely useful and helpful since I'll cover from basic to advanced. In today's episode, we'll talk about little bit about Bootstrap. We'll know why to learn it, what are the different features, and also the version history. Let's get started. I'm your host. My name is Sridhar. This is part of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series and the playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the steps since we will be doing an iteration of learning. And during the course of this tutorial series, if you have any doubts, just let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to help you. All right, so let's talk about what is Bootstrap, right? So Bootstrap is a framework which will help us to quickly design, customize responsive mobile first sites with Bootstrap. It's also world's most popular front-end open source toolkit. It has a lot of features like SAS variables, mixins, absolutely powerful responsive grid system, and a lot of pre-built components. It also supports a lot of JavaScript plugins, which comes in very handy, right? And if you really want to explain and break it down the above statement into simple terms, think of it this way that Bootstrap is a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, when I say reusable bits of code, I mean by frequently used components like navigation bar, grid, or buttons, cards, etc. It's also a front-end development framework that enables developers and designers to quickly build responsive websites. When we say responsive website, we mean the website will work on any device resolution, be it a mobile phone, iPad, desktop, or large screens. Bootstrap is completely free to use in our personal or commercial projects. Bootstrap saves you a lot of time writing the CSS code, which you otherwise would be end up writing your own. These are all thoroughly tested, which means it will work in almost all browsers and you don't have to worry about cross-browser compatibility. Now the question comes, why do you want to learn Bootstrap, right? Is it worth learning? So remember that Bootstrap is one of the leading design frameworks, the others being Foundation or Material Design. But Bootstrap, the important thing here is it offers a lot of set of components, utilities, and features which allows us to rapidly build applications really quickly and fast. It's very simple, easy to learn, and hence also the reason why it's so popular. Bootstrap is used by world's top leading companies in most of the projects. Bootstrap also plays really well with any development framework of your choice, like for example, Angular, React, or any .NET. So the idea here is Bootstrap is a plug and play framework. You can plug in with any framework of your choice. You're not restricted to use only in one framework. You can use it with anything. Lastly, Bootstrap saves you a lot of time because you don't have to rewrite the same code again and again. If you are having a large development team or different members, they all can follow same typography, same coding standards. Now let's talk a little bit about the version history. So Bootstrap was first released in the year 2011, and it was developed at Twitter. And then after that there have been 20 releases, including two major rewrites. Version 2 was a big rewrite. Version 3 is a big rewrite. The current stable version that we have is version 4, and the next major version which is coming out is version 5. And in this particular series, we are focusing on version 5. Why? It's already in alpha. In few months, it will become stable and will become ready in market. I'm trying to bring you the latest tutorial so that you stay on the cutting edge of learning technologies. So its version 5 is in alpha as of August 2020. It would be stable in another 1 or 2 months, and it will be a big release because it's a complete rewrite. A lot of things are coming up new. What are those changes? That's what we are going to learn in the next episode. I hope you are enjoying this brand new series on Bootstrap 5. It's an alpha. It's really exciting. If you can see, the logo itself has changed. A lot of things have changed. We'll cover all of that in the next episode. If you are like, if you like this video, give a thumbs up to the video, subscribe to my channel, share this video, and as always, keep supporting me and the channel. Thank you so much for your love and support. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to ARC Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series, and in today's episode we are going to learn about what's new in Bootstrap 5. This is the part 2 of the series. In the previous part we discussed about what is Bootstrap, how is it used for designing, what are the different features which allows us to become a better developer and designer. We have also touched based upon the version history of Bootstrap, and we did discuss the current version, which is version 4, and the next version, which is Bootstrap 5, which is what this series is focused about. Welcome back friends, my name is Sridhar, I'm your host. This is a part 2 of the Bootstrap full tutorial series. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out and bookmark it so that you don't miss out on any tutorial I publish. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, I request you to kindly do so you won't miss out on any tutorials that I publish. Alright, so let's bring back the focus to today's episode, which is to talk about what's new in version 5, right? So if you remember, I told you that Bootstrap has undergone multiple rewrites, right? So those were the major undertakings, especially with version 2 and version 3. Similarly, version 5 is again a major rewrite of the entire framework. It's written from grounds up, from scratch. It has been redesigned, rethought. A lot of new features have been introduced, as well as some of the features have been sunset. So it's an extremely important milestone in Bootstrap, this particular version, because of multiple reasons. One, there's a brand new look and feel. The entire look and feel of the website, of the identity itself is changed. If you look at the new logo that is shown here is the Bootstrap 5 logo, and the earlier logo you see is a little dull compared to the new version 5.1. So this looks much pumped up, peppy look. Also, there is a new typography that's introduced in version 5. Importantly, there is no dependency on jQuery anymore. If you remember, till Bootstrap 4, you have to install jQuery and Popper framework to work with Bootstrap. Starting Bootstrap 5 onwards, we will not require any jQuery dependency, right? Also, they have introduced new CSS custom properties, which is yet another killer feature, I would say, because it will reduce your code so drastically. If you remember, for tables, for list, for navbar, you have to explicitly write and override the existing style properties. So you cannot use the custom CSS property variables to define them. That's because they had to backward support the Internet Explorer. The Bootstrap version till 4, it supports Internet Explorer. But starting Bootstrap version 5, they will no more be supported. The Internet Explorer will not be supported anymore, which means that there is much more freedom to try with new aspects of new browser capabilities, right? So custom CSS properties is one of that, which is obviously for advanced browsers with advanced features. IE did not have it, so they are dropping the support for IE, which means we will get much more flexibility and features which are looking forward for future ready browsers. Then again, let's talk about some of the custom new theme colors, right? So this is yet another important thing, my personal favorite. So there is, if you remember, there are color schemes, right? You would have a primary, secondary, info, warning, and danger. These are the 5 main palettes that used to work with. With starting with version 5, there is a whole lot of world of colors. There's a lot of color themes and palettes that we can use. So exciting times. You'll get much more freedom to try out with new color palettes and try the combination in terms of design of your applications. Yet another important, very important feature I would say personally is enhanced grid system, which means if you look at the monitor sizes in offices and in collaboration rooms, in meeting rooms, in personal homes as well, it's XXL, right? Extra large. And Bootstrap 5 onwards, we can start designing for extra large screens, which means you can customize the look and feel on very extra large devices. Yet cool, I would say, option in enhancing the grid and the overall look and feel of the templates. There's support for off canvas, right? That's yet another important thing. Bootstrap 5 has its own icon system, so that's beautifully thing, because till version 4 we would be depending on either you know, external libraries like Font Awesome or etc. But starting Bootstrap 5 has its own icon system, so you don't have to go outside anywhere. That's yet another beautiful feature, I would say. There is a PR for RTL CSS that's been rolled out, so that also it will be soon merged, I believe, in next couple of weeks. And there are some more tweaking that will be happening over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Like I said, Bootstrap 5 is still in alpha version. We have started learning it very early so that we are adopting the framework very early in time, and you will be ready by the time Bootstrap 5 is out. You will be already mastering the version 5. That's my goal. That's my end destination, that I want to train all of you in version 5. All right, that brings us to the end of this particular episode. Starting next episode, we'll start getting our hands dirty with code. We'll understand about layouts and grids. My personal favorite topic, I'm going to drill down. We'll talk about different types of grids that can be designed, layouts. Extremely creative episode, I would say. Stay tuned for that. If you like this video, give a thumbs up. If you have not yet subscribed, please do so. Please share, like my videos to keep supporting and encouraging me. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next episode. We'll talk about layouts and grids using Bootstrap 5. Thank you. Hi friends, welcome back to ARC Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series, and in today's episode we are going to learn all about the fundamentals of layouts and grids in Bootstrap 5. This is the part 3 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. If you have missed out on the previous episodes, I request you to kindly check them out so that you have continuity in learning. I have planned around 40 hands-on tutorials and live examples for you on Bootstrap 5 so that you can cover end-to-end in Bootstrap. If you have any doubts during that, please let me know in the comment section below. I'll be happy to help you. All right, so today is the third episode. We'll learn about layouts and grids. So before we jump into learning about layouts and grids, there are some important terminology that you should be aware and you should be knowing the fundamental concepts about, right? So I'm going to start with some few basic concepts and then we'll jump into layouts and grids. So the first concept I want you to know is the responsive design. So more often if you attend an interview, maybe UI developer or maybe a full stack role, they might ask you, what do you understand and what do you mean by responsive design, right? So responsive web design is the approach that suggests that design and development should respond to users' behavior and environment based on screen size, platform, and orientation. Which means when you build an application, it should be able to respond, it should be able to behave accordingly. Let's say, for example, for mobile, iPad, laptop, large screens. So these have different orientations and different screen sizes. So our application should be able to behave, adapt, and respond to that particular change of the environment. That's what is called as responsive design. Now it's also a mix of flexible grids and layouts, which includes images and CSS media queries. Talking on the same lines, there is another concept which is called box model, right? So what is box model? So box model means in CSS, whenever we talk about box model, it means wrapping the content around, essentially in often every HTML element will wrap it in around a div or a container basically, right? So that is what we call it as a box model, right? So think of it this way. Let me give you with some hands-on example. So if you say this is a say image, right? So you put a box around it, right? Not rounded corner. Maybe think of it like this, right? So you have some content here. Now this becomes your content, right? Now this is called as the box model because it will have some margin, it will have some padding, right? So if you see, this becomes like this, right? And if you send it to back, this becomes your um, right? So this becomes your box model, right? Now on top inside this, you'll have your content, right? So this is a box model with margin padding. So this is what is meant by box model. Now the next important thing in Bootstrap, now we are talking context of Bootstrap, right? So when you talk about layouts in Bootstrap, there is an important concept called container, right? So what are containers? Containers are the most basic element in Bootstrap, right? It's the most common or most basic layout element in Bootstrap. Now containers are used to pad the content inside of them, right? So when you wrap around a particular div or any element like this, right? So this is a container basically, right? Now we can wrap a particular element or we can wrap the entire web page, right? We can wrap an entire web page like this. And we can say this entire web page is a container. That means all the content will fall inside this, right? So this is my entire website, right? Now this is my entire website and this is the content that is there, right? So that is what it means meant by container. It's used for wrapping the content. Now there are two types of container classes available in Bootstrap. That is the important thing. One is container class, which provides a responsive fixed width container. Now fixed width means it would be 960 for 960 pixel for laptops and smaller size. I'll give you that resolution. The idea is the width is always fixed, right? So remember the width is always fixed in the class container, right? So it will always be designed as fixed is width for whenever you use the class container, the width is fixed. So if your size is more, your device size is more, still the application will resolve itself into the center, okay, like this, and the remaining will be white space, right? So that is called when you use class container, right? So I will give you that code how to write that. So if you see, let me open a new file for you and quickly make some notes, right? So containers are nothing but Bootstrap containers. So what they are extremely important and basic layout element in Bootstrap. Then there are two types of containers, right? We will do all these practicals, so don't worry. Today's episode is more about understanding rather than coding. So we have containers, right? So when you do something like this container, this would be fixed width, right? This will be a fixed width container. The entire body will be a container and it will be fixed width. Okay, this is fixed width. But I want responsive, which means I want 100% of the width. Like for example, if my size of the screen is big, I want it 100% occupied. Then we will use something called container fluid, right? Right. So this is container fluid, which means occupy 100% of the width of the screen size. Now this includes for both mobile, responsive, large screen, small screen, irrespective of the size of the screen, it will always occupy 100% of that width. All right. So remember, that's the difference between container and container fluid. That will decide and set the tone of what design you want to implement in your application. Whether you want it fixed width, you want it responsive width or fluid, that is container fluid. All right. That being said, let's move to the next one. So here I'm giving you some numbers, right? So I told you fluid container width is always 100%, right? In fixed, the dimensions are given here. So for extra small 100%, for small it's 540, medium it's 720, large it is 960, and extra large is 1140 pixels. Now remember, these are 950, these are standard resolutions, right? So if it is a 1024 kind of pixels, it will be 960. And similarly like that, right? So you can even define these fixed width. Now you'll ask me, but we use Bootstrap for responsive, right? Why are we even using, right? So let's say, why use fixed layouts at all, right? There are use cases. There are use cases where you might want to have a fixed width rather than entire fluid, right? Like for example, say login screen, right? You want to have it's usually having just username, password, and simple fields, right? So you don't necessarily want to have it 100%. You might want to also have it fixed width, width and adapt to screens resolutions, right? Or in some cases, if you know that the content is always fixed, there are some use cases like if it's a static website, right? You want a static website for a real estate company, right? Or a restaurant, right? Right? So there are other use cases that you can use, or say simple website for a small and medium scale business, right? Uh, so you are trying to build a website for a small and medium scale business. They want a simple layout, look and feel, nothing fancy. There, if you know that your audiences are only desktop audience, right? Or say screen audience, probably you might want to go for a fixed width. Again, this is all business use cases, but all I'm telling you is there will be times when you want to consider a fixed layout, right? Now, some customers will come and tell you, I want mobile responsive design. I want, we want to have a complete design for mobile, iPad, desktop, large screen. Fine. So then you use container fluid, right, with media queries. So that is again business driven decisions. But then I'm saying you that there can be cases where you might want to consider fixed width. And if you are doing that, then these are the sizes that you should keep in mind. All right, so I told you, I explained fluid container, which is always 100%, no matter which screen device you do, mobile, iPad, it will always occupy 100% width, right? So fluid means always occupy 100% width of the device screen, right? Be it mobile, iPad, desktop, large screens, etc. Right? So fluid design is always about percentages. Remember, this is always the design is always about percentage design, which means you will allocate 40% for sidebar, right? 60% for main content, and so on and so forth. So it's always in percentages, whereas fixed design, it is in static pixels, right? It's in static pixels. All right, that was about fluid. Now let's talk about grid system, right? So I'm not getting into hands-on code in this episode for a reason that a lot of you are new, a lot of you want some basic foundation and fundamentals. So I'll cover it here in the next chapter. In the next two episodes, we will only code hands-on design. So let's talk about now Bootstrap Grid, right? So Bootstrap Grid is nothing but grid is a system to design the layout, right? To design layout templates of the website, like the structure, right, of the website. Now always remember, Bootstrap supports Bootstrap Grid supports, or rather I will say grid Bootstrap Grid will break your allows up to 12 columns, right? So you can have up to 12 columns, right? So what do I mean by 12 columns? That means if you see this, this is a single column, right? So now let me change the design and show you some more. So I have a main container, right? I can have one more content like this. This is two column, right? Now this is two column, this is three column layout. So see, this is three column layout. Similarly, I can have up to 12 columns in the row, right? In a row, right? So grid is nothing but it consists of rows, row and columns, right? Grid is nothing but it consists of this. If you look here, this is one row and there are three columns, right? That this is one single row highlighted. Now let me highlight it for you. So if you see, blue color is the row, yellow color is the, or this yellow color is the columns, right? So this is my layout. So which means, so I have one row and three columns in this design. Similarly, you can have one row, and in one row we can have up to max 12 columns using Bootstrap, right? Can we have more than 12? Yes, we can have, but it has to be inside it then, subgrids, not the main grid. The main grid in a row will always have up to 12 columns. Remember, this is a question that is often asked in interviews, that how many columns are allowed in Bootstrap grid? How can you design a 2 column, 3 column, 4 column? So you see here I've given some examples. This is 12 column grid. This is 3 column, which is 4, 4, 4. This is 2 column, which is 4 and 8. This is 6 and 6. This is 12, right? So if you see, basically you are just dividing the 12 column row into 3 different pieces, right? Now, if I want 4 column, I will make each of this as grid of 3 width, right? So 3 fours are 12, right? So if you see now, this is 3 column grid, 3 column grid, 3 column, this is 3 column, and this is 3 column, right? So this add all of this and it should come to, this top one should come up to 12, right? So this should be 12 column grid. Or whatever you do, just make sure that your maths add up to 12 column grid. Now I want only 2, I don't want 4. So then delete 2 and have only 2, and I can make it 9 and 3, which is again 12. I can have 3 and 9. This is usually most standard template that we use. Or we can also have 4 and we can have 8, something like this then, right? So this is yet another frequently used. Then if you want only, let's say, you can also have this design where you have the main content here and you have 4 columns here and 8 columns here, right? So this is again adding up to 12. Now similarly, I will say no, I want 6 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, right? So this is now 6 column grid. Now each of this will become 2 column, because now we are dividing the 12 column grid into 6, right? Now you'll ask me, where is the need to have such things? So if you have seen Jira board or any other agile application, you would see they have so many columns: to do, progress, review, QA, production, business analyst, UAT. So that is again a board, right? So this has 12 columns, right? So I hope the concept is clear. Divide the row into 12 columns, up to max 12 columns, or I would say into columns, to achieve your layout design, right? Let's talk about some layout designs now. Now I told you grid features, it allows up to 12 columns. It's divided into rows and columns. It supports various screen resolutions like XS, SM, MD, XL, and so let me tell you. So Bootstrap grid supports various screen resolutions, right? So you would come across the words like XS, which means extra small device, maybe a mobile, right? Extra small. Small can be again a mobile or iPad, right? Then you have medium, which is can be iPad in a different orientation, or desktop, or a fixed screen desktop. You have large, and then you have XL, which is extra large. So these are nothing but, whenever you come across these terms in Bootstrap, it means they are referring to the screen sizes or screen resolution, right? So remember, whenever you see something like XS, XM, SM, MD, that means they are referring to the screen sizes. So we can design the screens like, we can also mention column. I told you we can mention like this, right? Column size. Now similarly, we can also mention something like column small 6. That means occupy 6 columns in small device, right? We'll see all of this, so don't hurry up on learning. So let's go step by step. So today you learned about these, and so I told you in the next, this is what I'm going to cover now, which is grid classes, right? So I told you, if you look at this design here, we are writing, so far we were saying column 2, column 2, column 2, right? Because there are 6 columns, right? So we will, to mention, we are just saying occupy 2 columns on every screen, right? This means occupy two columns in all devices, all screen resolutions. But we can also mention and say column 2, column SM6, which means in any other device occupy two columns, but when it is small, use six columns. Right? We'll learn about it in coming episodes with some hands-on examples. I don't want to rush you through these designs. We will implement all of this in the next episode. Single footer column. Let's see that step by step. I don't want to give you too much information in one episode. Let's take it easy. I'll continue this series by designing those grids for you in the columns in the next episode. All right. Um, Thank you so much for watching. If you like the video, give a thumbs up. I'll see you in the next episode where we will start designing the grids for each screen resolution. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Art Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series, and in today's episode, it's going to be really exciting since we'll start designing our grids and the layouts in this particular episode. This is the first hands-on episode of this particular series. Very excited. We'll do a lot of creative work today. Welcome back. This is part 4 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. And if you have missed out on the previous episodes, make sure you check it out. The playlist link is in the description box below. I have planned around 40 tutorials for you, and which includes a lot of hands-on examples and live tutorials. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this creative journey. This is part 4 of the Bootstrap 5 tutorial series. Today we are learning designing how to design grid layouts. Just a quick recap for our friends who are joining us new on this episode. So we in the previous episode we have learned about the basics of the Bootstrap grid. We have learned that the Bootstrap grid allows up to 12 columns in a particular row, right? So Bootstrap grid is made up of rows and columns, and each in any given row we can have up to 12 columns, right? Spanning each one width, imagining. So it could be it's divided in 12 columns. The 12 columns can be divided between equally, right? Or it can be designed however you want the layout. For example, span 4, span 4, span 4. That means they're occupying width 4, 4, 4, which adds up to 12. Here we have seen that it's add up to 12, which is 8 plus 4. Here it is two column layout, 6 plus 6. Right, so these are the different combinations we are going to see now in today's episode. That's where it will be much clearer to you. Also, Bootstrap 5 grid allows us to design for various screen resolutions. That's also we covered in last episode. So it supports extra small, small, medium, large, XL and XXL, right? So there are different, these are some of the screen resolutions like extra small and small are for mobile devices. Medium, right? XS can also be for a watch or other devices which are smaller in size. Small for phones, medium and could be for iPad, large can be for desktops and so on, right? So we can customize our experience of our application responsiveness for each screen resolution specific to a device. So that's what we are going to explore in the next episode. Today's episode is about focusing about designing the layouts using Bootstrap grids and containers, right? So here we are going to implement a simple container with header, footer with column, two column, three column layout, right? So we are going to do multiple combinations on how to use this. Let's get started. So first thing what we'll do, I have an empty folder here. This is just a txt file, so there's nothing fancy. So create a file in your local folder anywhere, call it index.html, right? Blank, it's an initially blank one. So what I would say is let's open the Bootstrap docs, right? And go to docs, right? In the very home page itself, you have something called starter template, right? So this is nothing but this is a empty shell, right? So here you see there is nothing, it's just doc type, HTML, body, head and tag with the links to the CDN, right? CDN is nothing but content delivery network, which is nothing but link to Bootstrap CSS and JS files, right? So it's basically a shell, just an empty shell. Copy that, and once you have copied, go to your code, paste it as it is. Okay, don't even hesitate, don't even change anything, just copy and paste it, right? And then go to your browser and just refresh. So you should see hello world. That means there is nothing except for hello world in the screen, right? Very simple diagram. So let's start with now customizing this particular layout. right? So in the previous episode, we have also learned the most important tag that Bootstrap considers is container, right? Or container fluid. Container fluid means it is 100% width design. Container means it's a fixed design. I'll show you both how it will work, right? And then what we are going to do is we are going to throw in a simple 3 divs. I'm going to call it header. Then I'm going to call it div class equal to content. And then I'm going to inside the content, I'm going to create a row, see, and then I'm going to create two divisions and I'm going to call it sidebar and I'm going to assign this value like I'll say I want call 3, that means 3 column width, and I'll call this left sidebar. Then here I'm going to call one more class, say call 9, because I have to add this up to 12. 9 plus 3 is 12. That is what is this row. And here I'm going to call it main content. That's it. So this is our site layout and this is our header, right? So this I'll say header section of website, right? And similarly, let's throw in one more, something similar to header, and we will call this footer, right? So see, now we have a container fluid, we have the header, we have the main content, we have the footer. Let's go refresh this, right? Nothing fancy so far, nothing great, right? So let's now start adding some details here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more file. See, I've not yet applied the CSS classes of Bootstrap. I've just used the layout class, right? Bootstrap and the grid class. No design classes yet. That I will use it later. First, I want to show you the vanilla application of how you can customize it, right? So let's link and say relevant equal to style sheet href equal to /styles, and there you are, right? So we have imported the styles here. Now let's start putting some background colors. Ground color here. Now you can give any color you want, right? So let's say this is just for your knowledge. I'm just putting things just to show you how layouts are done. Usually you will use some standard colors to make it look good. These colors I'm giving all random colors just to because I want you to know how to design that. Okay, you can either use names, either you can use hex, you can use RGB, right? Now let's go refresh. So you see the blue color is for the header, left sidebar, right sidebar, footer section, right? So for footer section, what I'm going to do for now, let's give red color, doesn't matter, right? The idea is to know how to design a grid layout like this, right? That's what we learned in the previous episode. Now let's style this up a little bit. I'm going to give height. These are all utility classes which are already available in Bootstrap. I am not covering it. The reason being, if I directly tell you that, you will become used to it, you will not know the basics, right? So that's why I am doing it everything here. Now you see, now look, the site starts showing up like a exactly like a website that you want, right? And now I'm going to say instead of this background color here, I'm going to put it to the body. So it's a beautiful thing to play with colors and all, right? I'm sure you will enjoy this if you're learning it for the first time. Now main content, I'm saying background color should be white, right? So see, now minimum height again I'm declaring, right? Now see, so we have got our layout where we have a beautiful layout which is left sidebar, main content, footer, right? All I have done here is just use the container class. Let's go through that. See, I have a container fluid class. Now I'm going to remove the fluid. That means it will become fixed. It will not be 100%. See, now it's shrinked and it is in the center, right? That is because I have removed the container fluid, right? See here, right? Now I add, it will occupy this side also. It will make it 100%, right? So this is how the outer layouts are done, right? It can be done with much better colors. Yes, let's go find some beautiful colors. Theme colors. I told you we can find anything, and these are all the beautiful color palettes that we can use, right? So let's pick any one, and you can take any uh, you can select the name, you can select the details, but you can also use the names of it, right? So I can just, instead of colors, now I'm going to remove the color, and I'm going to remove the colors here. See what I'm going to do now, right? So I've removed the colors. Instead, what I will do is I will just say, for the header I need BG success, which means now it will be green color, right? Automatically, you see here. And for the footer section, I want BG light. That means lightish gray color thing, right? Or I can even say warning, whatever color you want basically, right? So that's up to you to how you want your layout. But the idea here, we are seeing that it's shaping up like a website, right? Now the requirement comes that the client comes and says, no, I want 3 column layout. This is 2 column, left and main content. I want 3 column layout. So what you'll do, you'll take this, copy, paste. Now again add up this addition to make it 3 column. So here I will again mention this is a sidebar. So now I have a 3 column layout, right? This is left, this is main content, and this is right content, right? So now I have a 3 column layout. Now your client again comes and says, no, I want one more. Go ahead, add it, right? Now again adjust the width. So now you have 3, 3, 3, 3, right? So you have 4 equal columns, right? Now you can give any class name to any this thing, that doesn't matter, right? So see, now you have 4 equal columns on the page, right? And you want to put a border, you can do that. 1px solid, right? So you see there is border now for each of the sections. So this is now 4 column grid, right? And then if you want, you can customize the look, right? So here I'm going to remove and have only 3 column for now. So you get an idea that, okay, so now I have 3 column, and this I'm going to make it back to sidebar and sidebar, right? So you see we have designed 2 column, 3 column. Now this is 3 column. We have designed 4 column. The idea is you can design anything. If you look at this Bootstrap, this is 3 column layout, left sidebar, main content, and right sidebar, right? So if you want to achieve something like that, make this 2, make this 2, save it, make this 8. So this is exactly what is the layout that's used by Bootstrap, right? So see, and if you want, we can customize the overflow of, in terms of the now sidebar, right? So we'll now fix the sidebar and make it overflow, which means it will have its own scroll, right? So we'll say scroll overflow, overflow will make it scroll, right? So now see, let me add some data here. So this is pretty interesting. You can go ahead, design any kind of layout we want. Overflow testing data, right? So I'm just adding some junk data to increase the height of the sidebar so we can see a scrolling effect, right? So that's one. Let me again make this here, right? So here I'm going to make this as overflow hyphen y is scroll. Uh, okay. So this, okay, I'll take a look at it. The idea, you get it, that we have to get it the layout first, right? So for any good design, the first and foremost important thing is the layout, to get the layout correct. Like what kind of layout you want to build, whether it is 2 column, whether it is 3 column, whether it is 4 column, whatever the column size, you need to get that and then start working towards it. I hope it's clear. So we have seen 2 column layout, you have seen 3 columns, you have seen 4 column. I hope after this you will be able to create your own grid layouts at least, right? And this is not something that you would do in one episode, right? We still have work to make it responsive. We still have to add our navbar components. We will keep working on it. Design is always iterative. Remember, it's never one shot thing to get it right. It comes only with practice. Okay, so we'll keep improving this. I hope you're following. I hope you're enjoying learning about the concept of the grid, how it works. In the next episode, we are going to add more components to this, make it much more meat to the application, and we will also add responsive design to it. Like for example, we will make it work on mobile, we'll make it work on iPad and large desktop, small desktop. So we'll start customizing, start adding it to make it a real website. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're learning. If you have any doubts, just drop them in the comment section below. I'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to our tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for beginners. This is part 5 of the series, and in today's episode we are going to learn about the responsive utilities provided by Bootstrap. What do we mean by responsive layouts? It means our application layout will adapt, will respond to different various device screen resolutions. If you're building an application, you expect it to work beautifully on all devices, be it a mobile, be it iPad, be it desktop, be it extra large screen or extra small screen. So we will learn what are the utility responsive classes which are available in Bootstrap, through which we can easily customize and build beautiful responsive layouts. Let's get started. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I am planning around 40 hands-on tutorials for you in this series, which will help you learn and master Bootstrap 5. All right, so this is part 5 of the episode. If you have missed out on the previous episodes where I covered about layouts, grids, designing grids, please do check out those episodes also so you have a continuity in your learning. All right, so just a quick touch base on overview before we jump into hands-on coding. So Bootstrap grid, the grid allows up to 12 columns in a particular row, right? And Bootstrap will provides a lot of utility classes for various screen resolutions, like SM, which stands for small, XS, extra small, medium, large, XL, right? So these are the different screen sizes that Bootstrap supports. In Bootstrap 5, it's also supporting XXL, which is extra, extra large. Now, each row can have up to 12 columns. That's what we learned in the previous episodes. So today we will learn, use them, put them to work. Also, we will use the responsive utility classes, which is call-sm for small devices, MD, large, XL, and all those, right? So let's get started with some of the hands-on examples. So today's code, I will be coding, and so let me do this and say layout.html, nothing, just a simple HTML blank page. And what I will do is I will go here to the docs and I am going to copy the basic template, which is the starter template, right? So this has nothing but just the HTML code, the basic doc type, HTML head section body. So grab that and let's get started now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a grid layout and using cards today, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's say first I'm going to put an outer container and I'm going to say fluid, right? Fluid layout, which means it will be 100%. Then I'm going to design a row, right? So this is a row. And the best way of always commenting it out is you put like this and put dot slash the class name. So that way you know which is ending where, right? So this is a good style of commenting that you will find in most standard practice. All right, so now that we have the row, let's go ahead, create a class, right? And here I'm going to say call MD3, right? So I'm saying on medium devices, it should be 3 width, right? And then so one other important thing that we can also do is just to show you how beautifully we can work with layouts. I'm going to copy a basic template for now. This is a card template. Don't worry about too much about how to use it now because I'm going to show you how to use it. So inside this MD call 3, uh, I'm going to put copy to clipboard, and I have the card, right? So this is just a basic card, nothing fancy. So now let's get started. So inside this, I'm saying it's MD3, right? So that's what I'm saying, that it's for MD3. That means occupy 3 columns on medium devices. Let's copy paste it multiple times, right? Now let's open it in Chrome, right? So this is how we see. So I am going to remove the image because we don't have the images we don't need. We are trying to learn the aspect of grids. We'll come back to the cards, then we'll do images also, responsive images. So here, get rid of all the images so that, alrighty. So, so we are done. Okay, so let's go back, refresh. So you see, now I have the grid cards which are here. I need some spacing here, right? So let's give some spacing. So what we are going to do for each of these cards, we are going to say padding bottom 2, right? So you see the gap here, right? So you see the gap, or you can make it a little bit more if it's like this is much readable, right? So go ahead, use that PB4 in all the cards. So that way each of the cards will have a padding bottom of 4. All right. So you can see this is how the grids or layouts or sections in a page are created, how easy it is, right? So now this looks so good. Now let me add some quick styling. I'm not going to use any fancy styling for now. Instead, I will keep it very basic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use inline styling, and I'm going to say body, right? So I'm saying background color should be gray, right? So now see, so I've added gray color, right? So we can even make it little, right? Or maybe F5 should solve. F5, F5, right? So it has a slight gray background and white color cards. There should be some gap from the top, right? So we can add that to the row itself and say padding top should be 4, right? So there is gap now, right? All right, so we might want to throw in a quick heading, right? That makes sense. So, and say welcome to grid layouts, come to responsive, right? So we have the title here. Now that also I want to be, so padding top should be 4. So we have it here. Now there is a space, right? So looks good. Looks decent enough, right? So now what we want to do, we want to shrink it, right? So now you see, when I shrink it, it doesn't look that great, right? It's not clearly occupying the space, right? So if you see in the mobile devices or smaller responsive layouts, it's not that elegant. There is a lot of white space left out here. So what we are going to do, we are going to refactor this code. And now we are going to say this should occupy or say 12 in smalls. 12 means it should be 100%, right? And in medium, it should occupy 4. So see how I'm progressing, right? And I'm saying in the small, in the large devices, it should be 3, right? 3 column width, 4 column width on medium devices, and 12 on small, right? That means occupy 100% when it's small, right? So let's copy this all over, right? So I'm going to find and replace this, right? So here I'm going to replace it with this and all instances. Okay, so so now I've added that. Let's see. So see, now it is 3 column, right? So what's happening? Let's see here again. Column. Okay, I did not add it here to this. Okay, so let's see. So now this is a large screen. That's why it's occupying 3 column width, and that's why you see 4 here. Now let me show you what happens when you shrink it, right? So if to when you want to test it on mobile device in Chrome, you will see this option, right? Click on this toggle device. You see here, you click on it, you will see options here, and it will show you that how will it look on an iPad? So it would look like this. It on iPhone, it would look like this. On Google Galaxy, it would look like this. On iPad Pro, it looks like this, right? So, so this is how the alignment is looking on desktop. Similarly, you can start reducing the size, right? And you would see slowly it will keep gradually adapting to different resolutions, right? So you can inspect here and change here and say iPad, right? So here you see in iPad it says uh, now I'm going to give a margin, right? So that there is space between all of this. So here what I'm going to do for each of this, I'm saying margin is 2, right? So along with padding bottom, I'm giving margin 2. Alternatively, you can give a class name and give custom margins, but I'm going by the standard utility classes, which is margin 2, 4, right? So now we have it here. Now let's see how it looks, right? So margin is not really helping us. So what we'll do, so you go about customizing, right? So basically it's all about customization, getting things in place, right? All right, so what we can also do here is, okay, so this width is 18. So I'm going to make it, um, let's say, let's fix the width to 15 or 12, right? So, or maybe 15 is better. So design is nothing but only fixing it. If you see now, it's getting aligned correctly, right? So design is all about spending time in pixels, right? So spend some time in customizing. It's interesting. It's amazing. You will wonder how much you will be interested in designing like this. So now you see it's looking much better on iPad also now. So you keep building it like this for each of the responsive layout. But important lessons that you just learned is if you see this grid, so see now in the small it's taking this, right? So I'm going to remove this width of the totally of the cards. So since I'm using now responsive utility classes, I don't want to give style width at all. So get rid of the style width. So see, design is evolving, right? And that exactly is the core principle of Bootstrap designing or any design job that you will work with. It's evolving, it will be iterating, right? So see, now it is taking 100% on small, right? Now you open it, it is good. Now let's see, it will all be aligned beautifully. So in iPad, it looks so much nice now. See, now in iPhone 8, it's 100% occupied. In Galaxy 5 also it's 100%. In iPad it's occupying 3, and then Surface it's occupying 100% again. Moto G4 it's occupying 100%, right? So that's how we can achieve any responsive design for our application using the utility classes, which is here, which is column SM, column MD, LG, XL. We can also write a lot of media queries like saying that if the screen resolution is less than 576, if the resolution is greater than 768, how it should behave. We can customize that. We'll learn that as we progress in the series. But now you would have got a fair bit of an idea of how responsive layouts work and design works. All right, so that completes us or this particular episode. But in the next episode, I'm going to extend this example and do a live project using grid example and show you how real-time applications and layouts are done. Again, will not be able to build entire thing, but you will get a fair bit of idea how to go about your business on that. All right, thank you so much for joining. I hope you're liking the series, liking the tutorial. If you do, please give a thumbs up, do like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for beginners. So far, we have covered 5 episodes where we have learnt about the responsive grid and the utility classes provided for designing our responsive templates. Today, we'll be doing a live project and hands-on example to put all our knowledge into action. This is the part 6 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out so that you don't miss out on any of your learnings. I'm planning around 40 tutorials and which will include a lot of hands-on examples. So I'm sure you will complete entire your learning on Bootstrap. So we have seen about what's new in Bootstrap. We have also seen about the layout and the grids that are provided by Bootstrap 5. We have seen how to design our grids. We have also learned about the responsive grids. And today we are focusing on creating a hands-on layout, which is kind of a simulation of a real-time application. All right, so let's get started, but just a quick recap before we jump into the grid. So Bootstrap provides a lot of utility classes, and we know that each row can have up to 12 columns, right? In a particular one row, we can have up to maximum 12 columns, which will occupy that particular width. Now, Bootstrap also provides utility classes like call, XM, XS, and LG, which is large, XL for extra large, and XXL for extra extra large. So today we'll use all of these knowledge, we'll use all our learning and put it into a sample project. We'll try and create this layout. So this is an example from IBM's cloud layout application. So if you look at this, it has a header, right? And it has a sidebar, it has a main content and a table, right? So this is one of the template from IBM Cloud. So we'll try and replicate and try and create close to this particular layout. The idea here is not to complete this particular entire thing into details, but to give you an overview of how you should go about designing your templates. All right. I hope you'll enjoy. Let's get started. Today, a lot of coding work is there for us. So I'll open a new file. Let's create a new file and let's call it IBM example.html. Right. So that's the class we'll use, and we'll also need a style sheet. So I'm going to create IBM style.css. Right. So these are the two files that we will use. Now to get started, we'll go to docs. I'll copy the starter template. We don't have to type. So copy the starter template in version 5 Bootstrap documentation. Just copy the starter template. Now this is nothing but just the basic skeleton structure. Uh, so what it does is it has a basic structure which is HTML, head, body, section, right? That's all it has, and the links to the CDN, which is Bootstrap CSS and JS. All right. So that being said, let's get started. First, we'll need a div class and we'll call it container fluid since we want it 100%, right? If you want it fixed, we will use container class. And I told you in the last episode, the best way to comment to know where it is ending is put dot slash the class name, right? So once we have the container class, then we need to define a row, right? Now, a row is nothing but which will have multiple um classes or columns inside it, right? So we have it here. So we have a row, we have the container fluid, right? So we need two sections now, one for the sidebar and one for the main content. So let's go ahead and design that class. So here I'm saying I need column width 3, okay? And similarly, I'll need one for, right? I'll need one for main content, which I will give it class equal to call MD or call 9 because we have to add it up to 12, right? So this is for the sidebar and this is for the main content, right? So we can put a comment here and say this is where call 9 ends. Similarly, we'll put one more comment and say this is where the sidebar ends. It's always good to have the documentation comments because it will help you know where you're closing the divs and where you're opening the divs. Right, so now that being said, let's go ahead. Now this is our sidebar, this is our main content. So I'm going to go to the documentation again and grab a list, right? I'll just grab a quick list, nothing fancy here, just a basic list. So you can take up this list, right? And we'll take up, let's take the color contextual classes. So I'm going to copy this as it is and go and put it in my sidebar. And instead of this, I'm going to call it all dark, right? Dark theme, and we'll make it black color. So just copy this, right? So I'm using the contextual class and making it all dark. Now here, let's see what is the output so far. So let's explore and reveal in Explorer and open it in a Chrome browser. All right, so this looks like this now. We have the sidebar, we have the main content, right? So we are now going to put all the main navbar, and we'll also cover and make it the styling. So let's go ahead, and what I'm going to do here is in the IBM styles here, I will give this a class name, and here I'm going to call this sidebar, and this I'm going to call it main content, right? And in the sidebar, I'm going to say the background color that I need is a dark color, right? So we can give something like 777, or we'll see that the coloring that we want to give. First, I'm going to put a maximum height, and I'm going to call it 600 pixel, right? So to see the action, we'll need some more data. So copy these list some more time, and right, so we have it here, and I'm going to call this entire thing the sidebar call 3. So here I'm going to say we didn't include this IBM style, so let's include that. Element equal to style sheet and href equal to IBM styles.css. Okay, so now we will see that a width is applied, and we see that there is a scroll that's coming up, right? But we don't want the scroll for the entire section. We want only for this, right? Sidebar. So we'll fix that. Let's get started. First, I'm going to remove the list group, so that, okay, and I'm going to have it here, and here it's, so we have to say overflow y scroll, right? So it will have its own independent scroll now. So you see here, now this is scrolling on its own, right? So what I can do also here is we'll put a list group back. We'll style this and remove that. Okay, so let's go ahead, and our requirement is we need a sidebar which is black color, and then we also need a nav bar at the top, and then the main content, right? So I'm going to put the nav bar now. Let's go to documentation, grab any nav bar. Here I will go ahead and grab this nav bar here and put it here. In the, again, I'll create a separate div container class so that it has its own, right? And inside this I'm going to put the nav bar, and instead of background light I'm putting navbar dark, bg navbar dark, right? So that's a theme that's provided. So now we see we have the dark navbar at the top header, right? And we have the sidebar. So I'm going to use the same color. So for that we can grab it from here, and so we will right click, inspect element, and try and get this color and compute. So we need the background color, so I'm just going to go here and take this color here, right, which is 3 4. So you see, get the color. So it's easy to get all of that styling. If you're working with a designer, probably you will be given all of that in, right? So we have the background color applied. Now I don't want this list color to be white, so we can say list background color, right? So I'm going to get this class, and I'm going to add that here, and we'll remove and say background color transparent. Okay, so now it's all black color, right? And now we just have to make the color change. So I'm going to make it color white. So now we see white color links, right? Now we can add also border bottom 1 pixel solid gray color, right? So you see there is this division if you want like this. Again, if you don't want it, we can get rid, right? So now we have it here. I think the color is not white. Maybe we'll put it gray, right? So you, okay, so now it looks much better, right? And let's see how it, so right, so this looks exactly similar like the template that the one that we have now, and we will get that. So it's now time to add the main content, right? So how do we add main content? Let's go and add a table to our main content, and maybe we will have uh, the kind of looking up similar way, right? So let's go ahead and let's add a table here. So we'll grab a table. Again, nothing fancy. Do not think this is the final product, because this is something iteration, right? So you'll keep adding on top of it. Design is always evolving. Design is always iterations. But here I'm trying to give you an idea of how you can uh, get something similar, right? So here I'm putting table. Now see, so now we have a table and we have a header, the heading that we have put, right? It has its own scroll bar. Now we can add some padding to it and say the padding for this content should be padding 4, right? So now it's aligned correctly. Now I want the background color for the main content to be slight gray, right? So we'll put background color, now gray color. So I'm going to use D9, right? So this is the, or I can just say the main content can be even more lighter. So I can say E9, right? So now it's little much better gray than the one that we have. So this is how you go about the business. So now we want the table to be white color, right? Because it has to be much readable form. So we are going to put a white color to our table so that it's much readable. So well, let's go ahead and add that. So we'll put table, right? Or let's see the design once. And yeah, so the table is white color. So here we'll put table. Say background color should be white, right? So there you go. So now we see it's aligned here, and we have the heading, we have this our links, we have our menu, we have our nav bar, we have our sidebar, we have our layout, which is grid, right? So now let's try, and so it looks like this. So you can add some more details like these buttons, etc. You get the idea, right? So see, now if you look at this layout, this has the same kind of template, and this has the gray color um, background with white color table and sidebar. And this is, if you think that's too much, then we can reduce the content and make it 10 column, and we can make it 2 column here, and right, so that way we have much better thing, and we can just change these names to something simple text. That way it doesn't occupy uh, the entire thing. So we can call something like home, dashboard, etc. Dashboard, events. So basically these are the navigation links that you would have, right? So I'm going to delete them and just copy paste the previous ones, so that way we have small text, right? So let's clean up a little bit. So you see the template is taking shape. It's coming up exactly the way that IBM Cloud design is. Again, it's nowhere close to the final product, but you get an idea that how important these things are, and how beautifully Bootstrap allows us to get the responsive layouts, designs done in no time, right? So we have the navigation here, we have the main content layout here, we have the navigation here. Similarly, we can also add footer, we can add spacing and all of that. So this becomes your template, much similar to the one that we see here on the IBM. Again, the fonts, everything that you can customize, but the idea you get it, that how do you go about designing your layouts. All right. So this, I'll stop here. I will let you take over from here, iterate on top of this, keep adding more elements, UI elements like buttons, etc. Make it look posh, make it clean it up much better, add more elegancy to it by adding elements, by adding details in terms of pixels, the alignment, and etc. And once you are there, I think this will all be shaping up good, right? So I'm going to leave you with one more example, which I will cover it in the next episode. where I will create this layout from Cosmos website. So we'll try and create one more hands-on example, and we will learn how to design this particular layout using Bootstrap. That's coming up in the next episode, where I will again do a live project on covering the Cosmos. And in the third episode of the live, I will show you how to do. So if you go to apple.com, you will see a footer like this, and that would be like we'll try and design an Bootstrap footer using something like this layout, right? So yet another practical that we'll add it to our website. Thank you so much for joining in this episode. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're learning. I hope you're getting inspired to learn Bootstrap to create your own templates. If you have any doubts, just let me know. I'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to do a live project and simulation of a website and try and come up with the design of the template and the layout using Bootstrap 5 Grid. In the previous episodes, we have learned and extensively practiced our hands-on examples with Grid, with responsive utility classes. Today is yet another live project which will give you more confidence that you can build any template you want using Bootstrap 5. This is part 7 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I have planned around 40 hands-on tutorials and live examples for you in this series. If you have any doubts, just ask me in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Hit a like button if you like the video. All right, so this is the 7th episode of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. We have extensively learned about layouts and grids, designing grids, responsive grid layouts, and we are also doing some live practical examples of designing templates. Let's get started with today's design. But before we do that, let me quickly touch base on Bootstrap Grid on a quick brief overview. So we know that Bootstrap Grid allows us to have up to 12 column width in a particular single row, right? So if you have a row, you can have up to 12 columns inside the row. Bootstrap has support for various device screen resolutions, including extra small, small, medium, large, and extra, extra large. These are some of the examples that you see on your screens, which can be easily used to design different layouts or templates for your website. In the previous episode, we have learned how to design IBM Cloud's application layout. So if you see this particular layout, this is one of the layout we did in last episode, right? So today we are going to do this website, which is from Cosmos Marketplace. So this is yet another beautiful, simple design which can be easily simulated, right? So here we are having a nav bar at the top, the header. Then we have the sidebar, and we have some grid cards that are here, right? So we are going to simulate this, and let's get that started now. So first thing, I'll create a new file for you. I'll create a new file. I'll call it Cosmos example.html, right? And what we will also need definitely will be, I'm going to take up the default docs. I'll go to docs and I'll take the starter code, right? Starter template. Right here we have the starter template. So copy that, go here, paste it to the HTML file. This has the basic stuff like the HTML doc type. It has the meta keywords and a link to the Bootstrap CDN and the links to the Bootstrap JS, right? Which are required for us to implement. Now let me go ahead and delete the body first, make it empty. So it's an empty body right now. So we'll need two containers, one for the nav bar. So I'm going to use container fluid, which means it will take up 100% width, right? So let me copy this. So the reason I'm doing it two is because one is for the nav bar, right? One is for the nav bar and one is for the main content body, which is the sidebar and the main content, right? So first thing what we'll need a class row here, right? And then we will need class equal to, I'm going to call it sidebar and I'm going to assign MD2, right? And then similarly, I'll need a main content, and I'm going to call it main content, right? So we have the sidebar, we have the main content. Since I have assigned it 12 here, 2, so this will become 10, right? Now this is how our layout should look like. Now let's go back here and grab a navbar code quickly. If you know the details of how to use any component of Bootstrap, you should be able to easily put together a website. The lot of people think it's a tricky thing. A lot of people think that, oh, it's some kind of a rocket science. It's not. It's straightforward. Bootstrap provides us with a lot of details that we can use them ready to use. So I copied the navbar code, and then let's go to now, and then I'm just going to throw in a main sidebar here in the some sidebar main content, right? So let's go ahead, explore this, reveal in Explorer, and then open it in a browser, right? So we have our header here, and now we have the main content, we have the sidebar. But the design that we want is there should be a white color sidebar and there has to be light blue color, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use inline styling, but it's a good practice always to have a separate style sheet, right? Now here I'm going to put body and I'm going to give a background color, right? So we'll give something like E5, E5, E5. Let's see how it looks. It's definitely not the gray blue color. So I'll go to colorhex.com and we can pick up the light blue color that we want. Now you can pick up any colors that you want. There is no restriction. You can give gray, you can give blue, black, whichever suits you and whichever you want your application to sit in. Again, I think we can go little shade lower. So I'm going to go to this shade. Again, don't waste too much time on getting shades or those things. Those are secondary that we will eventually figure it out, right? So I have the main content which is covered here. Now see, my header is dark, right? So I'm going to make my navbar dark, bg dark. And then, so now I have my navbar which is dark color. I have my sidebar and main content. I want the sidebar to be white color. So put a background color for that, right? So now let's see, right? And let's give a minimum height, right? 600 pixel, right? So we have got our sidebar, right? So it has a small border to the right, border hyphen right, 1 pixel, solid gray. So this is how you can easily design any website you want. So we have the border here. It may make sense to add a border on the left side as well, right? So now you see there is a border on the left side as well, on the right side. Now let's talk about the main content, right? So we can throw in some links here. So I'm going to take up a simple list group, right? Nothing fancy. You can, so design is always iterative, like I keep saying. Don't spend too much time. Your designer will anyway will give you the styles when you work in a real-time projects. The idea here is to know how to design and how to develop them. So I have few links here, right? Let's give some meaningful names if you want. And usually when you work in big projects, you would be given a certain task to design. These are common templates, so you won't be doing it on a daily basis, but you should know how to do the design if you're asked to. So I have my links here. Now let's work on the main content. So what I want in the main content is a group of boxes like here, right? And let's call it as cards, right? So we'll need a row since there are multiple elements in a single page. So I'm going to say class call md3, right? So I'm saying for medium size it should be 4, for large it should be 3, right? And for small it should be 6, for call extra small it should be 12, right? There should be padding of 2, right? Now this is where we will fit our code of cards, right? So what is a card, what is a navbar, we will cover that in detail in the coming series. For now, just fork out the code from the website, paste it here. The idea is to quickly get the dirty prototype up and running. When you see something working, that is the only motivation you have, right? So let's copy it multiple times. Now you're good to refresh, right? So we see that now. So we have it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a margin. I'm going to put a margin, not padding, right? So that way we will, okay, there should be gap between these two. So there is a width. We'll get rid of that. We don't need the width here. Okay. So now we see the cards coming up just like how we want them. Now here, let's make it margin 2, margin 2, margin 2, margin 2, and margin 2. So when you see m-2, it will apply to all the sides. It will put margin. Okay. Did we miss anything? No. Okay. Let's refresh. Sometimes you don't see it refresh. Just do a cache hard reload. Okay. So now I see there are these three which are again floating. Let's see why. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take this here. Okay, so this is how it looks. So there has to be fourth, fifth, and sixth card. I think we have not given the margin to. We have applied the margin, call xm. We did not remove the width. Okay, so now let's save it, and that's it. So now we see our cards beautifully coming up, right? So this is on the large screen. We are saying it has to be 3, but um, we can also say that it can occupy less or more depending upon the screen size or the width that we want. So if you see something like this is occupying 3 column, right? So we can always make it and say it should always occupy 3, right? So we can always say that it should be 3, like something like this. But again, it doesn't look good, but you get the idea that how to go about getting any design to fit your. So I'm going to replace all of them and replace them with call 3. Okay, now save it, refresh. So now it's always 3. Now try and shrink them, right? So it is still 3, but we don't want like this. So we'll have to rework a little bit on the code and make it aligned accordingly. So I'll say call small, it should be 12, right? Now let's see how it looks. So when I refresh, it is still taking, okay, so now it's taking 12 here. So call, okay, I think there is some issue in refreshing, but let me set that. Okay, and then we'll use this to design the utility classes. So we have the sidebar, and then we have the tiles, which is taking up 12, right? So this is taking up 12 in the small. So we'll have something similar. I think it's not refreshing too fast, so that's what we have to I'll check, maybe it's because of the CDN caching that it's not taking up, but you see, you get the idea that it has to be 100% on responsive, and it has to be 3 column on a regular layout. So that's how you approach this problem. Again, you can customize the link, you can remove the buttons if you don't want. So you see, this is a button, right? So you can just make it button link, and you should see a link here instead of a button, right? So remove this primary and make it a link. So you can go about customizing each and everything, but the important thing is the layout. First, start working on the layout, keep refining it, keep improving it. You may not get it immediately in one go, but eventually you will be there if you persist, right? So keep going on this, make your own template, and I think it would be good enough to get you started, right? So now we have a similar kind of a look and feel of that of this particular application layout. So we see we have a sidebar, we have the main content, we have 3 boxes on a row. I know that can be more, split it into 3. So we can have each row and make it 3, right? So we can also do that design. Let me show you that now. Again, there can be many use cases, friends, but the idea here is get yourself used to it and just have your creativity show up. 1, 2, and 3, right? So I'm going to delete the remaining so that you'll see this in action better, right? So now you see I have only 3 in a row, right? So here my row closes. Now what I'll do, since I have only 3, I will make them call 4, column 4, and column 4. So what I'm doing here is I have 3, I will split them into 4. Now there is some margin, right? That's why it's not taking, but let me show you that. Here you remove, and instead we'll give it to the card, the margin, right? So now I have 3. Now what we'll do, we will give this padding 2 to get it from the top, or I can just say padding from top should be 4, right? So now you see it's shaping up exactly like how we want here, right? Now you can add some context, and you can say I will add a heading and say heading marketplace, right? So now you see slowly you can have the same font, you can have it, right? So marketplace, again, you can have the width, height, color, font, those things optimized. The idea is make it look exactly like the template that was given to us, right? That's the key, right? So we have the marketplace. Now look at this section. It looks pretty much close to at least what we want. Again, images needs to be aligned, those things, but you get an idea about the layout, how it has to go. Now, if you copy the same row twice, you would see 6 boxes now, right? So you see, now we have 6 boxes just like this, right? So we can go ahead, we can customize all our, you know, um, so all of the things that we can add here. Okay, so go ahead, try this layout, build it exactly like how I have done, and we will start taking it further. So next episode onwards, I will cover you the elements. Okay, next episode I'll do one more live example of the footer from apple.com website to show you how you can customize the footer section. So we can probably add a footer to this particular layout, and I will show you how you can easily customize that also. So this is how we will learn Bootstrap, but once we are done with it, in the next episode, I'll do the footer layout live example, and then we start learning the components of Bootstrap. All right. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're enjoying the Bootstrap 5 series. If you're liking, you can buy me a coffee. The link is given here. Thank you so much. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment on the video. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to ARC Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we will continue to focus on building some live real-time examples to give you confidence on the grids and the layouts. We have done 2 live projects earlier in the earlier episodes. I hope you're getting confidence in building grids and the layout. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I have planned around 40 hands-on tutorials for you on Bootstrap 5. So like I said, we are continuing to learn grids by doing live project. If you haven't checked out the previous 2 live projects, please do check out so that you gain confidence and knowledge in building your own grids and templates. Alright, so just a quick recap and touch base on what group Bootstrap Grid is so that we can recap and maybe implement it better. So Bootstrap Grid allows us to 12 columns in a particular row. The grid is made up of rows and columns, and we can split the columns in any number that we want. We can make it either a 3, 3, 3 or 4 and 8, 6 and 6, or single row with 12 columns. So we have seen all of this. If you want a quick recap, please refer to the previous episodes. So we have in the first example live project, we built the IBM's column layout, which is this particular screen. In the next live example, I have developed and designed this particular template, which is from Cosmos Marketplace. Today we will learn how to create footer, right? Which is basically from apple.com, right? So Apple has this footer which is used, and we'll learn how to build something similar or maybe close to similar, right? So let's get started. If you have any doubts, just let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to help you. So I'm in the Bootstrap 5 folder. I will go ahead and create a new file here, and I will name it as footer.exam.html, right? You can give any name that you want, and the best way to do is to go to the Bootstrap documentation, go to docs, and under docs you would see the first thing as starter template. This is nothing but an empty shell. I'll just copy it as it is and paste it here, right? Now let's see that here. We will in Explorer and then open with Chrome. So we have the hello world, right? It doesn't have any meat. It's just empty. It's just have a hello world. So let's refactor this, and I'm going to remove that hello world, and first we will need a container, right? If you want to design fixed layout, you'll use container. If you want to use fluid layout, you'll use container fluid. I'll show you both examples in just a bit. Then we need a row which will hold all the footer tabs. Then we will need columns, right? So first I'm going to show you with a default column size of 3, right? So let me call it footer 1 tab 1. This is, I'll copy it 3 more times, so it will become 12 column layout. So see 3 3 3 3, it will become 12. So it is occupying 12 columns in your row, right? Now let's save it and go back and refresh. So now we see there are 4 equal divisions, right? Now what we'll do, we will go ahead and take a simple list, right? Instead of typing, there's a lot of tools and code available in Bootstrap. You just want to know how to use it effectively, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste the UL inside each of the footer like this. Okay, now let's go ahead, refresh our screen. So now it looks like this, and the layout we are trying to do is something similar, right? It's coming up like this. We have 1 2 3 4 5. You can have again 4 or 5. You can divide it basically however we want. Now these are links, so feel free to make these as a link, right? So you can add a link, and or you can take a template from Bootstrap documentation, make them into a link, right? So this is blue color links, right? So if you want to change the link color, you can always do that by adding a styling. Let's go here and add a style, right? I'm adding it in the right in the header, but it's always a good practice to have a separate styling in your code, right? So let's add style, and I'm saying wherever you find inside this, wherever you find, put color as 777, or maybe little darker color 3, right? And then go here, and so you see it's now becoming black, like just like this color. And I'm going to say text decoration none, right? and refresh, and you can see it's looking just like a link, right? So there is no really difference between these. Now similarly you can take breadcrumb, because there is also one breadcrumb in Apple's layout. So just copy. So you see how simple it is, how easy it is, only if you know where to copy the code and where to use it. It's only knowledge, and that would really help you, right? So you have your footer link like this. So now let's compare it with what we have it here. So you see we have the links here, we have a breadcrumb, right? So something similar, you can have a heading inside any particular link, and maybe make it bold, right? So we can achieve that also by adding a new say add a new list, and don't link it, but just make it a bold or something, right? So you can make it bold here, and that's it. Let's go here and refresh. So you can see it's coming like this. So you can give any particular name that you want, like shop and learn, right? So you can make it shop and learn, right? So go ahead, I'll leave this as an exercise to you. Now you see this is how easily you can achieve footer sections with clickable links, heading with some layout of breadcrumb that you can use it in your templates. So this is again just a quick recap of grid. Like you can use it in a row, you can have multiple columns that you want to design, and you can have any kind of content inside that particular grid columns. I have shown you previously how to use cards. This is an example where we are using a list group. Alright, so that being said, next episode onwards I will start focusing on the components, which means I will cover Bootstrap components like navbar, table, list, cards, everything in detail. And we will also come up with some live examples every now and then, where we will club these multiple components of Bootstrap to make beautiful designs. I hope you're finding this particular series interesting. If you do, hit like button, share, comment, and please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Your comments, feedback are always welcome. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we will learn about an important component of Bootstrap called Navbar. Hardly you would find any modern application which is not having a header section, which includes your logo, maybe a search bar, and few links. That entire piece is what we refer to as navbar or navigation bar in Bootstrap 5. At the end of this tutorial, you will be able to learn how to include a navbar into your application easily. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out so you don't miss out on any of the tutorials. So far we have done 8 parts, and we have done 3 live projects in the previous episodes, where we have tried and simulated some real-time real-world websites using our grid and templates. So make sure you check them out as well. Today we'll focus on Bootstrap Navbar. So Bootstrap Navbar has a lot of utility classes, built-in utility classes like navbar, navbar brand, navbar -item, -link, -light, etc. So all of these links will help us in designing for a purpose, right? So for example, if you want to build a wrapper around your header section, you can use navbar class. If you want to use for the branding or logo, you can use navbar -brand. Similarly, for menu items, you can use navbar -item, right? So I'll show you all of this in action. But just to give you, there are so many utility classes. You should know how to find your information and how to use them, right? So I'll give you an example of how to get started with it. So let me first show you what does a navbar do in your application. So if you have an application like this, let's take so this will be your navbar, and it goes here, it will go here, right? So this is your navbar section. Now this will have some branding, which is logo, right? So you have your logo here, logo section, and then you can have some more links here, right? And you will have links here. So I'm trying to do a quick prototype for you, so just so you understand how it works. And there would be maybe a search bar that you want to have it here. right? So all of this is what a navbar consists of in Bootstrap 5, right? An example that we have done in previous examples is this, right? So if you look at this, this is a Bootstrap navbar which has few links. It doesn't have the search, but it has the links and the logo. So you can have a drop down, you can have a search bar, you can have an image, whatever you like, right? So let's get started and see how to use it and custom one. So I'll go to the Bootstrap documentation, go to docs, and then go to the sample starter template. It is an empty shell, it doesn't have any code, so just go here, create a new file, and let's call it navbar.html and just paste it here, right? So this has nothing but just a HTML tag, header section, right? Head section which has the link to Bootstrap CSS, and body which is just hello world, and script which is nothing but links to Bootstrap and Popper.js, right? So remember, Bootstrap 5 doesn't require jQuery. So if you're thinking that it's missing, it's not missing, it's as designed. Alrighty, so now we are going to design our navbar, right? So what we will do is, first I'll get rid of this, or let me show you how it looks. Reveal in Explorer, and then go here and check out in Chrome, right? So it's just a hello world, nothing else. So what I'm going to do, let's get rid of this and instead have a div container and say container fluid. Okay, so this is where we'll have it like I want it 100%, right? So then you can say div, or you can say nav, right? Class equal to navbar. So this is your outer wrapper that you're using it, right? And similarly, you can define links, you can define navbar branding. If you don't have to remember all of it, you can just go here, search for navbar, and you will get that component and all of the code that works with it, right? So if you want to simulate this, I would always recommend people that start taking the code and then work backwards, right? You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So you see here there is a navbar, then there is navbar brand, which is nothing but this, and then you have nav item, which is nothing but this link, and then you have drop down the form, which is nothing but this form control here, right? So whatever you want, just take the starter template and start customizing it. That's the beautiful way to get started. Now I have just saved it, and let's run it by default. Let's see what it comes. So you see now we have the search, we have the drop down, and we have the link, right? So now this is a default one that comes with it. Now if you want to change it, let's say I don't want back navbar light, I can use navbar dark, right? Now again you can say bg primary, what color you want to use, right? So I'm using bg primary color, or you can say I want background as green, so you can use success, right? So these are the different primary classes in typography that are there that you can use, and we can get going with that, right? So this is info, so choose whichever one you want. Now if you don't want any particular, just make it navbar dark. It won't have anything because there is nothing like navbar dark. There is navbar light, so you can see here it shows light, and there is just white color thing, there is no background, right? You can always add custom classes to it, so you can go to navbar and define in your style, right? So I'm creating a inline style, in internal style, but make sure you have it in external when you do it. That's a good practice, right? So background hyphen color, and say you can give any color that you like to wish, or whatever you want to do with it, right? So you can customize those classes. Now similarly you can customize the links, right? So you see here nav item, you have the list, you have the link, right? Now you don't want a link of a certain color, right? So you don't want this. Now you want the color to be of a certain color, so you can say dot nav item, right? So here you will define again the style that you want to conclude, or rather whatever you want to apply to that. So you can say nav link. So I'm saying find dot nav item class, inside that find nav link, and put the color to red, right? What happened here, let's see. Nav item, nav link, Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it important. That means it will always be visible, right? So there is no, if there was already a style applied, you can see here that I'm overriding it, right, using important, right? So this way we can use any of these. Now let me also show you when you shrink what happens. Now you shrink it, and now you see it has become responsive, right? So this is the responsive design on small and extra small. So that comes from our collapse. So you will see a div class which says class equal to collapse navbar hyphen collapse, right? So this is a inbuilt functionality of navbar that you can use to have this effect that on small devices it will collapse, right? So go ahead, give it a try, understand these things, and you will also see something called Mr. Auto, which is nothing but automatically arrange the distance between these elements. We will cover that as part of typography, don't worry about it. But for now, go ahead and put that details right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's have the background dark, dark, right? So we, or else let's say or let's say BG light. Okay, so we have the BG light color, and here we have the red color, or I can say let's have it blue. Okay, right? So this is a good design that you can take up, right? So go ahead, give it a try with a navbar, and let me know if you have any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. In the next episode, I will teach you how to customize Bootstrap cards, how to use them in your application for styling. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you like this tutorial. If you do, please do hit like button, do share, like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to focus and learn and implement Bootstrap cards. Right? Cards have become a kind of a native standard now in modern web applications. We have in material design, we have cards. We have in materialize CSS, we have cards. We have Bootstrap cards. Right? So any good framework now comes with card. A lot of people think card is, what is a card, right? What specialty does it have? So we'll cover all of that topic in today's episode. This is part 10 of Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. Make sure you check out the full tutorial playlist. The link is in the description box below. There are around 40 tutorials that I have planned for you. It's going to be an exciting journey. Alright, so far we have covered grids, we have covered navbar in the last episode, and today we are going to cover about the Bootstrap card. Alright, so these are some of the card classes, utility classes for card that are available in Bootstrap 5. So if you look at it, you have the outer wrapper, which is card, and then you have inside, you have the card body, then you have the card title, you have subtitle, you have text, you have image, you have link. So these are all the utilities that are provided as part of the Bootstrap card component, right? So let me show you a little bit of using prototyping, and then probably I can help you out with the code. So anything that you see on your website, right? Let's say if you see 2 sections, 3 sections, right? So these are nothing but cards, right? These are Bootstrap cards. So this is an outer one is a card, and then it would have a title or a head section, right? Card will have a header, right? And card will have a footer, right? Same way here. So you can copy the same for others as well. So you'll have card header, you'll have card footer. You get the point. So cards can have header, can have footer. They are optional, right? And then they will have a title, right? Main title, and it can have a subtitle also, right? It can have an image, right? It can have data here, right? You can have heading, you can have here heading, you can have title, etc., etc. Right? So let me show you that in the code now. So let me go to Bootstrap documentation, open cards. Right? So cards are flexible way where you contain content container, right, which is nothing but where you place your content like this. I just explained you. You have a card, you can have image, you can have a title, you can have some content, you can have links, you can have buttons, right? So let's copy that now. So what I'm going to do, and content can be any type, right? It can have image, it can have any kind of thing that you want. So here I'm going to just place an example in the div. So for some of our friends who are joining us new on this episode, I am going to do it new for you so that you don't miss out on any of the tutorials. So I have created a blank page, and first what you do is you go to the getting started page of documentation introduction. This is the first page of docs, right? So when you click on docs, you would see a starter template, right? Just copy it, paste it. This has links to CDN, that is content delivery network. This is CSS, this is JS file, right? And we don't need jQuery anymore in Bootstrap 5 because that's removed, but you'll have the same functionality. Only thing is jQuery is not there. So let's go ahead, create a container class, container fluid. Container spelling is wrong, so make sure you to get that right. Okay, so we have a container fluid, and now let's go here and search for cards, and go here and let's design some cards for us. So let's copy any see, the idea here is not to spend too much time in writing code. The code, the components, they're all available. You should know how to use them. That is what you have to learn with me. All right, so let's remove this. Now let's see how this work looks in action. So here, okay, let me go here and just take so we have the cards reveal in Explorer, and then open it in the browser. Alrighty, so it looks like this, right? So now since we don't have an image, right, so probably we can do a placeholder. So our placeholder.com 300 into 300, right? So it's looking for placeholder, it didn't get it. So let me show you that. It's a small good utility to place images or something like that. So we just have to put via, yes, so that's the one that we have to pull. So here I'm just going to copy that, so we'll get some kind of image. It's good to always have some image to work. Okay, so let's copy it here, and that's it. So now let's go to back to our application, refresh. So we get 150 by 150 card, right? So since I said 150, so this way we can say 200, right? You can have or I can say I want 100 into 200. So this is not what I want. I want 200 by 100, right? So we have it here, and then or maybe we can have a slightly bigger one. So I'll make it 300. Right, so 300 by 100. So let's say some image followed by some text and some links, right? Now similarly, if you see the more documentation, you can have different things, like you can have a link, right? You can have card link, that also we can add instead of a button, right? So here we can, instead of a button, here we can have a card link, right? So we can try all of that. So this is a card which you can customize. You can set the background for it. You can basically do anything and everything that we want, right? Now see, there is a list inside this particular card, right? So you can take a list, ULLI list, and then put it inside the card. So now we have the card, the title, the data, some content, we have list, we can put images, we can put audio, video. So now let me give you see, if you see, this is a card, right? So these are all cards. Anything that you see on a website is a card. So this is a card basically, right? Now this is with a grid, right? So you can use cards with grid. So how do we use that? We can put a div class equal to row, and I'll create a row. I'll create class equal to call 4 column 3. Now I will copy it 3 more times. Now I have 12 column grid, and then I'm going to copy this card, right? I'll just make sure that it's the correct one. Okay, so now let's copy this and paste it in each of the grid, right? So now see, I will have a grid which has uh, 4 boxes, each is a card, right? Now see, right, so this is how we can create cards. The cards can be of any size, it can be a big, small, right? Examples that you can see are a lot of examples. You can go to any website, you can see anything is a card, right? Let me show you an example of how it looks. So GCP, so I'm just giving an example that how you can uh, how the real-time cards look like. So see, this is a card, right? You see here, this is one card, this is one card, this is one card. So these are all different cards which are arranged, right? Now you can have this layout which has 6 cards, right? So there can be any, so these are all cards that you can arrange in any way that you want, right? If you see here, these are the cards which are available for displaying data, right? I'm sure in admin dashboard you would have seen multiple cards, right? So like this, there can be any number of cards that you want to arrange in your application, right? So now let me also show you Bootstrap dashboard, right? So if you see, these are all cards. Now see, this is one card, target sales is one card, income report is one card. So these are all cards, individual blocks that you see, right? If you see little complex one, these are all cards again, right? How you want to arrange them, how you want to display them is totally up to your requirement. So if you see here, 1 2 3 4, these are 4 blocks, it doesn't have images, right? So you can have some blocks which doesn't have image, that's also fine. Like see, this card doesn't have image, that's fine. This card doesn't have links, that's fine. So it's basically your card, your data, right? So put whatever content you want, whatever you don't want, remove it, right? The idea is to make a template like this, right? We will do that as and when we progress in this series. I will show you how to design this template using all the Bootstrap things that we will learn. For now, today I want you to learn, practice Bootstrap cards, and in the next episode we will see how to use Bootstrap lists. As we progress along in this series, we will learn how to use all of them together to make beautiful templates. I look forward for those exercises soon with you. I hope you are liking the series. If you do, please hit the like button. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and above all, please keep supporting me by subscribing to my channel and sending your love. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap lists. Lists are a very important feature of any web application. It will help us group the data which are related and similar data in a proper way, either in terms of, let's say, a list, a numbered list, or an unordered list, whichever way you like to use it. Bootstrap have designed classes and utilities which will help us to get jump start on listing faster. Let's learn all about it in today's episode. This is part 11 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out so you don't miss out on any tutorials. So far we have explored a lot of things in Bootstrap like grids, we have seen Navbar, cards. Today we are learning about Bootstrap list. If you have missed out on any of the previous episodes, I request you to kindly go through that so you have a continuity in learning. Alright, so let's talk about Bootstrap 5 list classes. So Bootstrap has a main wrapper class around list which is called list-group, right? And then individual items can be grouped with list-group-item. Now we can add a content, any kind of content. We can add text, we can add links, we can add images, we can add videos, any content that suits your application. We can also highlight the classes are active or not, whether they are disabled, they are active, etc. Let's see this in action now. Let's go and open up the documentation. That way it would help you to learn how I'm doing it from scratch. So go to docs, then click on list, right? So you have the list group, that's what it's called, right? So now you take a basic example here and see it says UL list group, right?
and each element inside it can be grouped using list hyphen group hyphen item, right? So this is how you get the basic list. But if you scroll down a bit, you can make it active or disable. Let's see that now. So copy this code. Always never reinvent the wheel, friends. Always take the help of Bootstrap documentation. It's beautiful. It will help you to get things faster. Okay, so we have the Bootstrap list. Copy the list here. Now go to our application and refresh it. You will see a Bootstrap list. By default it's 100%, so it's taking the entire width of it, but you can always customize it into a rows and column and give some. Here I'm going to say div class equal to call 4, right? And similarly we can copy it 3 times, so we have a grid of row column of 4 each. Take it here, put it here, copy, paste. And list can be used in any sort of data that you want to arrange, right? So now we have 3 lists arranged here. All right, so now let's make something as active. So if you want to make this active, just add the class active, and here if you add it, it will become active. So let's see that. So see, whichever one you highlight will become active, right? Similarly, you can make them as disabled by adding the keyword active and disabled, right? So if you see here now, so see now this is disabled, right? So let me show you that by removing active here, because it's overriding that value. Okay, which is it? Disabled item column 3. Okay, so you see the difference between the font here. This is black, this is light gray, right? So that's why it says it's disabled. Now similarly you can add links like the example shown here. You can have a list of links that you want to have, right? So that also we can have easily. So this is a link. Now you see it's clickable. You see the cursor, so it's now clickable. So you can have a list. Now see, it's a ULLI, but here we are adding a list group item action to a anchor, right? So that's how you can use links inside the list group. Now similarly you can have, these are the different types of contextual classes, which are nothing but primary, secondary, etc., to make it colorful background, right? So if you take one of these and just add that class, go here and check it out. Now you see it's gray because I added secondary. So if I add warning, it will become yellowish, right? So you can have different contextual colors to your background. That is yet another use case. Now go through it. You can use badges along with the list, right? This is mostly what you see when you log in into your social networks. You see messages. So copy this, let's see, and customize that. So let's customize this. Here we can say messages, friend requests, and we can say inbox, right? So you see the numbers now, and you go here and you see messages are 14, friend request is 2, and inbox is 1. So these are some of the common use cases that you would see of list group, right? Now we are noticing that we have limited content, but you can also have long content like this, which has its own heading and then group heading and then body of it, right? So just copy this again, go here and keep practicing these, friends, because the use cases will be different with different contextual applications, right? So here it makes sense to have a single word or small text. Here you need a group heading and you need some kind of details. Similarly, if you don't want it active, you can remove it. You can give some contextual class that you want, right? So these are various implementations of Bootstrap lists that you can try it out. Maybe in a 1 or 2 episodes we will start doing some live project where we will club all of these features to show you how a real website is done. Try it out. Do drop me any questions or comments that you have. In the next episode I will cover about Bootstrap tables, and then we will do some live projects. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you in the next episode of Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. Hi friends, welcome back to our tutorials, and this is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn all about Bootstrap tables. Tables are one of the most used, I would say, components in any modern application. Be it a grid, be it a admin dashboard, or any sort of things where you want to list things, I think tables are the most preferred ones. So after today's episode, you will be able to implement, use, and master Bootstrap tables. This is part 12 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I have planned around 40 tutorials for you with live examples and much more. Alright, so today we are in the 12th episode. Today we are learning about Bootstrap tables. So Bootstrap tables, the first and most important thing is the outer wrapper that it provides, and there is a class called table, right? And then for each of the customized the background that you want to put, we can use table primary, table secondary, etc. We can also use table striped, table hover, these are all some of the things which are carry forwarded from Bootstrap 4. So you can always align it. You can say it's responsive or not using table responsive. So I'm going to show all of this in practical use, and after next episode we will try and put together a live project where we will implement all of this in real-time application. So without wasting any time, let's jump right into code. That's what we do best. Alright, so I'll open up a file here, and I'm going to create a new, and I'm going to call it tables.html, right? Again, this is a blank one, so I'll go and take up the documentation, pull up the default template, which is here, the starter template. Like I keep telling, this is just a starter template. It doesn't have any code in it. So just copy it around, and that's where the magic starts now. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a container. That means it's going to take 100% of the width, right? Container. Alrighty, so now inside the container, this is where we will put our table, right? So I'll start with the tables. Just take the basic one to get started, right? So there is a basic table. Let's copy this code, paste it here. So you see there is a main outer wrapper which is called table, right? So that's where the table belongs. Let's see this in action first, and then we will go to customize it. Okay, so we are in tables.html. Okay, so this is how the table looks so far, right? It has a header, some rows, right? Now we can call and say table striped, right? So what, spelling, right? So you see alternate colors now because I have given table striped, but I don't want table striped. Instead we want hover, right? So what it means is whenever you take the mouse over, you see the background color on the rows, right? That's one. You can also see table primary, right? So now it is blue color. So you can go on adding classes like table responsive, right? And then you can shrink, right? So you can see it's responsive. If you have the width that is scaling, you can use that also, but for that we need to fix the outer div, right? So there are different implementations of how you can do this. I showed you. We can add table primary, secondary, success, danger, etc. I told you the striped rows, that is alternate colors. We can have dark, right? So you can also use something called table dark or table light, whichever you prefer. So these are all options that you can use to customize your look and feel of the table. But if you see, these are nothing but these are just rows and columns which are nothing but arranged in a tabular format, right? So so we can have active, these are all the things that we are doing, like borders. If you want to have a table with border, just throw in table bordered, etc. So these are all the utility classes. The trick lies in how and what we can do with it, right? It's not just these tags, right? It's much more than that. It's basically what we make of it. So what I would suggest is when we start doing some practical table layout, I think it will be much clearer. For now, just understand that these are all the classes which are available in Bootstrap table that we can use, and we can make our user experience better, right? So give it a try. In the next episode, I will cover Bootstrap buttons, and then we will cover Bootstrap button group, and then we get into live project and live coding of real-time applications. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Join me in the next tutorial where I will cover Bootstrap buttons. Do like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much.
Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series, and in today's episode we are going to learn a component which is common across all, or I would say every single application, which is buttons, right? So you'll find buttons that are used in static websites, in dynamic websites. They are the call to action buttons, right? So which means they drive the user engagement and actions. So let's get started. Let's learn how to use Bootstrap buttons in this particular episode. This is part 13 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. Alright, so today is the 13th episode where we are learning about the Bootstrap buttons. So buttons, Bootstrap provides multiple utility classes for buttons, right? The most basic and simple one being btn, which tells that it's a button. And then there are different classes of classification in terms of colors, like you can use btn hyphen primary, hyphen secondary, info, warning. So those are all the standard ones. We can also use the buttons for outlining, right? So we can say btn hyphen outline hyphen primary, or we can say btn hyphen outline hyphen secondary. For sizes also we can customize it and say btn hyphen size, sm means small, md, lg means large, etc. There can be various states of buttons that we want to control, like active, disabled, so we can add that as well. So let's see how to use that. Alright, so I'm going to pick up an existing template that we did in the earlier episodes in as part of the live project. This is what we have done, so I'm going to use the same here, and we'll go and add some buttons here. So let's learn how to do that. So we are going to give class equal to btn and say add new record, right? Now see, so this comes as a button, right, but it's disabled. So what we are going to do here, oh, okay, something okay, all right, I think we jumped, just 1 second, I think I jumped. Okay, so it got deleted by mistake. Okay, so here I'm saying button primary. Okay, so now you see there's a blue button which says add new, right? So now or let's say add new contact. Okay, so that's how it is. Now this is btn primary, so I can also make it btn secondary, so it becomes gray. Similarly you can say warning, so this becomes yellowish color, right? So what I want is I want some space between these two, so I'm going to say padding, or else a margin bottom should be, right, just so that there is a gap, right? Alright, so we can also use it something like we can use heading here and send the button here, right? So for that what we'll do, we'll probably fix up that in the next one. So alright, so let me show you, let's make it primary. Okay, so now we got a blue action button, and we can use something called outline, right? So see, when you say outline, only the border is highlighted and the text color, right? So this is yet another utility class that we can use for our designing. Similarly, there can be a disabled state, right? So now see, this is disabled, you cannot click on it. So if you have a form which you want to fill out and do some validation and make sure that user is complying to that form, then you can use this and just disable the form as long as it is not valid, right? So similarly you can say enabled. By default all buttons are enabled, so you don't have to mention it. Okay, so these are some of the use cases of buttons that you can try it out in your application, build along. So we'll keep complete this particular application and make it look like an admin panel altogether. All right. Thank you so much. That was a really quick tutorial today. In the next episode, I'll show you Bootstrap button group, and then we will start doing some live project and template designing. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn about button groups. Especially, it's important that when you're trying to group certain actions in a certain page, it's a good user experience that you put some actions together, right? Like for example, you would have seen print, PDF or download, etc. in the same kind of layout, or I would say the same UI element, right? So that element is what we are referring it to as Bootstrap button groups, where we are trying to put multiple buttons together in one element, right? So let's learn all about it in today's episode. Welcome back. This is part 14 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned around 40 tutorials for you, so make sure you check out the playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Alright, so far we have explored all of this. We have done few live projects, and after this episode, the next episode, we will do some more live coding and template designing, so stay tuned for that as well. Alright, so let's learn about button group. So Bootstrap provides a class called btn-group, right? Now using that, we can use it to group multiple buttons, right? So you can see here I'm giving an example where we are grouping 3 buttons, right? So let's see this in action and how we can use it to improve our user experience as a whole, right? So I'm going to use an existing code that we created in the live application project. So make sure you check it out. The code will be available to you in GitHub. Alright, so what we are going to do is if you want to quickly get started, the best way is go to docs in the get bootstrap and type button group, and you would get that. So just copy, always never ever code from scratch. Always take the code, take the starter code and then customize it, right? So we have the button group, that's the div. We are binding 3 buttons, left, middle and right here, and let's see that in action. So I've added it here. So you see now we have these 3. So instead of this add, so let's group them together and make it a little beautiful here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it a row, right? And I'm going to move these 2 inside here like this. Okay, so you see now we have 2, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give them call hyphen say 8, and this I'll give call hyphen 4, right? Since they're in the same row, so you can assign it like that. Now you can adjust the height, or you can say 6 and 6, and like you can give the role, right? Basically you can adjust the height, the typical you can also say that you can give width of it, or you can arrange the how you want to format it basically, right? So what we'll do is let's take this out and let's put it here, or instead what I'll do, I'll create one more here. Okay, and I'm going to group it right here, so that way we have a div inside div, right? So it's better that we separate out the code so that we don't have to repeat it. So now here I'm going to say call 4 and this is call 8, right? So this adds up to, so now we see this is beautiful, and I'm going to say next, right? So now you see we have this left, middle and right, and we have add contact here, or I can reduce this and I can, or I can just say MD, right? Offset also I can use, so the whichever way you want to use, right? So now we have add new contact, we have left, right. So here to make it more realistic, right, we can make it PDF, we can make it download, we can make it say print, right? These are some of the common actions that you would see. Now you can customize the classes, and you can say primary, secondary, and you can give warning, or you can give info, any of the utility classes we can use here. So that's up to us which one we want to use. But from a I would say from a usability perspective, always give the same colors, that would make much sense since they are in the same action group, right? So that's about buttons, right? Bootstrap button groups. You can use that, and you can learn more about documentation. Like I showed you, you can use different mix styles. You can use different classes. You can use outline classes also. Let me quickly show you that also, real quick here. So just copy them here and paste them back. So whatever styles you can do with buttons, you can do with button group, right? So you see here now PDF, download, button. So this is yet another interesting way to show the actions, right? So that's outline for you, right? And you can also use as a checkbox. These are again like input checkboxes, right? So you can use them. You can use radio button. You can use toggle bar, right? So these are especially useful when you are doing, let's say, a pagination or something like that. Extremely useful for that. So give it a try, um, and you can say small, medium, or MDs, SM. So you can tell the size of it. By default, it's always MD, which is medium, right? So you can have medium by default. You can change it to small or large, right? So go ahead, give it a try with button group. In the next episode, we will do live project. Before we do Bootstrap Alerts, I want to do some live coding sessions with you to show you and build your confidence, right? If you have any feedback, do let me know in the comment section. I look forward for your positive and encouraging comments. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. Today is yet another day where we will do some live project including all our learning. This is part 15 of the Bootstrap 5 tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I have planned around 40 tutorials for you, including some live examples and live project to help you. So far in the tutorial playlist, we have learned about grids. We have done 3 live projects earlier. We have learned about navbar, cards, lists, tables, buttons, and button groups. So today we are going to add and make use of all of these components to build a template. These live projects are intended to help you to learn how you can grow quickly, how you can learn to put together stuff and UI templates or design your own websites quickly. I hope they are helping you. So this is purely coding day, so there's no much talk or description or theory today. We'll go ahead and start coding. If you have any doubts, just let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to answer them. Let's get started with our hands-on coding session. Alright, so first thing, we'll go to our website and we will open the Bootstrap documentation. I will go to docs and we'll copy the starter template as usual, right? So starter template is nothing but a empty shell of HTML which doesn't have any code. Alright, let's go and create a new file. And what are we going to develop today, right? So we are going to develop this website called Xylo. I have found out this to be interesting and maybe a good candidate for us to try it. So this has a beautiful navbar, it has few cards, or maybe we can start with say tables. That's what we have learned, right? So we'll try and replicate this particular website and see how much we can replicate to make it exactly look like this, right? So this has some navbar, title, some table. So this would be good candidate for us to learn, right? So let's get started and let's create our file and let's call it xylo.html. Alright, so now let's paste our starter template. We got the starter template. One other thing, Bootstrap also gives us few templates in under examples. So if you see under examples, you'll see some starter code templates that you can use. So here you have for navbar fixed, which looks like this. So just copy that code so that we have a quick start on our coding, right? So let's copy all of the code inside the body and paste it here inside the body, right? Okay, and we also need some custom styling because that's what it has added so that there is a fixed top. So we'll go here and we'll add style and we'll add the body style to it. Okay, and last but not the least, um, okay, so this is all done. So let's see how it looks, and open with Chrome. All right, so this is how our application looks, right? Silo, beautiful so far. So let's customize the look and feel of this. So we can take some colors, and I have got some colors that we can use. So let's see. So this is basically the colors, right? So we can go and check colors, and Bootstrap allows us so many beautiful colors that we can uh, use. So we can say palette, color themes, theme colors, right? So we have so many colors that we can use, and we can select. So choose whichever color you want. um, that doesn't matter really. All right, so for the simplicity sake, I'm going to stick to the primary, right? So let's stick to that, and I'm going to take this, or we can take green, right? That's also looks good. So let's take this and go to our palette template, and this is blue here, but you can choose any color, or you can select colorhex.com website to choose your color, right? So if you are looking here, it's looking like a little dark blue. So you can select the dark blue color that you want, or you can just search here and say which kind of color you like. Okay, choose, get info. So let's select this color, and then let's go here and say dot navbar dark background color important and hash, right? So you have it. I'm going to close this and let's refresh. So you have the slight color change, which looks good now, right? And then we are going to add a table, right, in the main content area. So let's get started, and in the main content area, we don't need this. Here we are going to create a table. So I'm not going to don't create anything from scratch. Everything is available. We just need to know how to use them. We have to be smart enough to know how to use them. All right, so now let's refresh. So we see there is a table, right? Let's throw in a couple of more fields, columns, so it looks good. Let's add some data, right? And let's add two more headings. Okay, so this looks much better. Now we'll get rid of this top. We don't need this jumbotron, or rather big div, and we have our table. Instead, what we are going to do is we are going to use this space for adding our title. Okay, so here we are going to add title and say inventory, right? So we have our inventory. So that's what is the title, or we are calling it applications. I don't think we need padding of 5, so we'll keep the, right? So we don't need that. We just kept it, say padding of 2 is good enough, right? So we have that here, and then probably we might need a button here, right? So what we are going to do is, in the previous example, if you remember, we have added that new contact and added few buttons. So I'm just going to copy that code so that we don't repeat it. Okay, all right, so now we got here, and instead of a button, I'm just going to make it a h1. Beautiful. So now you see the page is coming together well, right? So we have the add new contact. H1 usually does a break, right? So that's why it's going. Instead I'm going to, and here I'm going to add one. Let's see how this comes up, or I can use typography to break it. Can make it 4, I can make it 8. Alright, so we have the title here. It's not add new contact, it's applications here. Okay, applications, and then we can say, instead of outline, I can say primary and say add new application. And I don't need a button group really today, right? So yeah, we don't need this. We can just add a simple button. Alright, so there you go. So we have applications, we have add new application, we have the table. Now let's a little bit, maybe you see, so this is how we are putting together our details. You have our nav bar, and we have our nav bar, we have our details here. In the search, we can add. So this is how we are learning to use button, tables, nav bar, card together. And if you want, we can also add some cards to show the spending list. Maybe let me quickly show you that. And what we'll do is, probably we don't need this here. Let's see how it looks without the background. Yeah, looks much better, right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a div class, and instead we'll class equal to row, and here we are going to say class equal to call 3, right? And copy this, right? And here we are going to say spending and break, say 10 million, right? Again, I'll show you this div cards in just a bit, right? So see, we can use these cards, something like this, that we can use. I saw it somewhere here. I saw it somewhere here, like these, right? So we can see annual spend or something like this. So this can be looked upon as a card that you want to use. So let's go ahead, pick a card like this, right, which has some value and some details. So copy that and just put it inside this, each of it. We don't need an image really. And style will remove, right? And link, instead we just need some data here, and we will say 10 million, whatever that's spending, rich guy, right? And then let's see how it looks. So something like this, a card, right? So now let's just copy that card multiple times, right? So it looks much better. And I think PG light, we don't need that. Instead we can put it to each of the cards. Let's see how that looks, right? Okay. Oh, sorry, I should have put it to the card and not to the column. Alright, so this is how you go about designing any templates that are given to you using the components which are already available. So you see, we are using cards, we are using buttons, we have used table, right? So you see here, now we have got 4 different tabs which are showing the spending. We got the table, we got this. Now you want some spacing, so we can say class padding bottom 4, right? So there is some space, and between applications and this, if we want, we can say 4, right? Or we can say padding bottom 4, right? So you see the gap here. Now it looks much better. So this is how you can go about designing uh, any of these dashboard kind of templates. I hope it's giving you confidence that you can see. If you look here, right, if you look, this is exactly what we were trying to do. Now we have this pending here. So go ahead, give it a try, create your own template, let me know how it goes. In the next episode, again, I will do one live coding for you. We'll take a new live company website or a template and we'll start designing that website. I hope you are enjoying. If you are enjoying, you can buy me a coffee at the given link below. And I'll see you in the next episode where we'll continue doing some more live project and live coding. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series, and today it's a yet another live project session where I will show you how to design a template, how to design your website through live coding. This is a part 16 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I am planning around 40 tutorials for you, which includes tutorials as well as live projects and examples. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out so that you have continuity in your learning. So far we have learned about the grids. We have navbar, cards, list, tables, buttons, and button groups. In the last episode, we did a live project by designing a website and simulating an application called Xylo. And today we'll continue enhancing it by adding more functionality features to it. Let's get started. So in the process, we will learn about some of the components that we have learned so far to use them, right? So let's get started. Let me first show you what we are up to. So this is how it looks so far. This is what we have done. We have a nav bar and we put some cards and we have a title, we have a button, and we have a table, right? So today we'll enhance this, add more functionality, make it much more appealing and much more functionality to it. Let's get started. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this row because I need this layout once more. And before that, what I will do, I will just group this table into table responsive, right? So that's a div utility class. What that tells is that, to make it this table responsive, right? And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this entire thing once again, this entire thing, and copy it here. And this I'm going to replace the h1 with the input text box so that I make a search box here. Input type equal to text, and I'm going to say place class equal to form control. I'm going to cover forms in Bootstrap in the next episode for you, so stay tuned for that as well. And now I'm going to say search inside table. Alright, so now let's come and refresh. So now we see a beautiful little search text box, right? So this can be used to search the text that can be inside of this particular table, right? And then I'm saying I don't want this, I need a button group, right? So let's go here to Bootstrap documentation and pick up the standard button group, copy, and then come here, and instead of this one button, paste the button group, and here I'm saying PDF print, and I'm saying download. Okay, and also I don't want the full buttons, right? That's something that I don't like it because it takes away the primary utility. So what we will do is we'll put a outline because these are secondary actions, right? So always have a consistency in how you design. So now you see we have print, PDF, download, right? So the main action button is always primary, the secondary ones are outlined, right? So that looks much better. So this is for searching inside the table, this is for more actions on the table, right? Now similarly we'll copy this once more and let's design it beautifully like a grid. Now you can figure out that this is coming up like a more of a dashboard kind of a thing that you can think of. And this input will delete, and here we'll put showing 10 out of 100. Alright, so here you see the list, And then here, let's say again we are going to say we are going to put pagination, right? So you can put something like numbers, right? So see, now you have 1 2 3 4 5 6, like this is like the pagination, right? So we have the search here inside the table, we have some actions of print, PDF, download, and adding actions, and we have the cards here, right? So we can make them little more relevant, and we can say cost, right? Revenue per month, something like that, some meaningful names, and next month, this month, right? So something like variables. Now you can also use something like so say PG success, right? Now see, I'm going to use colors to indicate it, right? And I'm going to take text white, so something like this, and then I'm going to say BG warning and text black, right? So we have this, and then we are going to say BG danger and say text white, right? And last but not the least, say info text black, right? All right, so here we are. So we have this beautiful thing. Now at the top we can also customize our links and make it more relevant, right? um, Applications, right? Subscriptions, right? And I don't want this search here. Instead what we can do is we can just add one here, and we see this here, right? So we are going to remove this here and say Mr. Auto, right? And we are going to say remove it here, so this should ideally go on the right. Okay, so now this is disabled, so let's remove this also. So we have applications, subscriptions, home, and at the end towards we can have something like profile, logout, right? So the last link should be logout, right? And this I'll say profile, say my, or say billing, right? Cool. So we have application, subscriptions, profile, billing, account, logout, and if you add some more rows, I think it should look much beautiful, just like a real-time application, right? So far you can get a feel how it's turning out to be, right? So this is how you can create any dashboard kind of a page in Bootstrap, right? Which will have some pagination, which will have some actions, some title, and finally some thing. Now to enhance it, what we can also do is we can also put a quick background, right? And we can say background hyphen color, right? So this is where we can throw in a, let's say F8, F7, F6, right? A slightish grayish like color, and you can, this is for the main body, right? So in the container, and in the container we can add white color. So there are a lot of variations that we can try it out. Now see, now I have added white color here and little kind of a grayish kind of a background to the body, right? Now, so this is how it looks, and this is how you can go about designing any kind of a website. And if you don't want this to be usually this should be outside, so it will give that punch to you, right? So what we can do is we can put this out and move this out of the container, right? um, so that will give us a good punch for, so what I'm going to do is move it here, right? So this is now, usually it's 100%, but you don't want, if you don't want it, we can have it in other ways also. um, so you get the idea, right? So I mean, that's up to us how we want to arrange them. But yeah, that's how you go about designing a beautiful template that you want to see. I hope it helps you. I hope it helps you um, give confidence that you can go about building any kind of template or website using Bootstrap. In the next episode, we will start covering about forms in Bootstrap. There's so many components we are yet to learn. So in the next episode, I will cover about the Bootstrap forms, which we will cover in detail. And until then, take care. If you have any doubts, just drop them in the comment section below. I'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn and implement Bootstrap Alerts. Bootstrap Alerts are especially, I would say, an integral part when you're trying to communicate with the user about the actions or the updates of their actions. It's important that you make sure that the alerts are relevant. For example, if there is some action which is dangerous, we might want to highlight it with danger class. If it's a success like creating a resource, we highlight it with a green one. If it's just an information, we highlight it with blue one. Although these colors are not restricted, but these are standard practice as part of your design framework. Welcome back friends, this is part 17 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. There are around 40 tutorials that I have planned. So far we have covered about grids. We have done few live projects on design grids. Make sure you check them out as well. We covered navbar, card, list, tables, button groups, and last two episodes we did live project of designing a website from scratch. Today we are focusing on learning about Bootstrap Alerts. So Bootstrap provides us a utility class called alert, and we can also use other classes like alert-primary, alert-secondary, and role equal to alert. So when we do that, it will give us a alert box, right? So let's go ahead and try this through a hands-on example and learn how to use them in real time. All right, so let's go ahead. I'll open my code. So what I want is I want to put a alert here to my application. So I will say class equal to alert, and here I'm saying for now starting, I'll just put a simple alert. I'll say um, dashboard data refreshed successfully. Okay, so some message like this, and you go to your application and refresh it, and you see it says dashboard data refreshed successfully, right? So that's a good alert at the top, right? We can also move it anywhere in the page, so it makes sense that we have it somewhere after this boxes, right? After the boxes and just before this, so it makes sense here. Let's see, right? So something like this. Okay, so data refresh successfully. Now similarly, if we have to do it something like green color, then we can use the green color and say data refresh successfully with green color. Similarly, we can use warning class to highlight it and say data refresh successfully. And finally, we can also use info, right? Or we can use secondary. So these are the various classes that are available, right? So let's say we want to use warning. Now inside this, we can also use heading, right? And if you want to use something like say heading, right? So we can say class equal to alert heading. So this will become a heading. Okay, important notification, right? So we can use an heading also for an alert like this, right? So you see there is a heading and then there is a text, right? So we need a X icon here to dismiss this particular notification. So let's go ahead and implement that. So for that, the class is alert hyphen dismissible, right? That's the correct one. So what we will do is we'll just add it to this and say alert dismissible. I'll just check the spelling once. Dismissible. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so now refresh again. Okay, uh, let's check the spelling. dismissible alert, yeah, uh, alert hyphen, and then there is a close button. Yes, so there should be a close button with data dismissible, right? So what we'll do is we'll add a button, right? And then we will say class equal to btn, and btn, right, data hyphen dismiss. So just use this. I mean, you can take it from the documentation also, whichever. Let's say I'll pick it up from the documentation. So we are at alerts, right? So just go here and dismissing, and just copy the button, right? Don't waste too much time typing. It's not of any use. Alright, so I got the copy code. Let's go here to our application and refresh. So now we see X icon, close it, it goes away, right? So we have the X icon to dismiss. So this way we can implement alerts into our application to inform the user. Now these alerts can be like I showed you, different colors, different meaning, right? So it's not only colors, it's different meaning. So if it's success, you can use success class and make it green, danger means red, etc. Right? Let me just show you once and then we'll. Alright, so that means danger, right? So you can dismiss it, and this is how your dashboard communication to the user looks much better, right? Cool. So that being said, in the next episode I will cover Bootstrap model window, another yet another important one. So stay tuned for that. Keep sharing your love, feedback, comments, really appreciate them. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap model windows. Model windows have become an extremely important and integral part of any modern web application. Be it opening a particular record or adding a new quick data, creating a new resource, editing or confirmation window, all of these requires us to use model window. Model windows work with a lot of modern browsers, and if you look at most of these frameworks like Bootstrap, Material Design, Foundation, all of these are now only supporting modern browsers, right? Because model windows work only with modern browsers, not with the older or legacy versions. So that being said, when you're building model windows in your applications, make sure that you consider that it's only for modern browsers. That being said, this is welcome back. This is part 18 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I am planning around 40 tutorials for you with live examples and tutorials. Alright, so far we have covered about the grids. We did few live projects. We have covered navbar, card, list, tables, button groups, alerts. Today we are covering Bootstrap model window. Alright, so Bootstrap model window, there are some important classes that are provided by Bootstrap. Starting, the entire div is wrapped around a class called model, right? So it tells that this entire div is a model window. And then you have model hyphen dialog, right? That's what is the main content area, I would say. And then there is model hyphen content, which has two sections. One is model hyphen header and model hyphen body, right? So these are the five important classes that you should remember. This is for the heading, this is for the body. And finally, you'll have a model footer, which would have buttons like close or action buttons, right? So let me show you this in action, so that way it would be much clearer to you. Again, I always tell everybody, whoever is learning, don't start anything from scratch, right? I mean, the best way to start is look at the documentation in the Bootstrap website. So here we are, Bootstrap, it requires JavaScript. So this is a model window that I'm going to I'll copy it and then we'll start customizing it. So just click on copy, so your code is copied. That's what I told you, model dialog, content, header, right? The reason I encourage people to take the code from the documentation is because sometimes you end up making a lot of class mistakes or spelling mistake, which leads to small mistakes but leads to a lot of time consuming, because you have to debug each and everything. The best thing about copying it from the directly from the documentation is you have the starter template to work and customize. So let's take this and go into our application and add that to our add new application. So let's first copy the dialog window at the end. Okay, so at the end I'm going to keep this dialog model window, right? So this is the placeholder for keeping this dialog. Now right now I have not triggered any action, right? So to trigger that action we need to bind that data, right? So this is it, right? So how do? We use data toggle and give that particular model ID, right? So here they have not given the model ID. So what I'll do is I'll just copy again and copy this one, and I'll copy here the same. It's the same thing except that it has an ID now, right? ID example model, right? And a label to it, so that way we know we can target this element. And we'll just say data toggle data target equal to our ID, same ID as what we have given here. So I'm going to go at the top and add it to our add new application button, right? So here I've added data toggle model, and data target is the ID of that particular model window, which is example model. Now save it. Let's go and run it. Refresh. Now see the model window comes up, right? So it's empty right now. It's just a shell skeleton. It doesn't have anything with them, right? So we can add some content in it, and let's see that. So here if you see model window, this is the starter model window, and here let's say add new application starter window. We can add some HTML. Okay, we will populate, we will create the form here once we reach bootstrap form in next couple of videos. Okay, so see, this is what it looks like. This is starter window. We'll create new form when we reach there, right? So you can customize the things and save changes, close, or we can say instead of save changes we can say add new application. Now right, add new application, close. Now some people say, can we have only two? No, we can have any number of buttons we want, right? Save and add new, or we can say save and close, right? So save and close, save and add new, close. So you can have any number of actions that you want, and need not to be save and close. You can have like download, PDF, print, whichever, right? You get the idea that it's not only save and close or anything of those sorts. It's depending upon your application's logic, right? So if you are bringing up an invoice, you can say download, PDF, print, right? And again, these colors can also be customized. So if you want, you can have it secondary, primary, info, however you want, right? Download, PDF, print. So this is how you can open up, right? And so model windows are extremely useful for the kind of data you want to display, right? So in our case, we are using this for adding a new application. So I will put back that details like close and add new app. So we will customize this again when we come to forms, because that's what we will do. Add new application. Okay, so we see that we have a header, we have content, we have close button now, right? And this I'm going to call it secondary, right? So this is close, this is add new application. Okay, beautiful. So far so good. So we got our model window in place. So this is how you can use model window for anything. Now you can use you can customize different options here. You can have scrolling long content, right? So if you see you have an extremely long content, you can even scroll it. You can enable that. You can use tooltips that we'll learn in the next coming. Basically, you it's just that, this is just a model window. You can use anything inside it, right? In the content you can add anything. You can add form, you can add grid, you can have a button, table. Just to show you quickly, I'll just add a new form button, so this way you'll be confident in knowing that this is what we'll be doing. So input type equal to text, then class equal to form control, placeholder equal to enter username, right? So this is one example of how you can use the forms, right, to enter data. We'll learn about it. We can make it small, medium, large, right? So we can say model hyphen LG, right? So this will be like a like LG, which will go on the left side. So if you want to make it uh, large, right, so you can say uh, model dialog LG XL, right? So you can say model hyphen LG, so it will become large, not on this, sorry, here, and then you can make it large, right? So it's a bigger one. If you want to make a small one, just make it small, right? So it's a small one. You can just say okay, continue, cancel, or something like that. By default it's medium, so even if you don't give it, it's by default medium, so remember that. So by default model dialog is always medium. Alright, so that being said, let's go ahead, give it a try. In the next, we'll cover about Bootstrap Collapse, yet another important cool thing. Soon we'll start a Bootstrap form and we'll try and complete our design of our application, continue building on this example. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. We will cover Bootstrap Collapse. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. Today's episode, we are going to learn and implement Bootstrap Collapse. You would have seen this functionality when you're implementing CSS styles, especially display none and display block. So basically what we are doing is toggling the elements visibility, and either we are showing it or hiding it, right? You would have used it in jQuery as well, like .hide, .show. Similarly, Bootstrap provides utility class called Collapse, and we can attach an event using a button and say data toggle, and we can bind it and say collapse by passing an ID. Let's learn all about it in today's episode. Extremely important to kind of enhance the user experience overall. This is part 19 of Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I've planned around 40 tutorials for you, including live projects and examples. So far we have covered about the grids. We did some live projects on grid layouts. We learned about navbar, card, list, tables, button groups. We did some more live projects, alerts, model window, and today we are learning about Bootstrap Collapse, right? So like I said, Bootstrap provides us with a class called class equal to collapse, and we can give an ID, right? Collapse example, and data toggle is equal to collapse, and data target equal to the ID of the element that you want to hide or show, right? So these are the things. It's extremely, you can play it with different variations like accordion or hide or show or notification, etc. Let's see some in action and by doing some hands-on activity. Alright, so what I am going to do, let me first show you the application. So this is the application we have so far. So we have a messaging, we can click it, we learned about Bootstrap model in the last window. And now what we are going to do is we'll implement click on these particular metrics, and there should be some small message which should come up with some details for them, right, to add interactivity. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add to the buttons, right? So I'm going to make this entire thing a button, right? Or say we can add a button, href class equal to btn button link, say click no more, right? So something like, or no more, right? Or say show more, right? So and here I'm giving data toggle equal to collapse, and I'm saying data. So we have to pass the target, right? So what we'll do is data target equal to ID of that, right? So which ID? So here I will say hyphen show spending, right? So that's one of the things that we'll give, and so we have to create a div for it with the same ID. So at the end, what I will do, I will create a div and call it collapse and give an ID, and this should be the same as the one that we gave there. So I'll say show spending. Okay, this is div for showing spending summary. Alrighty, now let's click. You see this? Now if you don't have this, you see this? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it PG link padding should be 4. Okay, so let's close this messaging, click here. This is showing, right? So this is for the first one. Similarly, what we can do is we'll copy the this warning is too jazzy, too big. Oh, this is too bright. Okay, let's keep it simple. Not BG light. Okay, so this looks good. This looks much better, right? So it comes up here, right? So there is a background. All right, so cool. So let's copy this couple of times, like 1 2 3 4, and say this is show cost, and show this month, show next month, right? Now similarly, the way we included this link, right? So we will include it in each of this and just change the name, show cost, show this month. So design only takes time, because you have to spend time making it perfect, right? And that's the thing that you have to keep, right? So we have now 4 links. Now what I'm going to do is just to show you that it's different, I'm going to give different colors. Again, it's up to you whether to use the same colors or different, but right, so you have the warning here in gray, then right, then you have div which shows and spending. So it will make it success, make it danger, right? So close it here. Now green opens up green, yellow opens up yellow, right? So you have these. Again, you can customize the text colors for this, right? Text white, like this, text white, right? This is black. Again, you can show here white, right? Now this is one variation of a collapse, right, where you can show all 4 divs, but there is also variations that you can use, which is like the accordions, right? So when you click on one, it should open up other, right? So you can use them as an accordions also, right? So we can use this also. I mean, have the each of this in the card and then use the buttons to give that particular, like you open one and hide others, right? So I will give you this as an homework. Give it a try. It's just copy this code and put it in this cards, and you should be able to get it simply, right? So give it a try. I will show you how to do that maybe later in the example, but you get an idea of how to use the collapse component in Bootstrap, right? So use this as an accordion. Try and show only one div at a time. If you want, you can just refer to this particular code, and this should help you move forward. If you have any doubts, let me know. I'll be happy to help you. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode. We will cover Bootstrap Forms. Extremely important. No application is complete without forms. We'll see that in the next video. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn a very important and I would say top rated functionality and feature of any web application, which is forms. Forms are an integral part to any web application. Some of the common examples of forms can be contact us page or creating new resource. That can be anything, right? Can be creating a new contact, lead, opportunity, quote, invoice, etc. etc. Form consists of various components, right? It can have a text box, text area, checkbox, input radio, select drop down, and various input mechanism. Through forms, we will collect the information from the user, right? It's kind of an interactive way in which we can engage our end users in providing us the inputs. So let's get started and learn how Bootstrap forms can be used in creating those forms and what are the different components that we can use. This is part 20 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. Make sure you check them out. I'm planning around 40 tutorials for you, which includes tutorials and live examples. So far we have covered all these topics that are on your screen right now, and currently we are on episode number 20, which is about Bootstrap forms. So some of the important classes that utility classes that Bootstrap provides for forms is form label, which can be used to create a label for the form. Then to add an input element to it, we'll use form control, right? And there can be input groups, input file uploads, input ranges, and validations. So we'll see one by one now with a live example and hands-on practical example. During the course of this, if you have any doubts, just drop them in the comment section and I'll be happy to help you. Alright, so I'm opening this code that I have, that if you see, this is the same code which we have done as part of our live project. So if I just refresh and click on add new contact, there's a dummy model. Nothing, it's empty. There is nothing in it yet. And we will add the forms inside our model window, right? You can add input forms to anywhere in your screen, right? You can add it in the main content or in your model window. Anywhere you can add that, right? So that being said, the documentation that you should refer is go to docs, then search for forms, and this is the details that it will show us, right? So I'm going to show you some basic ones how to create, and then I'll show you how to use the documentation to speed up your process. Alright, so let's go to the Bootstrap model. It's empty. So first I'm going to create a div, then I'm going to put a label, right? And I'm going to give a class, right? So this is input label, right? So I'll say username, and then we will actually give a input control, and we'll say form control, right? And we'll give this input and say this is my form control. Let's refresh and see this. So it says username, and you see this blue color border, which means it's taking it as a input control, right? Now similarly, you can give the form control to any particular, let's say this is for this div, so I'm going to create a new one and take it here. Okay, so here I'm going to say enter comments, right? And now I'm going to make a text area, right? So these input fields, right, can have multiple things, like which is typical of your HTML attributes, like enter username. I can also have a placeholder, say enter comments, and again refresh, and you would see enter comments, enter. So this is by default, if you see, this is taking 100% of the width of that particular div, right? So we have learned about grid, right? So you can also mention those here. So if you want to say specify grid layout, you can say it should occupy column 6, right? So it will be only half that width you see here. So that way you can also apply your grid layout along with it. To the styling, how you want to do it is up to you. So will show you an example of how you can beautifully design. So you can say this is one row, right? This is a row. So now I have one row and two columns, each consisting of, so this, now I'm going to change it to first name. This I'm going to change it to last name, right? So now what we have done, we have added two fields in the same row, first name, last name, and we have some comments, right? All right, so we can also apply some typography here, and we can say the padding should be say 2, right? So that's the utility. So now you see it has padding 2. Similarly, I can say here and say class padding 2. So now they'll be much better aligned, right? So you see now slowly the form is shaping up beautifully and the way we want it. Let's go ahead and now check out. This was about input type equal to text and text area, right? Now similarly, we can add other components like checkbox, radio button. So I'm not going to start typing each one. Instead, I'm going to show you how to utilize quickly. So go to documentation, click on checkbox and radio. These are same again. So the only difference here would be this would use form check, right? And this would be form check input, form check label. So copy that and just paste it inside this div, and there you go. So alright, so now we have a default checkbox, right? Now you can add other attributes to it, like say if you want to add this particular input and make it disabled, right? Or you can say checked and disabled both. So see, now it's by default checked and disabled. So you can use that. If you don't want it disabled, by default you want it checked, you want it checked, right? So this was about checkbox. Similarly, copy this again. Now we are going to throw in through two radio buttons. Okay, so similarly, it's the same concept, right? In radio, in checkbox, the thing is you can use multiple selects, right? So let me show you that also quickly. So whenever we say a checkbox, we can have multiple selection, and radio button we will have only one, right? So I can select these two, whereas with radio it's always one, right? So now let me show you that also quickly. So there are different no, the only thing that separates a radio button and a checkbox is the name. Okay, now let me show you that. So if you see here, this name and this name has to be same, right? So that's why it will only select one. Let me show you that in action. So see, now you have radio button. Now you see it is switching, alternating between these two, whereas checkbox can do multiple select, right? And it is switching alternate because this name is same. Now I'm going to change the name to something else. Okay, now let's see this. And now it is selecting both because the names are not similar, they are not same, they are different. So it is thinking there are two different radio buttons, whereas it's only one. So make sure that this is a common mistake most developers do. They give different names and they see that both radio buttons are getting selected. Alright, so we covered text input, we covered text select text area, we saw checkboxes, radio button. Now let me also show you how there are different variations of checkboxes that you can use, like if you want to use intermediate state, right? Like 3 states, it's either true or false, or you can have an intermediate step. Again, that depends upon how you want to use it in your application. You can provide that also. Now let me show you range. Now range is nothing but you can drag and drop the selector, the range, and when you select it, it would give you the value of that particular element. Now we can always set the max and the min range, right? So these are usually used when you are trying to do something like select age, right? Or select your age, or select the amount that you're looking for, what's your maximum budget. You can give that, and it's usually a JavaScript kind of an interaction that you want to put in. So let me put it here, and let's drop it here. Let's close it here. All right. So that's how we can add it to the, I would say, user experience. It's a new control. Um, Certainly, if you want to use it, you can use it like a drag, and on drag what has to do, on start of the drag what should happen. So you can add all of that interactivity to your application. Alternatively, you can use a drop down and say select minimum and maximum range. That is all user experience driven. So this is an example of range. All right. And then another interesting thing that has come up recently with user experience is um, the input groups, right? So what is an input group? Input, if you see here, right, there is no at the rate, or there is no, let's say you are trying to enter a value of say currency, right? And you want to show a currency, which currency it belongs. So that's where input grouping comes into picture, right? Let me show you an example. Go to documentation, pick it up. So you see here one of these example which says at the rate username, or you can see dollar, the text box, and then something, right? So this is a group of three elements. There is a symbol, there is an input, and there is again a label, right? So you can group one, or at the end, at the starting, or at the end, or you can use at start and at the end also, right? So let me show you that example. Let's copy this div, and let's go here. Let's fork this and add one more, and copy this again. Go here. All right. So if you see, there is an input hyphen group, and here we are putting three elements, right? So under input group, whatever you put, it would appear it in single line, right? So here we are saying input group text. This is your text that you want to display. It can be anything. It can be INR, it can be USD, whatever value you want to display, right? So I am showing it INR. Now you can have it only one, like this. This is also fine at the beginning, or you can have it only at the end. This is also fine at the end, right? Or now the question sometimes, can I have two, right? Something like this, right? So you can have more than one, as long as you know, say you are showing something like USD and say dollars, right? So as long as it fits your use case, or if it's your requirement, you can add anything, any number of grouping. It can be at the beginning, it can be at the end. Now this is very useful again to improve your user experience, right? So give it a shot, give it a try. Last, I'll cover validation, and yet a very important one. So if you see, if you delete and try to submit form, it shows this kind of validation. Usually we will do all of this in JavaScript, right? Or in modern frameworks like Angular, React, Vue. It provides a lot of utilities which we can easily achieve this, right? Like if based on a certain condition, you can make it true or false, right? So just copy. Now this is nothing but add one more field to it. That's all. Okay. So what we are doing here is nothing but we are telling that if it's available, show like this, right? So looks good. Otherwise, there is a problem, right? So what we are going to do? So let's copy this. Um, let's say we'll copy this div, and let's go to the form, right? And then copy it here and paste it. Go back, right? So now you see, if you delete, it won't do anything because there it is on submit. So I'm going to move that functionality now. So if you see here, they're adding it and showing it for each of it, right? So whether it is true or false. Usually you will not, if you want to do it in vanilla JavaScript, you can do that, but think of it this as a utility class, right? So what I'm going to show is I'm going to show this as required, and then I'm going to put it as display. So for that I'm going to say invalid feedback, so it should show you the error, right? Okay, let me correct this here. Validation. So yeah, it's actually JavaScript driven. Probably I'll cover this when I do with Angular. We'll incorporate these into our application, and we can just show them directly, right? Because by default they are hidden. So if you see in the code, I will inspect element, and there is a class here which says invalid display none. So if I just open it, it looks like this, right? So you can show those errors and just say true or false and make it look right. So just assuming that you have done some logic at your in your JavaScript and there is an error. So how do you show it? You show it like this, right? Basically you basically flip the toggle between display none and display block. So we'll learn about it more when we do integration with JavaScript and with Angular. I think that's where it would be much clearer. But understand that there are different validations that you can perform. You can have different types, like you can show this icon, you can show border, you can show message, you can make the text color red, right? So there are so many things that you can incorporate just to show that it's not correct. So alternatively, you can also show it like text red, right, in the label. So just put text red. So this is another way of showing that there is a error, right? Again, so this um, you can put it here, and so let's see that. Oh, sorry, not red. It's text danger, right? Okay, so like this, like it's required, it's empty, so you can make the label as red or to show some message. You can use an input group which is of red color. You can show that as well. So like how we have learned to show this icon here. So there are different use cases that you can incorporate and show them accordingly, right? All right, so that brings us to the end of this particular episode. This is all about forms. Remember, these are all the different forms that are available, and it's up to us how we want to use it in our applications based on our needs. We'll do a live example with Angular again. I'm sure we'll incorporate all of this there. But go ahead, give it a try, start building your own forms. Remember, the best way is to take the forms which are available in the documentation and start growing it from there, right? Never do anything from scratch. It doesn't make sense. It will demotivate you. Always take some existing code that's your working motivation and start working and building on top of it. I hope it's clear. I hope it's fun. I'll see you in the next episode where we'll learn about Bootstrap Dropdowns. Thank you so much for joining in today's episode. I'll see you in the next episode. Thank you. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. Today's episode we are going to learn and implement Bootstrap dropdowns. You would have seen dropdowns whenever we give user a choice to select from more than one options, right? It can be as simple as gender. You can give a drop down to select the gender, which includes male, female, or do not want to disclose. Or it can go to a complex ones which are chained uh, select drop downs. Like for example, first you select the country, it would load the select drop down for the states, then you select a state, and then the consequently the cities and the district can load, right? So this is a chained drop down, much complex scenario. So those are the some of the real-time use cases where you would have already used and seen dropdowns. Today we will learn all about it using Bootstrap component dropdown. This is part 21 of Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. I have planned around 40 tutorials for you. So if you have any doubts, any queries on these tutorials, please do let me know in the comment section. I will try and help you as much as I can. Alright, so far we have covered all these topics that are on your screen right now. We are on the 21st tutorial, and today we are focusing on learning drop downs, and then we'll probably be doing few live projects again in the upcoming tutorials. Alright, so drop downs, let's talk about that. So some of the utility classes that Bootstrap provides for drop down are the main outer div, which is class equal to drop down. That's the main div which tells that this particular component is a drop down. And then obviously we need a button, right, where when we click on it, it would open up the options, right? That usually would be a button. It can be anything. You can give it a link, but the important thing here is that the class has to be drop down toggle, and the ID has to be same, matching with the ID of the UL, that is the list, unordered list that you give. And the unordered list is nothing but it's a drop down menu, right? It's a menu option which will have items in it, like drop down hyphen item 1, 2, and 3. This is the common structure to all the drop downs that you would use in Bootstrap. The data gets interesting when you have dynamic data connected to it, right? So let's do some hands-on and go and see some examples and learn more. Alright, so I'm opening this application, and so far if you see, my application looks like this. We have done some live project. In the last episode we added model window, we added learn to add form. So today let's add a drop down somewhere here, right? And instead of this button group, now I want to make it a drop down, right? So let's go and pick up that code from Bootstrap documentation. As always, I will encourage you to always start with scaffolding with some basic code that you get. Do not try and code everything, because you may end up making some mistake which will lead to major problems and frustration. If you are a new beginner, this is the best way to approach, because this will help you to learn better without mistakes. Alright, so copy that component code, basic code that's available in Bootstrap. Now you see there is a class equal to dropdown, you have a UL li list, and you have a drop down button. Let's save it and run and see the output. So you see we have this drop down here, right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove, or rather comment it out here. And now now we see we have add new contact, we have drop down. So what I'm going to do is make it little interesting. I'll say actions, right? So here I'll say PDF download, say print records, right? Or I can say delete records, right? So see, now we have a tabular option. You can choose bulk actions, right? So you can call them as bulk actions. So now what we can also do interestingly is we can add, instead of this, I'm going to add one more, and I'm going to remove this. This is where things get interesting in your data table, right? So what I'm going to do here is add a checkbox, type equal to checkbox. So I'm trying to simulate a real-time use case, like how you would usually see in most applications. So just copy it, right? And okay, so now see, so now when you have a lot of data, right? So we can also have this at the top here. Input type equal to checkbox. Okay, so now user can click on these and select all or unselect, and those operations, right, in your data table that we will do. Now you can select, let's say 2, and say bulk action, right? Print, delete, or PDF, right? So this is one example of drop down that you can use. Now you can also have chain drop downs, right? For example, these are colored again, so you can just give a color to it, right? So you can just say BTN danger, BTN. So if you see the warning color, right? So you can, that's the button basically. It's nothing fancy, just a button. All right. Now once you have it, so you can also give the size of it, right? So we can say button large, button medium, all that. So let me show you that. So we have button, right? So this is all the same things that we have seen. Whatever classes apply to button, the same thing can be applied for this particular button, right? So I'm not going to cover button here because we have already covered it. Rather, let me show you some interesting use cases. Now this is used in your navbar, you see here. So let's take that code and put it as a link, right? So let's do that. So let's take this code and put it in the right here, right? Now this is a toggle button. So, or we can also take a link which is ULLI, right? So just copy this. I'm going to just copy the li code, which we will put it in our list in the top here, right? So we have pricing, home, disabled. So there I'm putting. So I think there is an extra li. Okay, so we got it. Now let's go and refresh. So now you see we have a drop down at the navbar, right? Now this is how we can add a simple drop down to our navbar if you want to add. So we added it in the container. Now we added one in the navbar, right? Other interesting thing is you can see here. So this is on your right side, right? So now the drop down is coming on the right. So instead of drop down, you can say drop right. It would come on the right. Okay, so that's another cool thing that you can implement. Again, like you have drop right, you can have drop left. Again, this is totally user experience that you want to continue using in your application, right? That being said, let me show you some which would have the context. Like you can have a divider between the menus, right? These are simple cool stuff that you would, once you start using, you can always incorporate them. You have the list LIHR, so now you would see, so there is a line here that you see. You can see here there's a, it's a gray color line, so you're not seeing, but it's there. All right. So you are using it in as states, right? Now let me use it as a form, right? So to do that, let's quickly pick up some state and go and put it there. So let's copy this as it is, right? And we will put it in the form also. So this is another set of where you are using it in a form. Uh, so you can see, okay. All right, so we'll cover that again when we start actually putting together in a live application. I'll show you how you can add that in the drop down. But for now, think of it that as a select drop down item, right? That's what you can use it as an option, right? All right, cool. So that's about drop downs that we have seen today. We'll put them into action once we start live project using these and try putting a proper screens so you learn more about it in the forms and everywhere. All right. Okay, so before I leave you, let me show you one last thing, which is so you can also use this. I told you we can use it in a form, right? So it's not like we cannot use the regular select drop down. We can still use that, right? So so see, I'm going to give a say option, say dia, say, right? So these are list of countries, right? So if you see this, we can still do that. So it's not a problem. So here you can see it's not coming like this, like the form. So what I'm going to do now is let's make it class form control, right? So now you see this is coming up like a drop down, right? If you want to use this, which is the default select option drop down, which is of regular HTML, but alternatively you can also use the drop down that's like this, right? So either way, it's fine. It depends upon your application usage, but go ahead, give it a try and do it as you prefer in your application. Let me know if you have any doubts. I'll be happy to help you. In the next episode, I'll cover Bootstrap Popover. Thank you so much for joining. If you have any doubts, drop them in the comments. If you have any feedback, do drop them. Do like, share, subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn how to implement tooltips. That's right. So tooltips are an extremely important concept which will really help in user experience in terms of guiding the user about what is some component, how to go about it, or a kind of a hint or help text. You would see this mostly in almost all modern web applications. So you cannot really ship an application without tooltips, right? That's why it's really important for us to learn how to implement that tooltips using Bootstrap framework. This is part 22 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. Make sure you check it out. I have planned around 40 tutorials on this, and we are on 22nd tutorial now, so halfway down, still halfway to go. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. All right, so far you are seeing these topics on your screen, which I have covered so far in detail with live practical examples. Along the journey, we have done few live projects. Make sure you check it out, where I have done live coding on simulation of applications to help give you confidence on Bootstrap framework. So today we are in the 22nd episode learning Bootstrap tooltips. All right. So Bootstrap tooltips. What are Bootstrap tooltips? It's nothing but a small icon which will have when you hover your mouse on some element, it will show you some kind of a help text or a hint text, right? So remember few important things about tooltips in Bootstrap. Tooltips rely on a third-party tool. Okay. So tooltips and popovers, these two components of Bootstrap rely on popper.js for positioning, right? So if you don't have popper.min.js, it will not work, right? So if tooltips or popovers are not working in your application, chances are that you missed out on installing popper.js, right? So you must include popper.min.js before bootstrap.js, right? That's number one. But in Bootstrap 5, it's all bundled together, and it's the link is there already, CDN. So I'll show you that also in just a bit. So the Bootstrap bundle.js will contain everything. It will include popper.js. So if you just include bootstrap.bundle.js, you'll have everything that you need to work with tooltips or popovers or any component. Now tooltips are opt-in for performance reasons, right? So you must initialize them yourself, which means that I will show you how to initialize. So if you just copy the code from Bootstrap, it will not work because there needs to be some settings. I'll show you that. So first setting is we need to include the script, one-time script to initialize the tooltips and the popovers. Then we have to use that in the button, right? So these are the three steps. First include popper.min.js, then initialize the script, one-time script, and apply it on the elements that you want to use, right? And the data toggle will be tooltip, like how we have seen in dropdowns. It will be data hyphen uh, dropdown equal to dropdown, right? So here it will be data hyphen toggle equal to tooltip. In dropdowns, it will be data hyphen toggle equal to dropdown, right? So this is all about the theoretical explanation. Let me show you now practical hands-on example. So I am still working on this example which we started building as part of our live application. We have made some good progress on this. So let's add some tooltips on this to these buttons, right, for learning. So let's get started. I'll go to the Bootstrap website and go to tooltips. Now, go to this is version 5 Bootstrap documentation. So first thing you do is copy this code which says enable tooltips everywhere. In jQuery, if you're coming from that world, you would know that we initialize things, right? So similarly, just copy it, or you click here and then go to your HTML file, right? And then finally, so you have loaded your, see, you have loaded Popper, I have loaded bootstrap.min.js. So this will work, right? Popper.js first, then bootstrap.js, always remember, right? And then we will say script and add that code here, right? This is a one-time initialization. So remember, a lot of people will make mistake of not including popper. So make sure that you copy that correctly. Once you have done, include the one-time script, what it does is it will initiate the Bootstrap tooltip, right? So once that is done, then just copy it wherever you want, right? So just copy the button with that, and let's go and add it into. Mm, let's go and add it in the one of the button area that we have used. Say this button, right? So let's add a button here, and what we'll do is we'll copy everything. So this is a data total model. So here we'll have added tooltip. Let's go refresh. So now you see tooltip on top, right? So it's getting 100% width. So what we are going to say is call 8, and I'm going to give class call 2. Okay. So now let's make it small, small. Um, class button. Okay, call to button secondary toggle tooltip on top. Right. Okay, so this is good. Let's just. Okay, that's the sizing. I think we'll look into that. Okay, so now you see, now we have this beautiful tooltip. Now let's, if I want to add for this, right, action, let's do see how to add that. So what we will do, we'll first copy the data toggling, right? We'll copy this data toggle, go to action, put it to that data toggle, data test placement, placement top, and then title I'm going to say click to see actions. See, that's how simple it is to add tooltips to your web application. But it really adds beauty, right? Like in terms of it tells what it does, right? Similarly, you can have it. Now you see it is at the bottom. Similarly, you can have it left. So you have it left. Similarly, you can have it right, right? So that's up to us where we want the positioning of this tooltips, but usually it's I've seen it at the top or at the bottom depending upon how you want to use them, right? Now that was the usage part. Now you can disable a button. Like again, this is disabling button has nothing to do with you know um, the tooltip as such, but you can just say if you just say a class of button, right, and say disable, it will be disabled, right? So that's something that you don't have to really specify it on a tooltip. You can use it just on a button like this. You can just say disabled, and your button will be disabled. See, this is disabled, but now this is also disabled. If you see the title, so what you will do, you will say show disabled title, and you will have the property disabled. Now you see. Okay, so this is disabled totally, but it should I think I missed out one of the styling. Okay, just copy that and you will see that. Give it as a try. It's your homework. So yeah, these are other events that you can use like dispose, disable, enable, all the JavaScript implementation, but mostly any good thing you would use it just like for highlighting, right? So that's how you would see it. Now let me show you that. So when you say disable toggle, it will not show. When you say just tooltip, it will show up, right? So this is a simple component to use, nothing fancy or nothing complicated about this. Use it to help your users to navigate and to guide them, right? Similar lines, there is one more component called popover, right? Which is exactly same, but only thing is it gives you more data or much better presentable kind of a tooltip. That's called popover. We'll see it in the next episode. I hope you're liking the series. If you do, please do like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Please do let me know how you are finding this series. I'll be happy to receive your feedback. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn and master how to use Bootstrap Popover component. Very similar to Tooltip, but has a different visual design and different interface so that you can present information to the user and improve the UX UI of your application. We will learn all about it in today's episode. Let's get started. This is part 23 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. Please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. If you like my work, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Alright, so if you haven't checked out the full tutorial playlist, I request you to do so. We have done few live projects also, and this would give you an edge to learn and master Bootstrap end to end. Today we are in the 23rd episode. Today we are learning about Bootstrap Popovers. Alright, a quick theory, or rather I would say introduction notes on this popover component. Just like tooltip, popover uses popper.js. Okay, so a lot of times developers will make this mistake, or even for that matter designers, that we do not include popper.js, and that's where all the issues start, seeing that it's not working. So one of the most commonly I would say query that I get in email and in comments is the popover or the tooltips are not working, and that's because you have not either correctly installed the popper.js or you have not included it at all. So make sure you do that. I have shown you in the previous episode. I'll show you now also, and then we will see how to use the component. Let's get started with hands-on lab. Alright, so we are going to build with an existing one that we have, this IBM clone that we are trying to do, and try to see and get some inspiration from them to build the design based on that. So let's go over to the documentation of Bootstrap, go to docs, and let's pick up popovers. Alright, so let me first show you how the popover looks. Like if you see here, it comes like this, a small window, which is kind of a visual feedback or guidance to user, and you can show some kind of a hint, something like something similar to tooltip, right? So before we use this, right, a lot of times what people do is they'll just copy this and they'll go ahead in the code, they will paste it, and they will expect it to work. Now the obvious question is, will it work? No, it won't work, because for the obvious reason that you need to include. Now let's see, I copied it, I refresh, I don't see anything working, right? The reason I will not see it working is because, like I said, you need to include the popper.js in your library and initiate the component. Okay, that there's are two parts to it. So if you see in the previous episode, I have already included that link here. Here, if you see here, script popper.js, right? So this is a library that Bootstrap uses for tooltip and popover component. So you need this compulsory, mandatory. That's where it will work. So once you have included it here, just like how we have initialized the tooltip targets, right? Similarly, we need to initialize the popover targets as well. So scroll over at the top, you would see these few lines of code here, right? So this will initialize all the popovers in the page. So copy that and bring it to the script. Inside the script, you need to add it because this is a JavaScript code. Save it. Once you have saved it, now go back to your application and refresh, and now you should see it working like this. Now this is tooltip. See, this is tooltip, this is popover, right? So you can again customize this popover as per our requirement. So if you don't want it certain type, you can say you don't want it, like if you don't want it button to be primary, right? Add new contact. Now let's see, this is tool top, and this is the button that we just added for the popover, right? Click to toggle, click to toggle. Okay, so this is the button that we just added. Okay, so what we are going to do, instead of this, I'm going to make it primary, and I'm going to say that instead of the popover data, if you see here, this is the data that we are getting, so we can easily customize that. So we can now have it with the same color combination that we have in our application. We can make it primary, secondary, or this thing. Now you'll see, let's see some options to it, right? So you can place the placement of it. So you can say popover on top, on right, on left, on bottom, etc. So all you have to do is you have to put this condition, which is data bs placement. Okay, so copy this option, go to the code and add it to our popover, and I'm going to say add it to the left or to the right side. Okay, that's a good experience. So you see it's on the right now. Now let's make it left. So now it is coming on the left, right? But usually don't do it on left. It's not really a great experience. Usually keep it either um, at the don't do it at the top or bottom. Prefer it on the right side. That's where the reading comes in, right? So it's much easier to read it. All right, so that is about the placement of which direction. Now similarly, you can disable it by adding just a disable button, right? You can also add some mixing and change color, etc. Okay, so this is something like now if you click outside, it will go away. See, so that is called dismissible. So you click on it, you don't have to click the button again. You can click anywhere and it will go away. So that is yet another thing that you can add to our um, popover, right? So these are simple things which will increase the user experience. Nothing fancy about this, but just a simple cool utility to provide user with some kind of an information on popover. Right, so go ahead, give it a try, start using it in your application, and in the next episode, I will cover about Bootstrap progress component. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're enjoying. If you do, please do, if you like my work, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like the video. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we will learn and master how to use Bootstrap component progress bar. Whenever we want to indicate user with a progress item like a scroll bar which is progressing, or something like with percentage that certain percentage of work is done and such so much is pending, it's a visual feedback again to the user on the status of the progress being made. That's where progress bar can be used, and it's a very important component to kind of add interactivity with the user. We will learn how to customize it. We will learn how to use different colors. We'll use different types of progress bars in our application. Let's get started. This is part 24 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. I have planned more than around 40 plus hands-on tutorials, and soon we will also do few live examples. We have done few in the past in this series. We'll again do some in coming episodes. If you like my work, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Alright, so before we get started, I'll request you to kindly check out all the previous episodes that I've covered in this series. That would really help you learn and master Bootstrap 5 from scratch. We have also done few live projects, so make sure check it out. It's fun to check out the grids and live design and layouts. You will only learn something out of it. Alright, so this is part 24. Today we are learning about Bootstrap progress component. Alright, so Bootstrap progress component, like I said, it's a visual hint to show the progress, and we can set a percentage to it. We can set the value that it is growing. What type of progress bar do you want? There are two important classes that you should be remembering. One is div class equal to progress and div class progress bar. Right? So these are the two important things that it has, and we can play with it. We can provide value, we can provide percentage, style, we can provide what type it is like progress bar, striped, etc. Let's see this in action and do some hands-on activity now. So what we are going to do, we are going to go to our application. This is what we have been building so far. We are used tooltip. We have done the popover in the last episode. Today let's put some progress bar here, and see how it looks in this particular design. So let's go here, and on the top of the table, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a progress bar here. Say progress bar here. And what we are going to do, save this, then go to our Bootstrap code, and here, and again, I always tell everybody, do not try and type the code. Okay, the best always implementation is to copy the existing code and then grow on top of it, because that way your mistake will be reduced. Otherwise, a lot of times you will struggle with there's some double quotes not closing, class name is not correct, etc. So to start with basic, I will just take this code and put it here. all it has is div class equal to progress and progress bar, right? It's just a simplest basic implementation of progress bar in Bootstrap. Now let's see this how it looks. So refresh. Okay, it's not showing up. Okay, let's see why. Did we save it? Yes. And maybe it's outside. Let's put it inside. And I'm going to put it right here after the div, or let's put it inside the table. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's not put it here. Let's put it at the top after inspections. Okay, now we saved it. It is showing, you see this white color? Okay, it is showing the white color. So I'm going to put a, this is the gray color one. So let me take the blue one. So that is working. And let's put the blue one. Let's clean up lit code. Now you go ahead. So now you see this is showing the progress bar, but it looks dull, right? So what are the different options we have that we can customize? You can add a label to it. That's beautiful, right? So what we can do, we can add this layout and add a label to this progress bar. Let's see that now. Let's copy that example, put it here. So now you see it is showing 25% complete. But again, the background looks little dull, right? So we can always change it with the height, right? So you can increase the height of it. So you all you can do is just put style height 20 pixel, right? So put a style for this and see I've put 20 pixels, so it has become little big here. Now you can also say progress bar striped, right? Progress bar striped. So now you see it is striped, right? It looks much better, correct? Now similarly, there are other options where you can give background color and say what kind of background color do you want. So here you can always customize and say I want it to be success, which is green color. So now it is of green color, right? So this is how different progress bars you can do. You can have multiple progress bars also you can use in one go. You can have customized striped ones like this. You have the animation, right? Toggle animation you see. So you can copy that also and put this progress bar animated class to it. Right? Let's add that here. Progress bar animated. Now you see it is moving. I for some reason don't like green that much, so let's stick to blue because that's the color, or we can use something like warning maybe. Oh, it looks bad. Okay, let's use BG primary. So you see now it looks like it is moving, right? So this is a cool component which can be used to display the progress, uh, and you can show some different things like labels. You can show animation to it, different colors you can use. You can use secondary. You can use danger like this, right? Or you can use danger. These are the different classes that are there which you can use and make it look good, right? So go ahead, give it a try to this component. Let me know if you have any issues. I hope you should not have, but if you have any, please reach out to me in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you. I hope you are becoming a better designer by learning Bootstrap 5 with me. And soon we'll also do some live examples to show you and build your confidence that even you can do it. In the next episode, we will learn about Bootstrap Spinners. Stay tuned for that. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you so much. Hi friends, welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In the last episode, we learned about how to use Bootstrap Progress Bar, which is yet another component which is mostly used to give a visual indication to the user that some progress is being made. One such component is also spinner or loading icon, which tells users that please wait, something is being worked upon in the background. And very important because you would see most applications have this component. In today's episode, we will learn all about it. We will learn about different options. We'll learn how to customize it. We'll see different options of customizing the color, the layout, using it with button, etc. Let's get started. This is part 25 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. I have planned around 40 hands-on tutorials, and that includes live examples also. We have done few in the past. Make sure that you go through this tutorial playlist so that you can learn and master Bootstrap 5 end to end. Also, please do let me know if you have any doubts or queries in the comment section. I'm always here to help you. Let's learn about Bootstrap Spinners. I think of all the components in Bootstrap, this is the most simplest and the straightforward one because it just has a div and there's a class called spinner-border, which is what puts a kind of a border, right, internally, and a CSS transition key. What it does is it will just start showing the loading icon, right? So that's the most simplest one I can tell you. Let's see this in action, and then I'll show you some of the options you can do to customize it. All right, so for that I will look up to the docs, and I will encourage you start always with the documentation. It's up to date, and that's your best bet so that you don't make any mistake in terms of typing the class name or syntax. All right, so that being said, you look at here, it's a border spinner, right? So there's a spinner which is a spinning border wheel. So copy that code and go to our application. So I'm going to use it right under my progress bar for now. So let's format it a little bit. Okay, and then here if you see, it is showing the loading icon, right? Now this is a because we have said that this is an animation, um, this is a simple one, spinner border. It doesn't have any class yet, so we can try and put a background. So we can see here that there is a background here, right? So there are different options how you want to put it. Like if you want to use different colors, let's copy this beautiful code, paste it here, and now we should see so many different progress bars that we can use with our application. Okay, you will not use all. It doesn't make sense to use so many progress bars in our application. At least I have not seen any. But having said that, have a consistency in one. So let's use blue in our application since that's our primary call to action button, blue. And like I said, you can put text primary will put the border color. You can also put background if you would like, but it won't show you the difference, right? So that's why maybe you can have a different um, text warning, and you can have bg info or something like this. See, so that's basically give a class name and customize how you would want that to be look and feel. So this is our loading icon. I'm going to make it primary for our case since we are using that's the primary one that we are going to use. Alright, so now let's see different variations of it. Now how can you use it to grow like this, right? So instead of spinner border, just make it spinner hyphen grow. So then it would become grow like this, right? Looks very cool, right? So that's something that you can use it with again colors that you would want. Now you can use margin padding, right? Just like utilities M5, which is for margin, and you can space it around. Again, placement, you want it in the center, so just add the flex to it, class. So this is again, these are not dependent on spinner, but it is mostly of your, the framework provides you with a option to put it in the center, which is the deflex, right? So when you say deflex, justify content center, it will move to the center of the application. Similarly, if you want items to be aligned, right? So you can move them whichever way you would like. So this is loading icon here and this spinner here, right? If you want something at the end, just use float end. If you want something at the start, just use the float start. Like here it is at the center, right? Now let me show you this example where you would like to use float at the start, right? So this is at the start. Now you make it end, float end with an option, it will come at the end, right? So now if you have two items, we can use this justify here, this one. So it has now two items, loading and the loading icon. So you can position it on the left as well as the right. Now, so you can see here there are two different uses. You can use different CSS classes also. Now this is one of my favorite one, which is to use with the buttons. For example, if you have some action item, call to action, right? Submit or add or something. So what you can do is once you click on that, you can show loading icon that it is being submitting or something like that. So instead of loading, you can say like creating account or submitting information, etc. Right? So once user has clicked on it, you can say creating account. So that way you disable that particular button and show the progress icon and the spinning that it is being created. Right? So pretty cool stuff. Try it out. Very simple component. Like I said, it doesn't have much. It just has the spinner border. That's the main class that you should remember because that is what will be working. Right? Alright, so go through that. That's all we have for spinner component. That's all customizations we can do. I hope it's clear to you. I hope you can go ahead, give it a try and start using it in your application. So start building on it. In the next episode, I will show you how to use Bootstrap Toasts for yet another visual feedback to the user about some kind of notification system. Very interesting, very beautiful component. You don't want to miss on that. Thank you so much for joining. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arttutorials. Thanks again for joining. See you in the next episode.
Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. Today we are going to look at a new component which is Bootstrap Toasts. Yeah, please don't confuse with the bread toast, but this is like a toast, like a notification message that you can give to user for better user experience. It's a visual component which would help in a lot of use cases, like when you add a particular user, update, do some action, you can inform the user using toasts. You can see this particular component in action in most of the websites in modern web applications like say Gmail. You can see it in most components that we use. Pretty standard component that is used. Let's get started, learn how to use Toast, how to do hands-on, how to implement it in our applications. This is part 26 of the Bootstrap 5 tutorial series. So please do check out the entire playlist. The playlist link is in the description box below. I have planned more than 40 tutorials in this particular Bootstrap series. Right now we are on 24th. So following is the index that where I've covered different components, different types of layouts, grid, components, some live projects. I'll also be doing some more live projects going forward, so stay tuned for that as well. Today we are learning about Bootstrap Toasts. So the class that we have to use is called Toast, right? It's just like a card which has card header and card body. Similarly, Toast is the main parent div. It would have a toast header and toast body, right? You trigger this based on some action or a event. Okay, that's the basic fundamental concept of Bootstrap Toasts. But the best way, like I always tell, is to always start with the documentation. That's the fastest way you can learn. So search for toasts. All right, so here it is. Now a quick way is to see an example, right? So it would look something like this, and you can position it anywhere we want. Okay, so let's get started by copying some content here. Let's copy this dummy thing and then we'll extend it in our application. And let's say this is my application. Let's say I want it somewhere here. Okay, let's format this code and then we'll customize it based on our requirement. So save it and go back and reload, and you will see this button. Okay, so now you click on it, you would see this toast coming up here, right? So image is not coming because there is no image as such here. It's just 3 dots, but feel free to add your own images. All right, so it comes here and goes away after a certain while, like notification or something like that. You can see, and it has a timer that it would go away after some time, or the user can actually click on cancel. Okay, so that's the basic functionality of toasts. Now let's customize it. So what you can do is, so this is the code, like I told you, it would have class toast and it would have toast header and toast body, right? So now what I want is, I want this to be of a certain class, right? So we can add say bg primary, and this would become blue color. So see, it becomes blue. But if you want something like a success notification or error, you can use BG success, green, or you can use red, which is for danger. BG danger. Alright, so it becomes like this. Now I want to change the position. I want it at the top, right? So we can customize that also. So if you see here, it says position, bottom, and 3, right? So instead of bottom 0, you can say top 0. Now see, it becomes at the top here, right? So like a notification or something like that, you can always customize it. There are a lot of options of placement where you want to place it, and you can give all these values that it would take, right? So you can try out these options. The idea is to go through the documentation, understand it well, and then customize it based on your application's need and response requirement, right? So in the center it is. So if you want it at the top, you can do that. Middle right, middle left, top, center. So see, this is what we want. So you can just copy this, go back and copy the class, save. So it's at the top. You can do the same thing here at the bottom then. So for that, all you need to do is instead of top 0, you can just make it bottom 0. So there it goes, the center, right? So that's part of our notification that you would want to provide to user. So yet another beautiful component that Bootstrap provides, pretty easy, straightforward to use, but extremely useful when you're trying to do and enhance the user experience of your applications. Give it a try. Let me know how you feel about this particular component. Do drop in your comments about this component. If you have used it, do share your feedback and experience with Toasts. Alrighty, that was for today's episode. In the next episode, I'm going to talk about Bootstrap typography and why is it really important and why you should know about Bootstrap typography in this particular framework, because when you work in real-time enterprise applications, you are expected to know about Bootstrap typography. So join me in the next episode. Please do subscribe, share the videos, and also if you like my work, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode.
Back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, I'm going to explain you about the typography in Bootstrap framework. What is typography? Why do we need it? Why you should consider learning about it? And why you would find it useful when you join a real-time project in any company. Let's get started. This is part 27 of the Bootstrap 5 tutorial series, and please do check out the entire playlist because I have covered everything in detail about Bootstrap 5, and this would really help you learn and master Bootstrap framework. Following is the index and the playlist that I have created. Please do check it out, and you can learn everything from ground zero from basics to the most advanced use cases in Bootstrap. Today we are learning about Bootstrap typography. So what exactly is Bootstrap typography, or in general, let's talk about what is typography in any framework. Typography means there are some standard predefined classes that are used to style certain components. For example, think of it in a real-time scenario where you have more than say 5 or 6 team members who all are using Bootstrap framework. Now in that case, everybody cannot go about writing their own style sheets, right? So that's where typography comes into picture. It's a predefined set of classes and styles and code that we can all use and follow the same standard. For example, if you want to add some padding, you can just use p-3 in Bootstrap, which means it will add padding to all the sides which is of 3. Similarly, if you want to add a border, you can just write border class. It would add border automatically. If you want background, you can write bg-light, bg-danger, bg-success, etc. Why this is really helpful is, if you see, it reduces the number of code that we have to write. We don't have to write our own style sheet. And that's where this results in less code. It's easy to understand and easy to extend, because any new team member who joins our project would be able to easily understand the code just by looking at it. Now this was about the basics. I'm going to show you some, but I always say, the best way is to start learning with docs, right? So let's go to typography, and here you can see all the typography, including the headings, styles, and everything. All right. So these are the common styles that are provided. So let's go ahead and I will show you a lot of combinations. So I have an empty HTML file that I will work on to show you from basic. Okay. So let's say you have a paragraph tag, and I'm going to say, welcome to typography. Welcome to typography, and save it, right? So this is a paragraph tag. It's just a simple paragraph. But what if I want to style it as a heading? So now see, I can just add class equal to h1, h2, h6, like that. So that way a paragraph now becomes a heading, right? This is a basic example. There are so many use cases I'm going to show you now. So let's say similarly you want h2, just put h2, it will become 3, h3, and so on and so forth till h6. This is about the heading tag, right? Now let me show you some more variations of it. What if I want a small text which we call it as hint text? Let's say that and say learning all about the typography. And trust me friends, you are expected to know all of this when you join any project, especially which is on Bootstrap. So it's important that you learn properly. Okay, so I'm going to say text hint, right? So now let's see here, hint. So if you see, okay, hint, right? Or let me just take out some customize headings, text muted, and it's not hint, it's text muted. So that would give us the like this. See, it becomes a little grayish color like a subtitle link, etc. Right? So this was about text muted. Earlier versions it was called text hint. Now it is called text muted. Okay. Now again, display. Now if you want some bigger text like an article, you can use display 1, display 2. Now these are commonly used actually because you will follow same. In a page you would have certain structure, like see, this is bigger, right? So this is about if you want to display anything in the page like an article or a news headline, you can use display 1. Similarly, you can use up to 6. So you can say display 4, it will be little smaller, like compared to display 1. This was about display. Now similarly, you can style, let's say I want a div. Okay, I'm going to say this is a example of padding. Okay, now see, it starts here, but now I want to add padding, so I can just add padding hyphen 2. Now see what happens. You see it has become this. Now I want border, so all I'll do is border, add a border. So you can see here there is a light border. I'm saying I want a bigger border, right? So you can easily add border 1, border 2, like that. Okay, and then you can also say bg hyphen info, that is background color. Now I'm adding background color to this, right? Or you want warning. So just by adding a class, you can achieve the complete look and feel without adding your own CSS, and that exactly is what is typography, so that you don't have to go around writing your own things. Nobody expects you to write it. Okay, instead we will have to follow the typography. Okay, now see here, if you want to add small, you can add dot small, mark, text decoration, underline, line through, etc. Okay, so if you want to add a block code, you can just call class equal to block code. This is a code, and I'm going to say block code. Once upon Once upon a time, there was a programming language, right? So this is a block code which would be displayed here. Again, you can style it, you can club multiple classes like this, and I can add some. I can, if I M stands for margin, so I'm saying add margin 2. Now you see it has come down. I can also add some padding. So these are the common things to expand it, right? So if you want gap, you can give padding, margin. Okay, this is padding, margin. But if you want only one side, you can say padding hyphen right. Okay, now see what happens. I'm just saying add padding only to the right side, right? So it has added padding to the right, only to the right here. Now if I want left, I can say L, right? And if I want top, that you say, so you see here padding top. If you want it at bottom, you'll say PB. So it will add at the bottom, right? So you can do these combinations with even margin. You can say margin top is should be 4. So it has given gap here in the 4. If you want multiple, you can say margin left 4. Now here I'm applying only on two sides, margin top and margin left. And similarly, if you want to add, let's say here, let's go to back and see some more examples, which is alignment, right? Now this is one of the most common use cases, which is centering the text. So you can just say text hyphen center, so it has become center, right? So you don't have to go around writing your own CSS style class and then writing CSS for it. All of that is inbuilt in Bootstrap, and that is what exactly we call it as typography. Now let me show you some more examples. You can say text end, it will go to the end. If you want it in the center, you make it center. Okay, so it goes to the end. Now this is one example of multiple things where you cover padding, text formatting, margin, block code, background. You can add border. Okay, so this has added border. Now lists, this is yet another important thing, like how you want to style it. Like if you want it unstyled, inline, right? If you say inline, everything will come in one line. Let me show you that now. Let's copy this, just paste it. Let me first show you what happens when you don't have that thing. So it is coming in one line, right? Because it is here inline. So if you remove all of this, or let me just add a simple UL without any styles, test list. Okay, so all of this will come as a list. But if you wanted them in the same line, right, then you have to use list inline, and it would give you an inline of these elements, right? Especially useful when you're providing some links, like say filter, etc., like this. These are really useful when you're writing less code and want to achieve more. So see, there is a link, you can easily give like that, right? So you have multiple links that you can copy paste here. So all of this would come in the single line, right? Or you can, the use cases could be like last 1 hour, like show results from last 1 hour, and you can say last 3 hours, last 24 hours, right? Let's say you want to do something like clear history or find results, so you can say last 1 week, right? So this is how you can provide the inline links to that. That is for the list, right? So there are different things that are there. Similarly, we can provide our own custom. Since this is all SAS, that means we can customize how we want the font size, how we want the block code, HR, everything. We can customize them, right? So this is the basic typography that you will need when you work in any real-time project. And these are the commonly used ones that I've shown you. You will have border, you will have margin, padding, a list, inline, centering the text, pushing the text to an end, and much more. right? Now let's do a simple example where I want to have a div row, and here I have one div. I'm calling it first block, right? And here I'm calling it second block. This is a real-time example I'm showing you now. So see, they both will come in two different lines because they both are divs. Okay, but my requirement is they both should be in the same line, and first block should be on the left, second block should be on the right side. Okay, so let's see how to do that. So first I'm going to say, you can just say display inline, right? And here I'm going to copy that, and you can say display inline. Oh, we can give it here, display inline. Okay, let's get that display property, get that inline. Okay, so the values are d hyphen inline, so that's the new one that they have added, so it would be d inline. Okay, so that is little changes from Bootstrap 4 and Bootstrap 5, so make sure that you get that. Okay, so here you cut this d line, and here you give class equal to d inline, and here to d inline. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this d block inline. So let's copy this and copy the same stylings basically. Okay, so these two are two now inline. Okay, now bg text, and you don't want it in a row, you want it in one single line, so now they both will come in line. Okay, so now but I want the second one to be towards the right side, right? This one to be on the right side, so let's do that. So for that you can just say text end, and this you'll say here. Let's just delete this, clean up the code, d inline. So now you can just remove this, and it goes to the inline here. And instead, even better, what I can do, an example is I can, let me add one more and pull it to, so I'm going to show you the float with floats. Okay, so I have two divs. Now I want to pull them to left and right. So let's check it with the float instead of that. So here I'm going to say float property, and I'm going to push it to float start and float end. Okay, so that way I can pull it to left and I can pull it to right. Okay, so here we see, so what I'm going to do is just group them together so we don't get confused. And here I'm going to say class empty, and here I am going to say empty div and group them both and say class equal to row. And then finally last, I'll close this here and format this code a little bit. So that's where, so now we can see whenever you use float, don't do that. So now you see they both are coming in two different lines. If I want to add some padding, I'm going to add some padding. So you see this is the gap, or I can say margin from top is 2 and 4. Okay, so there we go. So this is inline. Now we are having two different things which are responsive, one at the start, one at the end, right? So this is all about the typography. There are some more variations. Let's say you want font text bold, right? So let's say you want this to be text muted and text bold. You can do that also, right? I think it's text bold, uh, text, and here I can say bold. So you can see here, okay, so it is FW bold in Bootstrap 5. Okay, FW bold, so now it has become bold, right? So those are the typography that you should be knowing about when you get started with any project, right? So go take some time, go through these typography, because that's really important, especially when you start working on real-time projects. You are expected to know all of this when you join the project. So make sure that you get your basics and fundamentals correct, right? Reach out to me if you have any doubts. I'll be more than happy to help you. Stay tuned for more tutorials on Bootstrap. In the next, I'm going to start covering about Bootstrap Forms. Very important. Forms are the integral part of any web application. You don't want to miss on that. So please do subscribe to my channel. Please do keep supporting, and please do like, share, and comment on the videos. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Forms. Forms are an integral part of any dynamic website. Even for that matter, when you talk about a static website, that too requires some kind of forms in the way of contact us or lead generation, etc. So as a designer, as a developer, if you don't know about forms, your knowledge is incomplete. So let's complete that knowledge by learning about Bootstrap Forms in this episode. Let's get started. This is part 28 of the series. Make sure that you check out the entire playlist. I am planning around 40 hands-on tutorials with live examples also. I have done some in the past. So make sure that you go through all of those tutorials to learn the entire Bootstrap 5 in detail. Alright, so following is the index I've covered so far. I've done few live projects also as part of this particular series, so make sure you check them out. So today we are on episode number 28. We are learning about Bootstrap Forms. Alright, so important thing that I want you to remember about forms is this, that there are different types of form controls, right? There are different form controls, like you have type equal to text, type equal to email, which is nothing but basically input type, type equal to input. And then you have radio, you have checkbox, you have select drop down, etc. Each of this will require two things. One is the label, one is the actual form control. Okay, so label represents what is the description of that particular form field, and form control is the actual form field that you will be implementing, right? A good example of which can be seen something like this. If you see here, it's a div and we are giving a label, and then we are giving form label, right? Email address, and then we have input type equal to email, but here it can be different, like input type equal to text, input type equal to say radio, checkbox, etc. And you will have the form control class equal to form control. So those are the two main important classes that you should remember when we are working with forms, right? Enough of talking. Now let's get back to doing some hands-on. So I'm going to use this template that we have done previously in this particular playlist, and we'll continue to build on it. Alrighty, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this further, and this is where we are at. So I'm going to close this div right here, and then I'm going to inside this 10 column grid. What I'm going to do is, this is for that, this is for the inspection table that we have added, and under this, let's say I'm going to add a div, and I'm going to call it, say, learning forms. So the reason I'm not doing it in a separate file is also because I want you to learn how to extend any existing pages. Okay, that's my motivation behind this. So we have this form, and let's add some form right here, right? Or I'm going to say add inspection form. Okay, so let's say we are, these are the inspections, and here we are adding a add inspection form. Let's see how that looks out. H1 is too big, let's make it H2. Now we are adding forms. So the, like I told you, you should remember two things. One is the label, and one is the actual form control, right? It would be simple like this if you don't add anything, right? But what we are going to do is we are going to assign a class and say form label, and this would be class equal to form control. Save it. So now you see the blue color highlight, right? So that is where it will tell us that what exactly, um, if you see that blue color highlight, that means that's a pretty much um, a good indicator that your class is getting applied to it. Okay, and as all like always, let's go back to documentation, and then let's start searching and say we are looking for forms, and these are the form controls. And so this is the example I was talking about. So you have your um, ID that you will provide for example input email, and the same will go for the label, right? So let's add that in our application. So here you will say label for equal to, and say let's call this title, and here you'll give ID is equal to title, right? And then I'm going to copy this div for now. So inside, since it's inside a form, we're going to put it in a form, and then just align all the other things together. And then we have, um, let's say first title, right? Inspection title. Okay, so you see the inspection title that comes up here, and this is the input type equal to text. Now what I want you to do is, let's learn all the different combinations that are available. So here you would put, say, description, and copy that description. So this is how you keep on building a form with different controls. So now instead of input type equal to this, I'm going to say text area, then close it down. So now I have a multi-line text area, right? This is a single line input, which is input type equal to text, and here I have input type text area, which is multiple lines that we can enter. That is the second example. Now similarly, if you want to keep on adding further, I'm going to copy this input. So let's see what else you can recollect, right? So you have type equal to text, type equal to email, right? Email address, then you have phone number. So you can use all the HTML um, things that you want to use, right? So you have the input type equal to text, and if you want to refer to that, you can use w3 schools uh, form, or you can just type input, and you can get so many, you can get reference to all the things like type equal to text, and you have, these are all the types that can go into it, right? Type equal to number, so this should be number, and then, so if you see number, you will see this up and down that you can move. So this is number. Here you need to enter something valid, right? This is not an email, so it would be invalid. Same way, you have date, you have color, you have checkbox, number, right? And you have email, you have hidden, and so on. So I'll leave it up to you so that you can put others. I'm going to show you some important things, which is checkbox. So for checkbox and radio button, it's little different. So I'm going to show you that. And here, let's say, we have an email here. So I'm going to copy this. For checkbox, it's a little different. So that's why I want to show it to you. So instead of form label, right, for the checkbox, it's always form check input. Form check input. That is what is the label, right? And form check label always, and here it will be form check input. Okay, that's the class name. So you can see here, um, you can see input type equal to checkbox, and now you can see, so this is a checkbox, right? Now same thing, input radio, right? So you have the radio button. Now I think the class name I got it wrong. Let's check radio checkbox and radios, and I think the approach is something similar with it. Yeah, this is also same, input 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 checkbox label, same thing, copy it again for radio, just make it radio, and here, okay, available label on phone, yes or no, okay, and here you'll put phone, yes, and you'll give the same name, okay. So if you don't give same name, you can select both then. That's why name should be given. Now here I'm going to say avail phone avail is for both, and that's it. So here you're going to give, okay. So now you can see either one you can select, with checkbox you can select multiple, okay. Now this was about type equal to text, description, this is number, we have seen number, this is checkbox, radio. Now I'm going to show you one more important thing, which is the select, okay. So that is another thing which is very important, select drop down, right? So you should see drop down. So here you have the class is form select, okay, that's what we would use, and you can just copy it here, and inside this you can put and say form form select and form select label, okay. Okay, so this is open the select menu, you don't want this, let's say direct value. So now here I'm going to change and say uh, select an option below, so you can see this is the option that you can provide, okay. Now styling etc can always be adjusted, okay. Now let's fork it out and make it into different grids also, you can do that. So if you are having a row, right, so you can say div class equal to row, and inside this you can say div class equal to, say if you want two column layout, or if you want two in a row, then you can just fork it here inside this, put it here. Now you would have two inputs, these two inputs in two different columns. So see, this is 50-50, right? Now similarly you can go on with having their grids, right? How you want to your grids to be. If you want three in a row, you can make it call -3, that means 4. Now you can, when you say 3, you can have 4 fields in it. If you want to have only 3, you can have 4 like this, like you can have 3 in a row, okay. So that's again up to you, us, like how we want our grid to be designed. I am putting 3 column here, if you see, just for your knowledge, okay. So now you see 3 in a row. So again, the forms can be designed any way we want. Important thing that you should understand is it would have a label, it would have a form control, okay. Now those, based on that you can design, basically these are the form elements that you would require in any form. Perfect. I think that's all I wanted to cover today. Please go through the form things here that you see. You have input group also, where you can show an icon next to that, which is again just a div. It would have an input group, it would have an input group text, and then followed by the input type, right? So if you just copy this also, you can see it here. So if you see the input group, you can see the icon or the any text you want to put it. It cannot be just this. If you put INR, right? So that also can be there. Or if you want to put say USD. So this is basically any text that you want to append before, right? And same way you can do this after also. So there is an option where you can do prepend and append also. Like here you can see placeholder input type, and if you move that input group to the bottom, it would be aligned afterwards instead of before. Now here at example.com is coming at the end. Here it is at the front, right? So this is input group that you want to add. So those are some of the, again, you have some more options. These are all design things like floating variable, like much like material design. Um, so go ahead for that also. Again, like I'll tell, don't spend too much time in remembering the classes because that will not do any good to you. Instead, what I would encourage is start using the documentation for your best. You should know what the concepts are, but don't try to buy hard the code. It won't help you. All right. So this is the floating form. So you'll use floating form. Again, this concept is same. You'll have a form control and you'll have a label to it. Right. The only difference is in this div there is floating form. Alrighty, so that covers all our input form related fields. We'll probably do one full-fledged example, live example, where I will walk you through the entire setting up of a form and maybe make it more beautiful layout wise. That's something that we'll do it later. For now, let's keep learning about all the components. That's it for in today's episode. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. I'll see you in the next episode. We will learn about Bootstrap Range component. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, I'm going to talk to you about a component called Range. In many modern web applications, you would have seen some UI controls where you can just drag and drop and the value changes horizontally, right? To adjust, or also called steps. That's called a range basically. So Bootstrap also provides a component called range. Let's learn all about it in this episode. This is part 29 of the series. Make sure that you check out the entire full tutorial playlist. I'm covering about 40 plus tutorials in this particular playlist with live examples. Following is the index that I've covered so far. I've also done some live projects, so you can practice that with me while live coding the grids and layout. So make sure you check out all of that. And in today's episode, we are learning about Bootstrap Range. Alright, so Bootstrap Range, important things to remember about range is to create a custom range. It's just nothing but input type equal to range. Okay, remember that. It's an input type which is of equal to range. It will have a label. Okay, you can have different modes of it like disabled. You can provide min or max for it. Right, so let's go ahead and define this and see it in action. Okay, so I'm going to continue it in the same code base what we left in the last episode, so make sure that you're following it. So I'm going to create a div first, and then I'm going to give a label, right? And this is the label, so you will define for what it would be. We'll give a name in just a bit. So always remember, Bootstrap Forms, whenever you talk about a form field, it will always have a for and a label. Basically, it's a label. So here I'm going to say form label, right? This is the label that you will use, and here I'm going to say select, or I would say um, uh, budget. Okay, say let's say I'm going to say the user should be able to select the budget. So here I'm going to say input type equal to range, and then you will give a class, you will give form. So that's the new one in Bootstrap. Okay, so then give an ID and say budget, and this ID is anything that you can give. It need not to be the one. This is a custom one that I'm providing or I'm giving. right? So that's simple as that. So you define a div, you have a label for this range and an input type equal to range, and that's it, and you should be able to see the thing here. Okay, so here you see you get the range here which you can drag, right? So this is how you can set. If you have seen matrimony websites, you can choose the age from which age to which age you want the profiles to be, and that is for both girls and boys, so don't judge me on that. Alright, if you find that line funny, please do let me know in the comments section. Alright, that being said, there are different variations to it that you can add. Let me just put it here. Bootstrap range. Okay, and then you copy this again, and now I'm going to show you some variations of it. So what you can do is we can put a thing and called disabled. That means once user has selected, you don't want the second selection, or you don't want the user to edit again. You can easily do that by just adding the tag disabled. What it does is it will not be the user will not be able to make a move anymore on this or edit it. So this is the regular component range. Here it is disabled. Now I'm going to add min and max. That's also available. That means if you want some minimum maximum values that you want to provide to the range, we can do that as well. Copy this. Same, if you see the basic thing remains same, which is your label, and then a form field which is input type equal to range, right? So those are the basic things. So let's go ahead and give minimum and maximum also after disabled. Now we don't want it disabled, right? So you can say min, okay, equal to say 5, and max, okay. Okay, so let's I'll continue building on the example we were talking. So minimum age, I think it's 21, the marriage eligible age. So minimum is 21, maximum I leave it up to you what you want to fill. uh, I let's say 30, right? Okay, this is getting funny. All right, so min and max. All right, so we have added now minimum value and maximum value. So now our range should be between those two. Let's refresh, scroll down. So these are the this is the minimum value, and the uh, maximum is the value that we provided. Okay, so we can do some hacking around, like whenever you move, what should be the value, etc., but I will get to that in just a bit. Alright, so what did we learn? We learned about how to use the component, which is range, and it's nothing but just a label and input type equal to range. Okay, and then you can add disable to it. Okay, which means um, that this is where we will add disabled, and it will be disabled. We can add minimum and maximum. Okay, so now let's go to get Bootstrap and see more options of what we can do with range. And I always tell this to everybody: don't try to get into too much of details. Start with documentation. That's the best place. It's the one of the best documentation available out there. All right, so these are all things that are available. So min, max, you can see here example min, max. You have steps, right? So the increments will be in steps, right? And you can see here. Let's check out an example, and we'll see if they have anything more than what they have given here. No, I don't think so. Okay, so they are also using the basic example, but that's okay. We have seen those things. All right, so go ahead, give it a try to budget Bootstrap range, and do let me know um, if you have any doubts or queries. I hope it's clear, the examples that we saw today. Drop it in your comment section if you have any, and I can discuss it further in the comment section. Alrighty, so that ends today's topic. Pretty simple, straightforward topic today, not much complicated. So go ahead, give it a try. In the next episode, I'm going to talk to you about important component called Bootstrap Figure. Extremely useful semantic when you're doing coding at a large enterprise. they especially insist that you have these standard practices used, right? So I'm going to talk to you about that in the next episode. So stay tuned for that. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/artutorials. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode. Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about something really important, something really modern, something really a good practice that you should start using it in your applications from right now. Okay. After this tutorial, if you're working on Bootstrap, please start considering using Figure. Okay. Now, what is Figure? Why do we use it? Etc. We'll learn everything in this episode. This is part 30 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. Make sure you check it out. I have planned more than 40 plus tutorials in this particular series and with some live examples which will really help you learn and master Bootstrap 5. Following is the index I've covered so far, and you would find all of the components I've covered in detail with live coding and explanation. Today we are learning about Bootstrap Figure. Now, what is Bootstrap Figure? Now, remember this. Anytime we want to display a piece of content, right? Like, let's say you want to show an image on a website or on your product page or on your website, it will require few things like an image and a caption, right? So to group them together, Bootstrap provides a component called figure. Now what it does is it will take two things. One is the image and the next is the figure caption. Okay, fig caption. So that way it will automatically and beautifully arrange the image and the caption so that we don't have to juggle around it. Okay, now you can put it the figure at the center, you can put the caption at the end, you can have the rounded corner, you can have the fluid image and much more combinations of it. Why do we use this? Because a lot of unnecessary headache that where the caption should be aligned, whether the border should be rounded, whether the image should be responsive, should be fluid, all of those questions will be answered automatically if you use Bootstrap Figure. So if you haven't started using this, start using it from now. Okay, these are HTML5 standard semantic syntax elements like figure and fig caption. So Bootstrap also supports them and we should start consider using them. That being said, let's get to hands-on. I'll show you some of the variations of it. And alrighty, so let's go back to our code. And what I'm going to do is, this is the where I'm starting, right? So I'm going to put some images here. Okay, so let's throw in first h2 tag and say Bootstrap Figure. Okay, now here I'm going to throw in a card so that we can have some our data all aligned in one place, and div class equal to card content, right? So quickly test it out. This is card content. Let's quickly check if this is okay. So this is aligned correctly. Now you can give some more classes and make it big and say padding 3 so it looks good and neat and clean and big. Okay, all right. So now we need to implement figure. Okay, so I'm going to say figure, right? This is where you will give the image caption, right? So figure will take two things. One is img and it would have a source. Okay, do we have any image? I don't know. Let's check. I don't think I have one. We'll get it from placeholder. And then you will also have fig caption, which is nothing but the caption that you want to provide. Okay, so let's go back to our documentation. Let's say placeholder um, image. That's what I would search, and we'll get a dummy image for now. And also we will get the Bootstrap documentation up, and we are learning about figures. Okay, so this is the figure. It has an image and class figure image. Okay, so we got the placeholder. Okay, so I'm going to just copy it here, this. Okay, and we can say image source equal to link, and go to our figure, and image source equal to img, we don't need the link, and we don't need the link. Okay, so we have provided the image. Now let's provide the class, and the class name is figure hyphen image. Again, you don't have to remember everything. That is something that we learn on the go, and you can, the best way to look is the documentation if you're not sure. And here I'm going to say from placeholder. Okay, let's see what is wrong here. img src should be only the URL, and this is good. You don't close the tag yet, you close it here. Figure class figure, and you can give img fluid. That means it has to be responsive. You can give rounded if you want the corners to be rounded. All right, so that's the basic definition of figure, where we have a figure. That's the element we will use. It has two pieces. One is the actual image, one is the caption. Okay, and the classes are figure img, which will tell image, and then you have img fluid, which will tell you that it's a fluid design. That means responsive. Rounded means the placeholder should be rounder, and caption, what is the caption? Okay, now let's try this out. So you see this is rounded here at the corners, and from placeholder is at the start, right? Now similarly we can put it at the end. Okay, now you can put it at the end and say text hyphen end. It would push it to the end. If you don't give that, it would be like, if you see here, it is going at the right side, but normally the where we put it is on the left side like this. Okay, so you have the image and you have the placeholder. Whenever you see any image going forward in your applications, start using the figure element. That way, like I said, this is HTML5 semantic element, so it will also be respected by search engines and etc. Okay, now if you want, I'm going to put all of this in a row, right? You can put them in a row. Div class equal to call, and just paste it here. I'm going to call this couple of times, 3 4 4 is fine, and delete this here. So you see that 4, like that you can keep on building a grid using this figure element, and place the images and the title for them. All right, so yeah, that is pretty much all about that. You should learn about Bootstrap figure, but remember, whenever you are using an image or anywhere, any media, like this image or video or anything, start using figure. That's the best part. Alrighty. That being said, I think that's all I have for this episode. I'm keeping it short intentionally. I want to cover everything about Bootstrap, and probably we'll do some live coding as well together. Thank you so much for joining in this episode. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. In the next episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Carousel, and we'll build a carousel from scratch. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. To Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Carousel component. Carousels are like a slideshow of content which rotates automatically or through controls, and are definitely used to increase the user experience on the web page. Let's learn all about it in this episode. This is part 31 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned around 40 plus tutorials in this particular series, some including live examples and live coding as well. If you haven't checked out the full playlist, please do so. There are some live projects around grid and layouts that we have done, which I'm using in this particular episode. If you have any questions on any of these topics, feel free to reach out to me in the comments section. I'll be happy to help you. If you like my work and tutorials, please consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Alright, let's talk about Carousel. Carousel is a slideshow for cycling through a series of content. Now, definitely this is using a bit of JavaScript, so you need to import bootstrap.js as well. Carousels enhance the user experience on the web page. And let's talk about some of the built-in classes that are supported by Bootstrap for Carousel. So important classes that you should remember are class equal to carousel. This is the main opening, or I would say the parent div of that particular component. You have carousel inner, which is basically the content inside the carousel that you want to place. Each item is given a class carousel hyphen item, which tells that this is a carousel item that needs to be rotated. There are other things like carousel hyphen controls, and there are also for captions. We'll see that when we do hands-on. So these are the main classes that you should remember if you want to implement Bootstrap Carousel. Now let's go ahead and get started with our coding. So I'm using one of the existing layout that we did as part of the live coding, which is basic two-column template. So we'll be using this to enhance it. Alright, that being said, the best way to get started, if you don't want to remember all the classes or how it has to be rendered, the best way is always to start with the documentation. So go to getbootstrap.com, search for carousel. You would see different variations, different implementations here. I'm going to use with captions. So if you see this with captions, you will have three main things that it has. The controls to slide the content. It would have an image with text, and then there are these bottom I would say the indicators. Basically these are called indicators and these are called controls. So the code for that would be just like how we have carousel inner, we have carousel indicators, which is for these three lines below. And then you have carousel items, which is the data that you want to rotate, or basically the container content, which is image and the text. Finally, you will have the buttons, which is for the left and the previous and the next navigation. All right. So let's go ahead, fork this code, copy this code, and then we will customize it in our application. So I'm going to build a div and say class equal to card, and then I'm going to copy paste that content inside this. Now let's go ahead and see that. We should not see this because there is no image for now. So I'm going to go ahead and customize this and give images. For now I'm going to use the placeholders, which is via dot placeholder.com slash say 50 into 20. That's what I want the height of this image to be. Copy this placeholder image and copy that for all the sources and save it. So once you do it, you should be able to see that placeholder image with the title here that we see for the first slide. Now you see the controls and the indicators. Let's test them. So once you click on the next and previous, that's working. You have the indicators, which are again used for the same navigation, but you can jump through them. Let's say you have multiple, you can directly go to the third one here. That's the difference between the previous and the next control. You can customize the content inside it. You can customize how data you want to represent, maybe some classes. So yeah, those are the basic implementation of carousel. Again, you have something like crossfade. If you want to enable that, just add this class name, that is carousel hyphen fade, so you can see it will fade away, right? So let's add that here to carousel slide, carousel hyphen fade, and go back to our application. And now when you do that, it would just fade away, right? The reason we are not seeing is because it's the same image, so that's why you're not seeing that effect. But go ahead and add it in your application and test it. Now you can add some intervals that you want to give, like for example you want certain things to be with some values. You can provide that values as well. This is in milliseconds, so make sure that you give it accordingly. The last one is the disabling, right? This is you have touch swiping also, which you want to enable using data hyphen bs hyphen touch. So once you do that, you would be seeing the touch enabled functionality also. The last of this is the dark variant, right? If you want to have a um, dark variation of this, you can use carousel hyphen dark. It would automatically put that class and make it enabled. You see here it's now black, right, and on top of the white thing. So it is second, and similarly go, it is third. So image you're not able to see it because I don't have that images, but feel free to go ahead and add some images and test it how it looks. If you want to go to the free images, you can go to unsplash.com and pick any of these images, and you can give their path or link accordingly. Right, so use this website to get some images, put it on the website, make it look good, and let me know if you have any questions or doubts around this. That's pretty simple, straightforward implementation of this component. In the next episode, I will walk you through Bootstrap Breadcrumb, which is often used in almost all applications, I would say. If not all, at least 90% of the websites will have this Bootstrap Breadcrumb navigation, which is used for jumping between pages real quick. Alright, so thank you so much for joining in this episode. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Please do subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in the next episode. Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Breadcrumb component. Breadcrumbs are a part of a web page which will allow user to easily jump into a particular section by providing them the outer links or the inner links based on which page they are at. Very helpful feature, and almost most of the applications will definitely contain a breadcrumb. Let's get started and learn everything about it in this episode. This is part 32 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned around 40 plus tutorials on this particular series. Right now we are at number 32. Make sure that you go through all the tutorials that I've covered as part of this series to learn and master Bootstrap 5. I've covered all of these components in detail with a lot of hands-on examples and live coding as well, so it will really help you. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so let's learn about Bootstrap breadcrumb component. So breadcrumbs will give an indication of the current page location, right, and which will help us to navigate through any hierarchical links that they may have. It's very easy for users to navigate quickly and jump around through pages through quick links. Important classes that you should remember about this is the navigation area label, which is breadcrumb, and basically you provide a UL or OL list and give a class breadcrumb, and then the class as breadcrumb-item. That's the important classes that you need to remember. That being said, let's get into hands-on and learn more about when we are doing hands-on examples. So I have an empty page that we did as part of the live example grid, the 2-column layout, and I'm going to use a simple card, and then we will use nav area label equal to say breadcrumb, and then this is where we'll use OL and class equal to breadcrumb, and then each li will be a list item and which will have a class name as breadcrumb-item. That's all. So here I'm going to say home, and then inside home, let's say category, let's say products, and inside the products, let's say you are at a page which says electronics, right? So those are the three links that I want to have as part of my breadcrumb. Let's refresh, and you should see the link here, right, which is home/products/electronics. Now you can give them a hyperlink if you would like, and there are different variations. Let's learn that more in the documentation. Again, if you don't want to remember the classes, everything, you can go to the breadcrumb documentation and you can see here how you want to navigate. If you want to give a link to the previous one, you can just add a hyperlink and say current active. It will know that you are at the active page, or else just throw in the links, right? So copy that. I'm going to replace it's the same basically classes breadcrumb-item. The only additional thing here is it's a link, right? And they have added active, which means you are at this current page. So now you see home, library, and data. To make it more readable, I'm going to give padding, right? So now it's much better. Home, library, and data, right? So similarly, if in the one we have, if you want to have products, you will have home/products/data, like similarly like that. Now you can customize it in different ways by giving some of the dividers. Like if you don't want to have slash, you can have, let's say if you don't want this slash here and want to have different divider, you can do that as well, like this breadcrumb divider, right? So let's put that also. Okay, right. Let's see that. So now you see. So it's a more clear indication that you are inside home, inside products, and like that. So you can customize that. If you want to have something else, you can have that also. You can have slash. By default it is slash, so you don't mention anything, it will come slash. That's about it. That's the breadcrumb functionality that's in Bootstrap, that you can use it in your applications. um, Pretty much I have covered all the use cases, and these are pretty much the things that you will require when you're working with any practical application. It's a quick tutorial because there is nothing much to customize on this. You know the behavior, you know how to render it. Um, you can always customize the links, color, all that. That is basic to any application that you'll work with. But ideally, you'll use the breadcrumb and give the links, whichever is the active one. Just mark it as class active. That will be done. Alright, so that was a quick tutorial on Bootstrap breadcrumb implementation. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. If you like my work and tutorials, please consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arttutorials. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you in the next episode. To Arc Tutorials, this is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Accordions component. Accordions are a wonderful piece of component when specially used with a lot of data. Let's say you have different sections you want to represent one at a time, you can consider using accordions. Let's say you have a big form that the user needs to fill with different categories like say financial, personal, professional, etc. You can use accordions there as well. So there are a lot of use cases that accordions can be used with, so don't get restricted by that. Let's get started and see all about different use cases that we can use with Bootstrap accordions in this tutorial. This is part 33 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned around 40 tutorials on this particular series with some live examples. We have done few in the past. Please do check them out. So following is the index of all the tutorials I've done on Bootstrap 5. Please go through each one of them to learn and master Bootstrap 5 with me. If you have any doubts, please reach out to me in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Alright, so let's learn about Bootstrap accordions. So accordions are a way to build vertical collapsing sections, right? So vertically collapsing sections that you can build. It uses JavaScript, so you need to include Bootstrap min.js as well. It's a beautiful way. You can have different contents into different navigation pieces. Like I said, if you want to create sections in your page which has different categories, you can use accordions. Important classes that you should remember are class equal to accordion, that's the parent accordion for you, and then you have accordion item, that means which will tell which section goes inside it. Inside the accordion item, we will have header and body, right? So it would tell us that this is the accordion header and this is the accordion body of that particular given item, right? So that's pretty much the high level classes that you should remember. Again, don't sit and code from scratch. Always go to get Bootstrap. It has beautiful documentation, one of the best. So go to accordion, and then I will scroll down to this section. So you see this is the accordion. This is how vertically collapsible sections you have, 1, 2 and 3. Important classes like I told you will be accordion, and then you have accordion item and accordion header and accordion body. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement that in our application and see how it looks. So right now in my app I have just a blank breadcrumb that we did it in the last episode, so I'm going to continue to build on top of it. So we have the card header here now, or I can, okay, let's build in this, that's fine. And I'm going to throw in accordion, that's the parent div. Inside it we can have more accordion item, that means this will have a accordion header and a body. Accordion header, and it would have accordion body. That's it. So now let's go ahead and say heading 1 and say content 1. Okay, and I'm going to copy this item a couple of times here. So we will have multiple. Okay, so now refresh and you see this structure layout. Okay, but right now it's not collapsed because we have not given the classes. Okay, so the class for this is collapsed. So I'm going to copy this code, not doing any much here, and let's go here, copy this, and we are going to build on top of it. So this is the some of the classes that are built in that you can use, and you can see the collapse one and the opening one, right? So the classes that are missing are these, which is in the header it has to be data toggle and then give the ID of it, collapse one. Now this collapse one is nothing but your body that is there, right? So again, like I said, don't go around having your own uh, writing your own code. Instead, try to reuse the from the documentation and then customize it accordingly. So here, if you want, you can say personal details, this section, complete this section for personal details, and the next would be, let's say, professional details, and then next say social details, right? So you have three accordion tabs. You can have professional, social, and personal. So this is one of the use cases that you can use to build the different form fields or section, or how you want to display the data, say notes, remarks, company details, etc. Pretty simple. So, and there are different variations that you can do, which is always you can keep them open, right? So if you want to keep it always open, then you can just say show, right? If you want this to be always open, right? Let's say the second one. So we will add the class name as show. So now see, this will always show, right? Initially, that is on load. See now, this is showing on load, but if you collapse it, it would go away. Okay, so that's the default one. If you want to make it open by default, you can click on that. Now same way, if you don't want to show the first one and only second one, now you see the second one is open. They click on second and third and then behaves as it is. So these are different variations of how we can use Bootstrap in our application. Bootstrap accordions, and you can collapse them, you can expand them based on just a click. So you see, you can also customize this arrow if you want through some CSS variables. Alrighty, that's all that is there about accordions. It really lies in how you implement it in your application. But remember the main important classes, which are class equal to accordion, class hyphen item, class hyphen header, class hyphen body, accordion hyphen body. And remember to use the collapse, without which it will not collapse, right? So those are the important things that you should remember if you're implementing Bootstrap accordion. Alrighty, that's all on this tutorial. That was quick and easy ones. The next one will also be pretty easy and quick, which is a Bootstrap nav and tabs. Very interesting because a lot of applications do use navs and tabs in different flavors. I'll try and cover different use cases for you. That being said, thank you so much for joining in this episode. I'll see you in the next episode. If you like my work and tutorials, please consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arc tutorials. Thank you so much for joining. To Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series. In today's episode, we are going to learn about the nav and the tabs component that's provided in Bootstrap. This is part 34 of the series. If you haven't checked out, please do check out the complete series. I plan to cover more than 40 tutorials in this particular series. Right now we are at 34th episode. Alright, so this is the index, or the, you can say, the table of index that I have covered, all the tutorials that I've covered so far. You can see a lot of things have been covered in detail with live coding and examples to help you understand better. Today we are on episode number 34. Today we are covering about Bootstrap nav and tabs. If you like my work, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so remember few things. So Bootstrap provides excellent navigation components, right? So we can use it in different styles and different modes. One of the quickest way to get started is using a nav, right? So the class is nav and the important classes are nav, class nav item, it tells you that which are the child inside that navigation. If you want to place a navigation link, you can use nav-link class, and if it's active, you can use the class active with it. There are multiple variations. If you see any Bootstrap based theme or a template, you would see that these can be used in sidebar, can be used in the footer, can be used in the main header. So there are different areas in the page where you can use them. The common logic is same, the code is same, where you place them will differ. We'll see some more things when we do hands-on now. We'll also see how to use tabs. All right. So that being said, let's jump into our hands-on example. I have an empty Bootstrap thing that we are using for all our examples. And how does it look? It looks simple, just a sidebar and a uh, top navigation. That's all it has. And the reason I'm keeping it empty is also because I want you to see how it looks from ground up and not something ready-made template. All right, so that being said, let's go ahead and implement our nav. So I'm going to throw in a card first, and then we are going to define card content. So this is where the card content good goes. You can just test it right away whether it works. It works. All right, so you might want to add some margin, right, or padding to it. So I'm going to add padding 3, so it looks a little big and good. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and implement my navigation. So I'm going to use a ULLI class, right? And you're going to give class equal to nav. That's the main thing that you will use. And for each of the list items that I'm using, I'm going to call it nav item. And I'm going to, let's say we are providing links, right? Let's say sublinks for now. So I'm going to say home, and let's call this products. Let's call this contact us. So you have 3 child items inside this particular nav. Now you can see all these things by default will come in single inline. Now you can give some padding, spacing, etc. And if we want to add some links inside it, you can give that as well, and you can say nav link, right? Sorry, class equal to nav link. For now, don't go anywhere. All right, and you can give here also. Now I'll copy this. Same thing I'll do for the products. Same thing I'll do for the contactors. So basically now you would see that you will have 3 beautiful inline nav items, right? Now you can have multiple variations. Like I said, you can have a drop down menu, you can have tab, you can have colored active. So you can give active class if it's an active one. So again, you can define that style and you can override how you want it to look. All right, so now let me go to the website and show you some more variations of it. It's easy to always start with navs and tabs. You refer to documentation, that's the best place to start. I'm trying to help you to see how to read that documentation. You want to disable a particular link on some page, you can use disabled attribute, and that would also show up. So now see, it has become disabled, you can't click it anymore, right? So that's one of the options. Then you can also use something like where do you want to align it, right? You want to center align it, so just use the class justify content center, right? And where do you use it? You will use it on the parent, which is nav. So you'll say justify content center. So this should bring your content to the center like this, right? Now a lot of places you can see such behavior where you have a sidebar, some main menu, it can be in the center. So that's also a good design that is found in nowadays in most SaaS applications. If you want it at the end, you can just use -end, and it would send that to the end, which is to the right side. This is also again a good feature if you just want to add some links along with that, right? So feel free to use it anywhere you like it. You can do it vertical, just say flex column and it would come vertical. So this is what is the code if you want to use it on a sidebar like this. Now same way, these are the navs, right? Now tabs are a flavor of it, right? How they look
different is they will have a little border here which will show that it's a tab, and all you have to do is for the nav you can just going to say center, and I'm going to say these navs are nav tabs. Now nav tabs is just a new way of representation, right? So it would have a um, kind of a border which comes like that. So let me copy this code and put it inside our ULLI. It's the same piece of code. You have nav item, nav link, right? So you see the border is here, and you can take the mouse over and you can see little border that comes over it. This is an active, so it comes with the border here, right? So this is another variation that you can use. If you don't like that and you want to have a dark border instead of the complete box should be highlighted, box model, you can use it as a pill. So instead of nav tabs, make it nav pills. So that's what will make it a nav pill, right? So that's pretty much that you have about navigation, how you want. Like again, these are all different variations of it, of how you want to design, but the underlining core principle is what I just told you, which is using the nav class. Each child item will have a nav item and followed by nav link and whether it is active or not. Now, based on that, you can do a lot of things in terms of design, upgrading, styling, etc. If you want to quickly style this active class something else, you can do that as well. Let me show you real quick. And here you would say inside nav tabs, inside nav, if you find a class called active, put the background color to, let's say, light yellow. So we can easily customize that. Now inside that you have nav, and then you have nav link and active. So I'm going to say let me check that real quick. Background color, style, inside nav you have the nav item and nav link. Okay, that's an anchor tag, right? So you can do that also. You can say if you have a nav and you can put a dot active. Most probably you might want to give, since there are some classes overriding, so you might want to override the default one, right? So that's what is happening here. Let's say if you want to put it, I can put it something like this, and you can show different colors, right? This is one way. The other way is to use the native background colors that you want to use. If it's active, you can just put hyphen, say success or danger or whatever you would like to call it. Like this is success, so it is showing green color, right? So so now see it shows background green with white color. So you don't have to really write the CSS. Instead, use the built-in typography and the classes designed for the colors. I hope nav and tab is clear to you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you. Thank you so much for joining in this episode. I will continue the series. In the next episode, we will learn about Bootstrap placeholders. That's all for today. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you so much in advance. To Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we will learn about Bootstrap placeholder component. Placeholders are extremely useful, important, especially when you're trying to load data. If it's taking time, you can show placeholder. While it's loading, you can add different variations to it like glow, etc. Also, if you want to just show some kind of a placeholder, especially for mocking up or working with your clients, you might want to hold some place while designing. That's where also you can use placeholders. Very useful component, mostly used while wireframing and prototyping, but you should know as part of learning Bootstrap. This is part 35 of the series. I'm planning to cover more than 40 tutorials in this particular series, so please do check out the entire series to learn everything about Bootstrap. If you like my work and tutorials,
please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. This is the index we have covered so far. All the topics about Bootstrap I've covered from ground zero, and I've tried to cover each component with live examples, coding with different variations. And I'm sure you will benefit from it. So please do go through the entire series to learn about it. Today we are in episode number 35. We are learning about Bootstrap placeholders. Alright, so what are placeholders? Placeholders can be used to enhance the experience of the application. They're built only with HTML and CSS, which means you don't need to really have JavaScript. Now, at the end of the day, it's all about improving the experience for the end user. Like I gave you an example, if you're making a request to server and if it's taking a while to load data, it's always good to show a placeholder instead of an empty screen. That's where you will use placeholders. So remember the important classes are class equal to placeholder. That's the primary main class that Bootstrap provides. There are different variations, like you can have a disabled placeholder, you can have placeholder hyphen glow, which will add little glow to it, etc. So those are the two important classes that you should know. And that being said, let's jump into hands-on examples. I'm using the same template that I used in the last example, which was for navs and tabs. So we'll continue building on that. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to design a new class and a card, so that way we can have our data. And here I'm going to say card hyphen title. Let's say placeholder tutorial. And then we will have some more data in the card content. And here we can add some content. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a placeholder class. Okay, but before I do this, let me just show you what happens, right? So you should see entire end-to-end experience. Testing placeholder component. Okay, now let's go back to our code and refresh. So it just shows a simple card. I'm going to throw in some margin padding so we know that. All right, and let me throw padding and some margin. Okay, so it's in the center. Now, instead of this testing placeholder, I'm going to add the span that we added, which is class equal to placeholder. Right? It's just a placeholder, right? There is nothing in it. Now, the best way to also see that is when you put it outside of the code, because it doesn't have the white background. Right? So now I'm going to say a placeholder. Now, the best way is, again, let's go to documentation and then go back here and say placeholders. Alright, so this is how it reflects the placeholder, and all you need to do is you can add anything on that, but I'm going to use, like, say this is called span placeholder glow. Okay, so let's do that. Something like this, it would show up. Glow means it would highlight something like this with like breathing kind of a thing. So let's go ahead, copy this and put it inside the span for now. Right, and just reload the page, and you can see it shows something like a breathing thing while it is loading. So this is a placeholder that you can use. Now, can we not use it inside the card content? We can absolutely use it. Let's put it like this, and you can use it inside the card holder. So the important thing is this placeholder glow, because of which it would start glowing. Otherwise it would just show you a placeholder like this, right? It won't have much of a meaning. So you can have placeholder glow, then it would occupy the rows here that you provided, column 7, 6, 4. You can just provide 12 also, and it would take the entire row, but that won't look really nice and um, interactive. So instead have a less, so it goes here and looks much like it's loading data. Now same thing, you can do it for title, description, etc. Right? You can change the background color, you can disable it, and you can specify the width, color, all that. Right? So let me show you that. So if you want this of a different color, you can just give bg-warning. So it would show that it's loading something like this. Or if you want a secondary color, I think that should be the right. So something like a basic thing which differentiates between loading. Also, if you want it big, you can say placeholder -lg. That means large, right? Again, that depends upon the div that you're defining in the content, but lg means large. And then if you say medium, like if you see now, these are little large. So those are the variations that are available as part of placeholder. You can use a simple go placeholder -glow, and then followed by the placeholder class. Now you can specify different height, width, content, etc. And if you just want to show, let's say, video, right? I'm going to say placeholder -video. This is a class I'm going to define, and I'm going to style it to make it different look. You can do that absolutely. And you can say here, say padding, or if you want, you can specify height. That's fine for now. Right, something like this. If you want a bigger text, you can control it through CSS also. Again, up to us, but that's the option that is available to us. This is pretty simple, straightforward one, nothing much complicated on it. Remember the two important classes, placeholder -glow and then placeholder. Using this, you can place it anywhere, anything that you want. It can be for video, text, anything where you want to show some kind of a loading kind of an expression. Right? Okay, that's pretty straightforward, I believe, and that's pretty simple also. Do let me know in comment section if you have any particular queries or doubts. I'll be happy to address them. Thank you so much for joining in this episode. In the next episode, we will learn about Bootstrap Pagination. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you. Back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn a very extremely important and critical component which is called pagination. Pagination is a process where you divide the results that you obtain from the server and then display them based on certain number of records at a time. This functionality you would have mostly used or seen with tables. If you go to your Gmail inbox, you do next, next, next. If you go to, say, search results, you do next page. That's all part of the pagination. So it's very important that as a designer, developer, you should know about pagination, and in particular, in talking with respect to Bootstrap, you should be knowing how to use Bootstrap pagination component. This is part 36 of the series, and if you haven't checked out the full tutorial playlist, I'll request you to kindly do so. I'm going to cover more than 40 tutorials in this particular series with a lot of live examples and coding. If you have any doubts, please ask me in the comment section. I'll be happy to help you. Following is the index I've covered so far in this series, more than 35 tutorials so far. This is the 36th where we are learning about Bootstrap pagination component. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so pagination, right? So when we receive a large chunk of data, right, it makes sense that you display that data to user in a certain phased manner. Or in another way, we say that pagination. That means break them down in the results into pages. This is a common functionality mostly required in almost all applications of any size. Wherever you display results, chances are that you might want to show them in pagination. So what are the important classes to remember? Some of the important classes to remember are, the first should be pagination, right? It's a ULLI based thing, list, which is divided and displayed. So the main class that works is pagination. After that, we have something called page-item, which means that's the item that is present inside the pagination. If you want to highlight some record or some page number, you can use active class. If you want to disable certain page for you don't want to click them, you can say disabled. All right. So those are the main classes that you would use. Now let's get started with hands-on and learn more about it. All right. So I'm going to go my editor, and right now it looks like this. It's an empty start. So I'm going to add pagination here, and it makes sense that I show you with a table. So I'm going to throw in a card first, and then I'm going to card content, right? So I'm going to go to the official Bootstrap documentation and pick up a table so we can attach it and show you with better aspect. So I'm not going to spend too much time here, just going to copy it as it is. So this is to show you with table how the pagination looks. You don't have to do this, but it makes much more better sense to see it. Alright, so now I'm going to say um, this is for the placeholder for the pagination, so I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to create my ULLI and say pagination, and for each of the list item in this I'm going to have a class and say page hyphen item, and then I'm going to say 1, here I'm going to say 2, I'm going to say 3, and so on and so forth. Right, perfect. So let's see that in action now. So I put the table and the pagination component. It shows here pagination, right? That is the number of pages that are displayed with it. To make it better, I'm going to give some. All right, this is a table which has a pagination. Now you can find the complete details and classes, and you can go here and select this. So it has a nav link which will be called a page link, right? So you will never have a data directly unless you want it to be clicked, right? So here you would give a link and say class equal to page hyphen link. So this is what you would give for all the URLs or the links that you will provide. Let me copy this real quick. I hope you're following with me. If you have any queries, any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. Alright, so let's change the numbers. Alright, so now we have 5 page items in our pagination, and this looks like this. Right, now there are different variations. If I'm on the last page, I do not want anything else to be enabled, or right. So what you can do is you can use disabled with the class. So it will disable that. So see, now if you can't really click on it, so you can say page link page item disabled. So see, now you can't click it, whereas this one you on mouse over you can click, here you can't do anything. So it's disabled, and this is especially useful when you are doing next and previous buttons, right? You want to disable certain buttons and etc. Alright, so let's see some of the different variations that we can use. So some of the variations is you can, if when you're working with icons, right, you can have an icon instead of the previous, right? You can say previous or true, so you can have an icon instead of number, right? So you can do this also. You can have icons like this, previous, next, etc. So that's one. You can have icons. You can have states, which is disabled, previous, next. I showed you this, right? If you're on the first page, the previous will be disabled, next, right, it will be disabled. Again, the best way to learn is start copying the code here and go and replace the code if you would like that. I usually do that to get a jump start. You don't have to really sit and type each word by word, right? So I try to use it from natively from the documentation. That's the good way to avoid any errors also. Now sizing, you can make it big, small by adding the class -lg and -small, -medium. Again, you can do alignment by just using justify content center. That way you can align it anywhere you want it in the page. You can put it in the center, you can put it at the right side, you can say end and it will go towards the end, right? Usually, if you see the things would be in the right side corner here, you can do that. Or I prefer it to be on the center. That's my choice. I prefer it that way. Now, similarly, you can add CSS styling to it. You can override any CSS classes that you want. Let's say you want a styling different color. You can do that. Go to style, put pagination. Inside that you have active, and you can check here what is the class that you are adding. So you're adding to page item hyphen active, and that is a li. So you will say li dot active. That means if it is an active, put the background color, say to turquoise for now, and important, so override. Okay, and it didn't reflect, so let's see why. I think it's not reflecting. Let me check it 1 second real quick. Because here I'm saying for li there is a page item and active. So I'm going to add that class and say if it is page item dot active. And did we add important? Yes, we added. Inside pagination we have the page. Let's check. So inside the pagination class, okay, I think this is overriding. Let's check. And then we have the page item, and it has active class. Let's remove and check if it is applying. It's applying for sure. And what I do to debug such use cases is to right click, inspect element, and then you can take it here, and this is the active class that it's applied. So go back to CSS. Using the right selectors is important, so you can get it from the developer tools and you can apply that. So something like this, right? So you can change the border, the size, the anything that you want to do about that. Okay, so basically styling is up to us. However we like, we can style our components. That's pretty much all we have about pagination. It's important how you work with the functionality. Look and feel. As a designer, as a UI developer, we care about the look and feel, but also you should know how to use it. Like how do you send parameters when you click, etc. So that's for something else, some other day. But today we are focusing on only on the design aspect of the pagination component. Alright, so that was all today. We learned about the placeholders. In the next episode, I will walk you through Bootstrap Scrollspy. Important component, especially when you're doing a static website for your clients or any wireframing. It will come very handy on that. Thank you so much for joining in this series. I hope you're learning. I hope you are gaining some and learning some new stuff. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/artutorials. I'll see you in the next episode. Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Scrollspy. This is a component which lets us scroll to a particular section in the page while dynamically updating the anchor tag, the class basically, which is active. Pretty useful, especially when you're building a single page applications, which involves only different sections in one page and you want to highlight that particular navigation section. Let's learn all about it, and also let's do some hands-on. This is part 37 of the series. I am planning around 40 plus tutorials. Right now we are at episode number 37. So make sure that you have seen all the tutorials in this particular series in order to get your hands on properly with all the concepts. Following is the index we have done already. So we are right now on episode number 37, where we are learning about Bootstrap Scrollspy. Alright, so what is Scrollspy? So Scrollspy toggles the active class on an anchor element when the element with the ID referenced by the anchor href is scrolled into view. Now this is, like I said, very specially useful when you're building a single page applications, because you will have a single navigation in those pages and there would be a smooth scrolling that it would take you to that particular section and also highlight the link with active class. The important things that you should remember is that you will basically work with the navigation like a UL or LI mostly when you're using Scrollspy. You need to define data BS toggle. That's your that's where you will define the Scrollspy. So this is the ID that we are giving, and we'll give a section like this and give an ID to it, right? So basically create any link and just pass the ID to it, right? So when you click on this particular link, it will go to that particular section smoothly and arrange the link. Okay, so let's go ahead and do some hands-on activity. For that, I will quickly open the documentation so we don't have to waste time in typing that. So search for Scrollspy and go to example. So you can read about that, whatever explanation I've given you, that's how it is, like how it works. So important thing, like I said, you will have a nav, that is navigation, where you would have the links like anchor tag, which has a ID, right? Href will be hash name of the ID. Now this is the ID that you will define here in the section, right? So whichever section you want to click and scroll to that particular section, you will give an ID to that, and here you'll pass hash same ID name. All right. And one important thing that you should remember is that automatically the links would be updated. Let me show you here. Right now the first link is active because we are at the first section. Now click on the second, you see the class got toggled and it has come to second section. That means it is doing two things here. One, it is taking the page to that particular section and also toggling the active class like this, right? So let's go ahead, copy this code to our clipboard, go to our code, and now I don't have anything here, it's just an empty layout that we use for most of our tutorials. I'll copy paste here. This may not work since I have a bigger screen, so I'll add some paragraphs. See, I'm going to throw in some paragraphs because I want to show you that how the scrolling will happen. And similarly, I'll just copy these paragraphs and paste it. Now refresh. So now you see there is a scroll, um, and now when I click on the first one, it goes to the first section. I click on the second, it smoothly scrolls and goes to the second section, right? So that's pretty much Scrollspy does. Like it will help you scroll to that and will also help you to anchor tag, which is flipping, which is to first or whichever active class that is basically. So you can see more examples that are given here and get through them as well. So if you see, there is a sidebar now. When you click on item number 2, so see the smooth scrolling and goes and highlights the item that is there, right? So that's why it is called Scrollspy, right? So you can try out these examples and let me know if you have any questions. It's pretty straightforward, simple thing. Navigation to a particular section um, with making the active class on anchor elements. That's all Scrollspy does. Thank you so much for joining in this episode. In the next episode, I'll cover about Bootstrap Position. Very important concept to understand. Uh, Almost all the websites or any app that you work with, you will require to use Bootstrap Position. We'll learn different variations of it and we'll do some hands-on about it. Right? Thank you so much for joining in this episode. I'll see you in the next episode. Thank you. Welcome back to ARC Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In today's episode, we are going to learn about a utility class called Position. Position allows us to place an element at a given position by using the class position attributes. There are different properties and different classes that can be used. For example, there is fixed top, fixed bottom, position fixed, position static, position relative, and then there is sticky top. We'll learn all about them. We'll do some hands-on examples around it. Let's get started. This is part 38 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned around 40 tutorials. We are at number 38, pretty close to the completion of the series. Uh, so make sure that you have checked out the entire playlist. This is the index where I've covered from ground zero, from basics to everything that Bootstrap 5 has to offer. We have done some live projects also in between, so make sure that you check them out as well. And today we are in episode number 38. We are learning about Bootstrap Position. All right, so so position is used to place an element at a given place in the web page. Like I said, there are different properties that you can use, like fixed top, fixed bottom, sticky top, then there is position fixed, and these are used to place in a particular location or the placement in the page. We'll see the difference, we'll see how they differ from each other and which one to use in an appropriate place. Let's get started with hands-on. For that, I'm going to use the template that we always use for Bootstrap 5 examples, and let's get started. So what I'm going to do, first I'm going to show you an example with fixed top. So if you see the nav bar, right, when you place it as fixed top, that means it will always be sticky at the top. To show that, I'm going to add few paragraphs just to increase the space and have that scrolling content in the page. I'm sure many of you are already aware with fixed top that can be used with navbar, but it can have multiple use cases that you want to use. Alright, we need to add some more. Right, that should be good. So now you see a scroll, and now when you scroll the page, that this is fixed top, so it won't move at all. It will be fixed at the top. Right. So not only navbar, you can basically place any element at the top wherever you want it at position 0. You can have that. Now I'm going to add something above this div, and I'm going to give the same fixed hyphen top. So this it will always be at top, right? And I'm going to save this and remove this fixed top here. So now see, I've added a div which is fixed top. So now on top of this there will be a div which is always at top. So if you see there is a div here, you can see, you cannot read it, but I'm sure you can see that there is, it's starting with th here, right? So this will always be at top. So that's the top one. If you scroll also, it will still be there. You can see here, this will always be at top. So any element that you want to make it at the top and fixed, you can use the class fixed hyphen top. That's one of the position classes that's available. So that was about fixed top. Then let's say you want to fix a particular element in the page, right? Let's say you can also use something called position fixed. This will be fixed after the navbar. So see here, now I've added a div inside this main content, right? Now this I have given position fixed, which means that is fixed, see, but it is not at the top. If you want something at the top, you have to use fixed hyphen top. If you want something right here, then you can use position fixed. That will be fixed at this particular location of the page, wherever you place it. Now same thing, if I take this and take it to the down, let's say I want it at the bottom of the page. So you can use fixed hyphen. So fixed hyphen top is for placing the element at the top. Same way, opposite of it, fixed hyphen bottom will get the element to the top bottom of the page here, and when you scroll you can see that you see here it's already fixed. This will be fixed after the navbar, right? So if you want to place something like a cookie or something like a menu which should always be fixed at the bottom, you need to use the class fixed hyphen bottom. Alright, moving to the next one. So there is one more. Let's say in a use case where you want some content to scroll, okay, and then it should get sticky. Okay, now this will be scrollable content. See, it will scroll, right? Now what I want is, after certain paragraphs, I want some div, and when user comes to this, it should get sticky. So you should use the class sticky hyphen top. What will happen is it will scroll and then come to the div and hold it. So see here, it's scrolling, it will scroll till here, and this will get fixed. See here, it got fixed here after certain scrolling in the page, right? So this is called sticky top. The opposite of it is sticky bottom, right? So these are the main classes when you work with utility class. One is fixed hyphen top to place it at the top. Fixed hyphen bottom will place the element at the bottom of the viewport, and then you have position fixed. If you want to fix something at a certain position, you have sticky hyphen top to place it stickiness. That means stick it after a scroll, after certain elements in the page. that's when you'll use sticky top. Then you have sticky bottom, which is after a certain scroll, make it sticky at the bottom. So these are the main five classes, utility classes of position that you will work with. There are other things which are just like your position attribute. You can use position hyphen static, position hyphen relative. These are all just like your CSS position property. So they will behave exactly same, nothing different. But important things that you will work with is these utility classes. I hope the class and utility position is clear. If you have any doubts, any queries, feel free to reach out to me in the comment section. I will try and help you as much as I can. I hope you are enjoying this series. We are coming to an end of this series in another 3 episodes, but we'll continue. I'll keep bringing some more tutorials on Bootstrap for you, so stay tuned for that also. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arttutorials. In the next episode, I'll cover and talk about Bootstrap Border, different variations, how you can use them. Thank you so much for joining. See you in the next episode. Back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In the last episode, I covered about Bootstrap Position utility class and its variants. Today we are going to learn about a very important uh, functionality, or I would say feature, which allows us to place borders around different elements. More often than not, you would use border on a daily basis on some or the other element. Maybe it's a div, span, or an image, etc. Bootstrap supports a wonderful and lot of utility classes with border, and we can do a lot of variations almost without writing any CSS code. We will learn all about it in today's episode. Let's get started. This is part 39 of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I have planned 40 tutorials, but I think I'll shoot over it, which is good. So make sure that you check out the entire playlist to learn and master Bootstrap 5 with me. I have covered everything from ground zero to advanced topic. We have done a lot of live projects. I'll continue doing some live projects for you so that you get to learn and use these components and classes in real time. Today is episode number 39 and we are learning about Bootstrap Border. Before we get started, if you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so Bootstrap, we can use Bootstrap utilities to add or remove an element's borders. We can choose a lot of border classes that are available and we can play with them. Some of the important classes to remember are border. Border has different width that you can provide using border 2, border 3, border 4. We can also place certain borders only, which is called adding, addictive borders, which is you can add it at a certain level or you can remove it. Like if you say that you don't want, so you can say border top 0. That means it won't place it in the top. I'll show you all this when we start coding. Just for your understanding and classes to remember, we can add colors, border hyphen success, danger, info, warning, primary, secondary, all that you can add. You can also add opacity to it. By default it is 100%, but we can also make it to 75, 50, 25 or 10. Then we can also create a rounded corners in a particular element. It can be a div, span, image, anything. Alright, so these are the important utility classes that you should remember when you're working with border. That being said, let's get back to coding. Alright, so I have a fairly simple template that we have been using for our Bootstrap tutorial, and I'm going to start adding some classes. Alright, so I'm going to create some div first and give a basic border. Okay, call it simple border and save it. Let's save and go back here and refresh. There is a border. I don't know if you can clearly see it or not, but what I'm going to do is start with the color example. That way it would be much clear. Okay, so I'm adding a primary color to the border. Okay, so if you see, there is a border now coming up and showing up in the color. If you don't give this, by default it's gray color, slight gray, and that I don't know if you are able to clearly see it here, but if not, I have added a color for you. Okay, so that's about border hyphen primary. So let's next add some more colors to it. So to show you the different combinations you can do, you can use primary, secondary, you can use info, you can use success for green color, you can use danger for red. and you can also use warning, and finally you can use the default, which is nothing but if you even if you don't give any border, it's going to be the default. Okay, let me just run this for you so you can see, and I'm going to throw in a quick padding use based on what we have learned earlier. You can just specify the padding using P2. This is part of the typography which I have covered earlier. Make sure that you learn that as well. So this is with the beauty of it, that you don't even really have to add any um, really any um, CSS coding as such, but M means margin, so it's adding margin now just to make it more look more spacing and much more clear for your understanding. I'm just doing this. You don't have to add it necessarily with a border, but I'm adding an extra class so to make it much look better. Okay, so now see, this is how it looks. There is a default gray color border here. So these are all the different color variations that you can use. Similarly, let's say you want to use now increase the width of it, right? So you can add border hyphen 2. So now see, it has become thick, right? Similarly, if you copy other, right, so you can copy 3, it will become even thicker. You can go up to 4 and you can go up to 5. I'm still going to throw in some margin just so it's clear and much readable. Okay, so you see the thickness has increased. By default it is 1, this is 2, 3 and 4 and 5. So you can add the thickness using the border hyphen the value. It goes up to from 1 to 5. Remember that. This is about, so we learned about how to use the border class. We have used how to put colors. We have used how to increase the thickness. Now I'm going to show you how you don't want a certain thing to be added. Okay, when you put default border, you would see that it's coming in all the directions. Now let me show you here. If you just say border all sides, so see here, there is a border on all the sides, but you don't want on a certain side, let's say top, bottom, end and start. So you can just say hyphen 0. Hyphen 0 means don't add a border. Okay, that's like minus. Add border on all the sides except here in this case it is top. Similarly, if I copy this and say I don't want the border at the bottom, I can just say bottom 0. So now there won't be there is no border here for the bottom, right? No bottom, right? I'm just adding so you differentiate. So see, there is no bottom for this. Similarly, there is no top border for this. So see, there is no top border for the top one. There is no bottom for the bottom one. Similarly, if you say border start 0, there won't be anything on this side, on the left side. Similarly, you can say border hyphen end hyphen 0. That would become, there won't be any border on the right side. So this is how you can customize which sides you want to display and which sides you don't want to. Okay, that being said, the last variation that I'm going to show of borders is the rounded corners. So you have an option to kind of, you know, um, show that how much rounded you want. So I'm going to say rounded 2. Now let's see, a rounded border, and I'm giving 2, right? Okay, let me take this out, put primary. So I'm just putting colors because the other gray color is not really visible. So now you see there is a slight curve at the bottom, right? I'm going to throw in an extra border just so that it's much more clear. Now you can see clearly that there is a slight curve at the bottom, right? So you can increase that by saying 3. I want it a little bit more curved so you can see it's now more turned. 4. Okay, so up to 3 you can round, but let's say you want it more, right? So rounded 2. Now I want the entire thing to be rounded circle, so you can say rounded, right, and you can say circle, and I'm going to throw here color warning. Oh, it's, wait a minute, rounded circle. Let me clear this. I think it's okay, rounded circle, and I'm going to give border to border, and then okay, so now you can see that there is a circle it has made. Let me change the color for you. um, Instead of warning, let's use success. So now you can see it's rounded, right? So that's another thing that's there. And then there is something called rounded pill that you can use with border. It will look like a pill. See here. So this is it. Let me add some spacing so that way it's clear to you. All right, now let's go back and see. So you can see here that this is circle, rounded circle, which is coming as a circle. This is a pill. So you see it has coming like a pill, right? At the borders, you see it is radius you can configure, right? So these are the different variations of how you can use different border utility class. You can just add colors with simple border. You can increase the thickness. You can decide which direction you don't want the border, and you can minus that border from there. You can even use rounded corners to make them rounded, and you can make it circular or you can make it a pill, right? So these are all the different flavors and variations of how you can use the different classes and available as part of the border utility. I hope it's clear. I hope all the classes I've covered, and that should help you use border directly inside any element. It can be an image, it can be a div, or it can be a span. That's all you need to know about Bootstrap border utility class and its variants. In the next episode, we'll talk about Bootstrap text utility class and see various different options that are available with us. And I hope you're enjoying this series. It's coming to a conclusion soon. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/rtutorials. And please do subscribe to my channel and keep supporting as always. See you in the next episode. Thank you. Back to ARC tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In the last episode, we learned about different utility classes provided by Bootstrap for border. Today, we are going to explore and learn all the utility classes that are available with respect to text formatting. Be it text alignment, you want it at start, at end, or in the center. You want to increase font weight, you want to increase the line height, you want to add no wrapping or wrapping of text, you want to do a lot of other things with text like decoration, etc., etc. All of that can directly be controlled using the utility classes. The reason all these are provided is to make sure that developers do not have to write a single line of CSS code. And that's the beauty of it. The reason being that when you're working in a distributed team with a lot of team members, individually you should never write any CSS code. Instead, rely on the typography of the framework so that it does a lot of work for us. Keeping that in mind, let's go ahead and start today's episode, episode number 40. And as you know, I started creating this playlist on Bootstrap tutorial thinking I'll create 40 tutorials, and we have already reached 40. I still have some more content that I want to share it with you, so we'll increase more than 40. And I want to thank you sincerely for supporting it all the while, and we have reached 40th episode today of Bootstrap 5. If you haven't checked out the entire playlist, I'll request you to please do check that out. It has everything from ground zero to everything that Bootstrap has to offer. We have also done a lot of live projects in between, so make sure that you check it out in order to have your continuity in your learning. Today we are in episode number 40. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arttutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so today we are learning about Bootstrap text, and we have a lot of utility classes around text that we can use. Some of the important classes that you should remember are text start, text center, text end, which by the name itself suggests that the text will be placed at the starting, the text will be placed at the center, text will be aligned at the right side towards the end. Then we have text wrapping. When you have long sentences, you want to break them down, you can use text wrap. It will automatically bring it down to the next. You also have word break, that is to break a longer word so that it doesn't break our components look and feel. We can use text break. We can also transform the text into text hyphen lowercase, text hyphen uppercase, all of that. We can increase the font sizes by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are basically the native font sizes defined in the typography from heading 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. Similarly, we can increase the line height using LH, LH1, LH base, and LH large. We can also transform the text using text decoration underline, text decoration line through, none, etc. So these are all the various different classes that are available. We can even customize them for various devices. I'm going to show you that now in hands-on. So let's get started with coding. All right, so I have the empty template as usual that we start with. So let's refresh, and there's nothing in here. All right, so let's start with some of the basic things. I'm going to put div, and this is at the start of text. Okay, so for that you can give text hyphen start. So now this will come towards the start, that means here towards the left side. Now same thing, if you want to assign something towards the right side or at the end, you will use end, so it will go towards the end. Now you want in the center, so you can use text hyphen center. Okay, so this will come in the text align center. Now there are different variations of it, like if you say that on smaller text I want something to come, so you can say text hyphen sm, right? So that way you can customize based on small device, large device, etc. That's for the variations of start, end, and center, right? So I'm going to show you a lot of variations, so make sure that you get those hooked up. If you want to, let me see if I can quickly type. Okay, say in the small you want it at the center, right? This will be centered in small devices. So you can check it out by adding SM, LG, MD, and all those things, classes that are available. That's number one. Like next, let's talk about the wrapping part, right? This is interesting because this is something that a lot of people miss out adding. So I'm going to add a class here, and I'm going to call it text wrap, and I'm going to simply um, I'm just fixing for now in inline. This is to demo text wrap feature. Okay, I'm just going to copy this so that I increase the text in the container. So now see, it is wrapped up, right? Now what happens if I don't give this? I'm not giving text wrap, I'm just giving a fixed width, still same. I think let's do one thing. Let's decrease this here. Okay, so this is how it goes, automatically wrapping. But there are places where you might want to increase, or the width gets increased, right? But you still want to control it, let's say. And this, especially I'm talking about devices where you might want to see, right? Let's throw in a border and see if it shows up clearly. Basically it will just break it down for you, so you can see that it's taking only this much, right? It's breaking it down. So let's increase this. Okay, so basically it will just bring it and wrap it. Okay, if you don't want to wrap it, right, let's say you want it to overflow for some reason. Okay, so now see, what will I do? I'm just going to take this, and instead of text wrap, that's by default, right? Text wrap is by default. I don't want to wrap it, so I'm going to say text no wrap. So see, now I'm going to put a border. We learned about border in the last episodes. So see here, this is the border, but the text is not wrapping, it's overflowing, right? So this is how it happens, but by default it will always wrap the text. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you don't give text wrap, it would still wrap, or if you want to explicitly mention something, you can say text wrap. That's also fine. Okay, that was about text wrapping around a text, and we saw alignment, right? Now let's see text transform. So div class, if you can say text lowercase, means it will all be lowercase. This will be in lowercase. Okay, so what I will happen is now I'm putting it to lowercase. See, this is all lowercase, right? Even though I've given it in caps, but the class will bring it down to lowercase. Similarly, do a opposite and say uppercase, and this will be uppercase. Okay, so when you want to switch, you can always switch using the text class itself, that is an uppercase lowercase, right? If you want to capitalize, you can use capitalized text also, that's also fine. It will leave the caps on. Okay, now let's talk about the font sizes that's available, right? So I told you there is F1 to F5. So when you say F1, it will go to the biggest font size that's defined in the typography. Similarly, from F2 to F5 you can go. This will be like a decreasing kind of font sizes, right? So that's uppermost. Don't confuse with H1, H2 tags. Those are different. Text headings are different. These are different. These are the font sizes. That's the maximum it can go. Okay. Now you can similarly increase the font weight, italics using different FW, appending FW. So if you want to increase the font weight and make it bold, just type FW bold. This should be bold, right? Now similarly, if you wanted italics, just all of the things that you do with um, font weight wise, right? Like uppercase, lowercase, bold, italic, semi bold, normal, light, all of that can be defined here in FW. Okay, so like this it will be light color. Okay, now that is about the font styles of how you want to use font size and font weight. These are the different options. There are other things like bolder, you have normal, then I think you also have semi bold, etc. By default it is font weight normal. Okay, remember that. Alright, now talking about the line height. Okay, so there is one other text variation which is line height. Okay, so this has one and a small and base and all that. So if you want to increase that, you can change that also. This is line height example. So see, this is by default the line height. Now I'm going to increase it and I'm going to say LG large. Okay, so there will be a gap between these two, see, right? So that's one. You can also give different parameters like LH hyphen base. Okay, so see, the line height is now increased, right? You see the gap between these two and these two, there's a space, right, extra. That's the line height that we can increase. Okay, now one good example that you will use on a almost day-to-day basis is say text hyphen muted. Okay, text hyphen muted. Now what this does is it will become like a disabled kind of a, see, it will be like a disabled kind of a color, right? Especially used when you have a link which you want to disable, etc. So that you can use text hyphen mute. It will look like it's disabled or slight gray color. Okay, now there are different variations of text that almost you don't have to write any CSS code. You can say text hyphen decoration. So this will, I think, decorate. Oh, it's not. I think it's text decoration hyphen underline. Yes. Okay. So if you see now it is underlined. Now if you want it strike through, you want text decoration none, you can do that also. Especially useful for links. And then you have text decoration line through. It will put strike that line. So basically you don't have to touch CSS at all. All the utilities are right there in the typography, in the framework itself. So just learn how to use them. Okay. So those are all the different variations of text that we can use. We have text start, end, center. We can customize them, the look and feel for device specific. You can make it small, MD, large, XL, XXL, whatever class. Then you have text wrap, which is by default. If you don't want a wrap, you can use text hyphen no wrap. You have text hyphen lowercase, you have text hyphen uppercase, you have the font sizes that you can use F1 to F5. Then you have the font weight that you can use bolds, italic, lighter, light. You have semi bold, you have bolder, and you have semi bold. You don't have to really remember all the classes, but make sure that you reference to Bootstrap documentation if you want help. Then you have the line height, you can make it 1, this is by default. You can increase it by LH, LG, large, or hyphen base, whatever you want. Then you got text decoration that you can control. You can say text decoration underline, you can say text decoration line through, you can say text decoration none. These are the different options that we have that we can use with text. So if you notice, you can almost control anything and everything about the text, layout, alignment, look and feel, everything that can just be controlled by text, Bootstrap text. Alright, so use these utility classes. Try and avoid any CSS addition unless you really think it's not available in Bootstrap according to your requirement, which will be very rare. Okay, so before you write that CSS code, make sure you refer to documentation. All right, so that brings us to the end of this tutorial. I hope now you are comfortable with all the Bootstrap utility classes. If you like my work and tutorials, please do consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. And in the next episode, I'll cover about Bootstrap Shadows. Very important, pretty cool stuff because it really encourages and enhances your user experience, look and feel. So join me in the next episode as well. Though we told I'll cover 40 episodes, this will be the 41st one. I'm glad we are crossing that number. So thank you so much for joining in this episode. I'll see you in the next episode. Welcome back to Arc Tutorials. This is Bootstrap 5 full tutorial series for absolute beginners. In the last episode, we learned all about Bootstrap text utilities. In today's episode, we are going to learn about Bootstrap Shadows. Shadows are the great way to place an effect on a div, on a card or a span or an image, basically anything where you want a little shadowish kind of a look and feel. It's really useful in improving the user experience, adds a lot of young, stylish, elegant look to the elements. Let's learn all about it and the different variations of it. This is part 41 of the series, and this is part of the Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. I had promised that I'll create around 40 tutorials. Today we are on 41st tutorial. So make sure that you check out entire playlist. I have covered it from basic introduction to some live projects in between and some live coding for you, including every component, utilities, everything so that you can learn and master Bootstrap 5 with me. Today we are at 41st episode and we are learning about Bootstrap Shadows. Thank you so much for supporting me till here. If you like my work and tutorials, please consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you in advance. Alright, so we are learning about the shadows, right? So we can easily add or remove shadows to an element with box shadow utilities, right? So basically in turn Bootstrap uses box shadow utilities to create that. So the simplest way to get started is by adding the class equal to shadow. If you add that, you would see that the div has a nice beautiful shadow coming up, right? So I'm going to create this and we'll see that in hands-on. Let's go ahead and I'll show you different variations. As always, I'm going to use the starter template that I use, which has nothing here right now. So let's go ahead and let's create that. So let's say we'll add shadow. Let's add padding 2, in bottom 2. Say we want a border and we want it BG light, and just say just div with shadow. Okay, let's refresh and you see that it has this nice shadow look, which effect, right? It looks like it's little elevated, looks good. Now there are different variations. If you don't want one to start with, you can just copy this and say this does not have shadow, so you can just add shadow none. So see now the difference between these two, this has a shadow, this doesn't, right? Now same way you can have different variations. You can say I want a large shadow, LG. So now you see it has a little bit of large shadow, right? Now similarly there are other things like you can also use SM, that's for small, LG for large, and none for none, right? So that's shadow and then none and LG, right? So that's the different variations. Let's see what else Bootstrap provides in the documentation. Those are the things I usually um, tell my folks. Alright, so you can see here you have shadow none, small, LG. Yeah, that's pretty much all it has. So make it feel like however you want. So those are the 4 utility classes we have to create a look shadow like, right? Now if you want to give it a more elegant look, make it rounded, right? Like the small curve that looks good. Now you can add here also, and you can see you can make it rounded -2. This we covered it in some previous episodes, so make sure that you check it out. This is nice little rounded touch, right? And yeah, basically you can play with a lot of different variations how you can customize the div with a shadow effect. You don't want one, just add shadow none. You want a small one, just add SM. So now this is a small shadow, this does not have, this is a large shadow, right? So those are the 4 variations that we have in shadow that we can use. So I'll list down that also quickly for you. So shadow, okay, let me move the no shadow to the top so you can see the difference. Okay, alright, so now you can see clearly the difference. There is no shadow, little bit, then small, this is large, right? So you can play with really different things, especially when you're using say cards or something, right? Let's say div class equal to card, and I'll say div class equal to card title. This is a title, some content. Let's see how this looks. So see, this is a basic card that is available in Bootstrap, but we can make it a little bit more jazzy just by adding some padding, some margin bottom, and finally I'm saying it rounded, and I want a nice little shadow. Not too much big, but just a small. So see, now it looks much elegant, much clean, much better, right? If you want a bigger one, you can give LG, and looks like a much better version of a div, right, rather than just that. So again, you can play with different variations. I have used bg light. You don't have to use it necessarily. You can just keep it white, or you know um, so just like this, right? So basically you can play with different combinations. You can align them, use flex, and make it look like tiles. Again, that's totally up to you how you want to play with it, but this is one of the just basic variation you can use with either image or with a div, with a span, or anything, right? So nice little shadow touch, and makes it look much better and elevated look in your application. All right, that's all we have on shadows for this episode. So that concludes our Bootstrap 5 full tutorial playlist. It has total 41 episodes. Thank you so much again for joining in this journey of Bootstrap 5 with me. Next, I'll start with Bootstrap 5 top interview question answer series. That was something to help you prepare with your interview question answer series, and especially if you're attending an interview. Thank you so much. Please do keep supporting me and encouraging me with your comments and your wishes. Also, please continue to support me by buying coffee at buymeacoffee.com/arctutorials. Thank you so much in advance. It was a wonderful journey of covering everything about Bootstrap 5. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I sincerely hope that this series will help you in your preparation. Thank you so much again. See you in the next episode. We will start with Bootstrap 5 interview question answer series, where I'll cover top 50 questions. Thank you so much again.